bookend on this entire whole matter of geek culture vis-a-vis the Black Panther movie, etc. Besides, my second video on the subject got taken down because a lot of the Negro nerds decided. So this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to come straight up the middle as usual. Now, a lot of the brothers were in shock regarding the comments that I had made, and this goes to the fact that I happen to be older than most of my subscribers, I would venture to say. And it also has not missed my notice that a lot of the younger cats out there, they tend to be heavily into quote-unquote geek culture. You see, the reason that I will occasionally reference a movie or a comic book or what have you is because of the fact that I try to reach you where you are. See, when I reference things like Niccolo Machiavelli's The Prince, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah,
if I tried to take some references from The Invention of the White Race by Theodore Allen, you wouldn't know what the hell I was talking about. I'm very reluctant to mention things like Gideon's Spies because, as Dr. John Henry Clarke wisely observed, a lot of black people, a lot of people tell me that they want reading lists. You know, oh, well, if you give us a reading list, as Dr. John Henry Clarke said, he had done that for years, decades, and black people would be vaguely intrigued by a reading list, but then they would never motivate themselves to actually read it. So they're interested in the abstract, but they're not really serious about it. I've been through that one more times than you would imagine, long before I got onto YouTube, and that's the reason why I don't spend a whole lot of time continuing it here. You already pretty much know what kind of books that you need to the next, and the next, and the next. Pay attention to the ones that get mentioned, and that tells you where you should go. You can also start with a bibliography of books. That's the portion at the back that shows sources that a writer uses. But I'm getting a little off topic. I know that a lot of my subscribers happen to be younger than myself. And I also understand something that a lot of the younger cats don't get. And unfortunately, it seems we fail to get it across to them because they've watched too much television, read too many comic books. When I was young, the Black Panther Party was still largely relevant. The escapist kumbaya culture that would be ushered in by the white media in the 1980s hadn't been invented yet. And yes, I was born before the 1980s. Most of you, especially younger ones, you were born well after 1980. So I have a perspective on this that you don't. I wasn't raised by comic books and such. Yeah, I liked Transformers growing up, but the truth of the matter is I had already had a lot of people who had gotten the political aspect of things across to me. I didn't invest in it like a lot of you have. And as I said before, I guess the problem happens to be that a lot of young people, especially in a culture that has become more and more atomized and more individualistic, and people just basically trying to create their own little worlds and hide within them. These young people grew up without a whole lot of friends, per se, and their comic books and movies became their friends. And they bought into that stuff. That's very dangerous. Because these comic books and movies are telling you lies. They're convincing you of falsehoods. They're giving you a sugar-coated version of white supremacy, and a lot of you bought into it. Now, this is not me attempting to pull rank on anyone. And by the way, before I go any farther, I want to say, if anybody in the comment section calls themselves trying to call anybody out or trying to point the finger at anyone in particular, that's going to be instant grounds to get blocked.
Basically.
The only person around here who gets to do that is me. Now, that said, some of the younger cats, I guess, were a little surprised by what it was that I said. I guess my comments struck a little bit too close to home, which is good. What the hell do you expect? People get killed out here. This is not a game.
Yeah, no, it's just time.
I don't have time to sit here and just be affectionate, and I'm going to be so attached to comic books and movies and sci-fi and stuff. Man, there's a time for diversion, a small time, and then there's a time to work. Black people are always making excuses for playtime. For black people, it's never the wrong time to be having fun. Doesn't matter if a black man just got shot down in Ferguson, you'll have Negroes dancing in the streets. Same as in Baltimore, New York, Philly, Chicago, D.C. The race soldiers are in front of you with armored vehicles and 60mm machine guns, and here you are dancing a jig. So this mentality is a disease that I am trying to root out, and you younger cats keep making excuses for it. And to an extent, damn right I'm going to pull rank on you on this. Now, I am not one of your elders. You already know what I think about elders in the black community, but I am your older brother, and that being the case, I know some things you don't. I understand some things that you don't, and it would behoove you to listen to your elder brothers, especially when they've been right. You are committing the same mistake that the baby boomers made. The baby boomers were arrogant too. The baby boomers grew up during an age when they watched too much television. You go talk to the average baby boomer who grew up after World War II, and they'll tell you that they were growing up on a steady diet of Howdy Doody and the Mouseketeer Club.
Yep.
That's how a whole bunch of black people, particularly black females, got indoctrinated with the idea that they could be part of the dominant society. They saw a net Funicello and they thought that's me up there. Never mind the fact that Walt Disney was a dyed-in-the-wool racist, but guess what? You couldn't tell the baby boomers that. You couldn't tell them anything. Now, let's go ahead and talk about this geek media that so many of you have bought into. Because some of you have only in recent days, I guess, recovered from the comments that I made to the point where you were able to do some sort of video response, or at least some sort of video addition to it, where you had something to say on the issue. And while I do respect some of the people who have made these comments, I also heard some things that I should not have been hearing. Now, again, this is not to start rancor or to create any bad blood. The thing is, the situation's getting real here. And we don't have time for us to be continuing to commit the same old mistakes, just tap dancing around the issue. Well, everyone's entitled to their opinion. Philando Castile was murdered. His murderer got away with it. That's not an opinion, that's a fact. The white media has been aiding and abetting the killers, telling the public we need laws to go after Bill Cosby, but ain't saying a damn thing about laws to go after killer cops. That's not an opinion, that's a fact. The white media, these same TV stations that you see putting out these lies, are owned by the exact same companies that own the studios that put out the movies you love, and they own the book companies and publishers that put out the comic books and the novels and every other stuff you escape into. I don't see white supremacy in isolation. I see the big picture, and I've been trying to get you to do it too. Apparently thinking makes black people's brains hurt. And I'm hearing a bunch of excuses when what I need to be hearing is people taking the hard line. Now, there's an old saying that if there's nothing beneath you, then there's nothing above you either. That's good advice, by the way. Now, for a lot of you out there, a lot of the people who fit into the Negro nerd contingent, by the way, Negro nerds need to be remembered. It's one thing to have a black person who indulges in geek culture from time to time, but for these guys out there who we call out the white supremacy in media, whether it's Black Panther, whether it's Star Trek, what have you, if they sit there and defend it and say, well, I don't care, that's a freaking Negro nerd. That's somebody who's assigned with their autonomy to a white media IP. You ain't much different or much better than a bootleg. In fact, that's what you pretty much are. And the favorite excuse du jour that I keep hearing is, well, brother, it ain't that serious. It's just one movie. Black Panther, just one movie. It's just one movie, so it don't matter. I've heard that from people who I would have thought, I would have expected better from. That is exactly the kind of spineless and unthinking garbage that we should never hear in our sphere. Because using your line of logic, Precious by itself, that's just a movie. And The Blind Side by itself, well, that was just a movie. And The Butler by itself is just a movie. And The Help was just a movie. And 12 Years a Slave was just a movie. And Hidden Figures was just a movie. And you get the idea. You had that recent Tarzan movie with Samuel Jackson, and here we are in 2016, 2017, whatever, and Jaimin Hansu's running around with a bone in his nose. A bone in his nose? And this was a summer blockbuster that they did this in. This was not some small independent film that they figured would fly under the radar on Netflix. They put this out in international release. Seen everywhere. The white media thought that this was appropriate to put out in the so-called Age of Obama. And I got people trying to say that it's just one movie. Now, folks, it is exactly that kind of pathetic, unthinking, that kind of treasonous self-deception, which is how we came to be enslaved. And this is why our oppression has lasted for so long. And this is why we're still going through it. Black people have spent centuries, indeed millennia, making excuse after excuse for the inexcusable. Because using your logic, Philando Castile was just one black man killed by the police. Eric Garner was just one. And Freddie Gray, and Sandra Bland, and Alpha Brazil, and Tamir Rice, and Michael Brown, and Walter Scott, and Jamar Clark. You see, those were all just a bunch of one-offs, too. And they don't really matter in the grand scheme of things taken individually, except we're all willing to admit that these are not individual events. They are part of a string of murders, and that they are all related and part of a systematic, deliberate pattern of white hostility against us, and that we can't afford to pretend like those are isolated incidents. Or rather, I guess those incidents are so severe, no one's willing to say that it's just one killing. All but the most stupid recognize it for what it is. But do you see how idiotic it sounds when you try to look at any particular incident in white supremacy in isolation? You got a society that's under complete control by one entity. That being the case, it is not unfair to say that in most cases you really can subscribe to a unified theory for things. Unified theory, for those of you who don't know, and I'm not going to recommend any books on it because I know you won't read them, but for any of you out there who wonder, unified theory basically means one cause for a whole bunch of things. You know, it's kind of like how white supremacy tries to have a unified theory about black people. It rained in Cincinnati today. Must be because of black people. But people who want to ignore reality, especially when they are under attack, when you see that the propaganda arm of white supremacy is taking aim at you, and you decide that you're going to go ahead and rationalize it away and say that it's okay regardless, that is not dangerous, it's treasonous. People who are unable to read context into things, just big simple stuff that's right in front of you, these people are also totally incapable of analyzing anything either. And what a surprise, these are the very people who insist on doing the most talking in our community. We got a lot of folks who speak when they most need to be quiet. They defend the very things that are openly mocking us, and mockery in the society toward an ethnic minority is dangerous because it always lays the foundation for attacks. White supremacy is constantly, whenever we hit back, which is few and far between, they will retreat, regroup, and come back from a different angle. They keep on trying it. They keep putting the poison in a candy coating. And too many of us make excuses for it, and apparently can't see the problem with that. We refuse to see the clear patterns no matter how obvious they are. We never call things out, and we never get wise to the scam. Now, since so many of you geeks like movies so much, perhaps to a movie in particular that I cite a scene from, The Departed, Martin Sheen is recruiting Leonardo DiCaprio to be part of an undercover police unit, and he tells the young rookie, "We practice deception here, but what we don't practice is self-deception." And all you geeks and Negro nerds and what have you who are making excuses for the mess that's coming down the pike next February, you guys fall in the latter category. You need to keep your eyes open. And in fact, you should get it tattooed on the inside of your eyelids. We don't practice self-deception. People who have conned themselves are very difficult to argue with. It's very difficult to convince them of reality. Primarily, it's because they bought into a con, and people tend to become emotionally invested in decisions that they make. But the second reason is they're so hard to reach because they're gullible. And gullibility is not simply that you are deceived. A lot of people are deceived in a lot of things. Gullibility is a unique type of deception because of the fact that people who are gullible tend to be unusually susceptible to lies. For some reason, they tend to have an affinity for falsehoods. They just keep falling for it. They don't just easily believe the truth. They easily believe lies. That's the definition of gullible. It's somebody who can tell this idiot anything and he'll go for it. See, gullibility is where stuff like "it's just one movie" comes from. That's the kind of thinking that leads to a statement like that. None of these things is happening in a vacuum, folks. They are all part of a non-stop parade of black denigration. And any other would acknowledge that. They usually do, but apparently they seem to think that white supremacy stops at the Marvel Cinematic Universe. White supremacy matters, white supremacy exists, that is, unless Captain America and Iron Man are part of it. So apparently, how nice to know the solution for white supremacy is Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans. If only we had known this sooner. The cure for white supremacy is Tony Stark. If only we had known this sooner. For 100 years, the white media's movies have produced a steady, non-stop drumbeat of images and stories that show black people as slaves, mammies, dumb brutes, and buffoons who need white people. Now, for years, we had all been in lockstep, more or less, saying that nothing under white supremacy, especially not the white media, is happening in isolation. That is a concerted effort being put out by an organized anti-black racist front. We understood that we were up against a coordinated effort being carried out by an organized group who know exactly what they're doing, and that no matter how benign they may claim these images and so-called stories are, that it is nothing but anti-black propaganda, full stop. We were all admitting that, hey, these ain't one-offs, this is part of an onslaught by the white media. But not anymore, though. Apparently all you gotta do is put Patrick Boseman in some spandex and have some CGI with them, and all of a sudden, well, that's different, though. This is different. That's what idiots said about Will Smith, too. Now, it's only now that some people are willing to admit that a lot of that stuff Will Smith was doing was just straight up bootleg. It may not have been the most ultra form, it's not as bad as some of the crap that we've seen from Tyler Perry, or some of the garbage that we saw from Bing Rames, but that don't change what the hell it is. Last time I checked, dog crap doesn't stink any worse than horse crap. But some of you seem to think the horse crap smells sweeter than most. Those slave and black subservient movies that I listed, they are part of the effort by the white media to indoctrinate, and the indoctrination has clearly taken. These are 24 frames per second, big budget, star-studded, anti-black propaganda films. They are put out by the most powerful men in media. Who the hell do you think the Weinsteins are? Who the hell do you think Disney is? Oh, so Disney is racist when they put out the Princess Frog. You can't have a black prince there. Disney is racist when they don't have black people in any of their kids' fare. Oh, but they're not racist when they have black people running around in grass skirts and plate lips. Well, just so long as it's part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. You cannot compare the output of even new black media to what's put out by the white media studios. Because when you try to claim that it's just one movie, you're ignoring reality. A reality that up until this last week you used to acknowledge. And the fact that you would claim anything in the white media is happening in a vacuum ought to make you pause before giving your opinion in the future. If you got this one wrong, then simply put your flying blind in the dark. Brothers and sisters, it is not wise for us to go listening to every Tom, Dick, and Harriet who claims to be on our side. Everyone says that they want off the plantation, but it's not until after you tell them that they have to leave and they realize, I gotta make my own butter biscuits and you gotta make my own chitlins. Then you find out who really wants off the plantation as opposed to who just wants massa to be a little less brutal towards them. The goal of black empowerment is not to have less white supremacy or to have less anti-black violence. The goal of black empowerment is to have none whatsoever, is to get rid of it, is to eradicate white supremacy, to eradicate anti-black anything. Dr. John Henrik Clarke once related the old tale about the boy who saw his grandmother churning butter. And since butter churners are essentially buckets that don't allow you to see what's going on inside, the boy, naturally curious, asked his grandmother, which churn is it who's the one that produces the butter? Now, to this little boy, that seemed to be an intelligent question. it's cute coming from a child because he doesn't know. But to him, it just makes sense that, well, it must be one in particular that does the magic, right? And his grandmother had to inform him, no, grandson, it's all of them that produce the butter. Which one produces the butter? They all do. White supremacy, anti-black racism is the exact same way. It's no one incident, no one person, no one movie that produces white supremacy. They all do. You have to see it as part of a whole because that's how the bad guys see it. Kevin Feige tells you that he's got Marvel Phase 1, Marvel Phase 2, Marvel Phase 3. He has DisneyCon where they hold an entire convention telling you slow coasts that, hey, we got a plan laid out, a roadmap. You have the people who used to work on those Marvel movies like Joss Whedon and like Jon Favreau saying, hey, I had to leave because they put us in a straitjacket. They were dictating to us what we could and could not do. We had simple ideas, simple things we wanted to do, things that would not have changed direction from the Infinity War, and Marvel said, forget it, we're not doing any of that. They were dictating terms to people. And yet a lot of you still lie and say, well, Ryan Coogler and that black screenwriter on Black Panther, with his, white wife, by the way. Well, these guys, they got to write whatever they wanted. It was written by a black man. No, it wasn't. The way that movies work, and I'm going to reiterate this for those of you who don't know, movies primarily begin with the producer. Now, the producer can either be a studio executive or, in the case of, say, like Jerry Bruckheimer, it can be an independent man with enough clout that studios will listen to. The way that it works is a studio executive or a producer has the idea for the movie. And what he will do is he will essentially get the studio to say, we like this idea. And from there, he is given a small amount of money to go recruit a screenwriter to write the actual script based on the producer's idea. What do you think the producer does? The screenwriter is approached by the producer. It's very rare in Hollywood these days, especially in the era of tentpoles. It's very difficult for a screenwriter to say, here's my script, will you make it a movie? Now, after the producer has what he feels to be an adequate enough first draft, he then presents that to the studio, and they will, quote-unquote, green light the movie. That means now they're ready to go into development. They're going to start commissioning more drafts from the writer, and they always give notes. For those of you who don't know anything about the movie business and desperately wish you did, that's what they do. They give you notes. No screenwriter is allowed to just write whatever the hell he wants. As you turn in one draft after the other, the studio will give you notes telling you this is what you're going to change now. That's how the movie business actually works. You don't get to write what you want. And when you're a director, what happens is you have dailies. The dailies are sent to the studio so they can see what the hell it is you're doing. And the producer will either be whispering in your ear, psst, this won't cut. What that means is there's going to be editing problems. Or if the studio executives, they'll look and say, we got to make some more notes on the production of the movie itself. Now, you would know this if you actually read interviews with directors themselves. DVDs have commentaries from the directors. They talk about it all the time. Screenwriters who have commentaries on DVD talk about it all the time. You can see interviews on YouTube with the screenwriters talking about how the process actually works. But most of you don't know and don't care. And yet you open your mouths to talk anyway. You don't know how the movies that you watch get made. Oh, but you will tell us how they get made. You just don't know how. That's all. See, it is dangerous for you to go listening to people who don't know a damn thing. To have your sensibilities informed by the ignorant, the willfully ignorant, the hopelessly gullible. Critical thinking is not a skill that's widely practiced or cherished in our community. Even among those who practice it, not many do it well. But since we live in an age where idiocy is freely distributed, you can get famous being a moron, everyone seems to think that giving their uninformed opinion is the same as giving an irrefutable fact, and it's not. A slap to the face isn't that serious, so long as it's one, right? But how about 2 slaps to the face? How about 2 in a single day? Or how about 1 slap every day of the week? At what point do you draw the line? When do we say that, this might be something we should take seriously? Where's the line at? I'd love to know because it's interesting how all these geeks can't tell you. Now, isn't it? Remember Remember what I said about there is no line that white supremacy can cross that these geeks would consider to be too far? There is no point at which they would draw the line in the sand and say, white supremacy cannot step over this line. There's no line for them. White supremacy can just keep on marching. And indeed it has. Now there's one brother, not calling out any names, no need to, I'm speaking to principles here, not to people. But there was one brother in particular who said something that I could not believe because I would have thought he would have known better. He said that we shouldn't excoriate the Black Panther movie because apparently even criticizing it is to give it publicity. Now that, as Dr. Jake Diop once said, I suppose that makes a certain amount of sense, not that it makes good sense. If all publicity is good publicity, then tell me, how did that Fantastic Four movie with Michael B. Jordan pan out? Because you see, there were a lot of people who were absolutely livid about that one, lost their minds about that one. They raised, a lot of white geeks who raised pure hell about that. So, all publicity is essentially good publicity because it all adds to the notoriety of a film. Makes it where people hear about it, right? So the Fantastic Four movie was a blockbuster now, wasn't it? Oh, that's right, it died over opening weekend. You see, the bad guys waged an open racist war on that, and it didn't do so well, right? I'm using your logic here. You see, the pale males got in line and they attacked. If any publicity is essentially good publicity, which is the argument that this person made in essence, then I'm sure that Nate Parker will enjoy his next big budget project, right? Because he got a lot of publicity, a lot of people talking about the birth of a nation. So a lot of people talking about it was essentially helping that film, right? See, this is part of the problem that we have. You got a lot of people who basically have a debate strategy, a thought process of fire, ready, aim. That's not the way that you analyze anything. Not an individual event, and not a macrocosm either. See, this isn't about what the dominant society is going to do. It's about what we are going to do. Those of us who have proven that we understand the past and can accurately predict where trends are going, we're the voices to be listened to. Others making excuses for the status quo should not be listened to. The situation is too serious for us to do otherwise. If I see something that is wrong, I don't make excuses for it. I attack it. That's called principle. There are no sacred cows for me under white supremacy. Because too many sacred cows are nothing more than white cave beasts in a freaking cow's skin. I'm ready to turn all sacred cows to hamburger. And you should be too. Do not trust anything that comes to you from any of the arms of white supremacy. If the administrative arm says we got ourselves a 13th Amendment here, and all of y'all niggers is free, don't believe it. If they say, hey, here's the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and hey, here's a follow-up in 65. See, all you niggers can vote now. Don't believe it. The white media says, hey, here's a vision of a colorblind world where racism doesn't exist. Everyone's judged by the quality of their character, not the color of their skin. Don't believe it. If the police say, we are highly trained and we don't racially profile, don't believe it. Perhaps it's because I'm of a certain age, but I don't make excuses for what I see. Now, millennials grew up on escapist fantasy. The faux colorblind nonsense that was started in the 1960s and died out shortly after the death of Dr. King and kind of had this miasma in the 1970s. The Black Panthers and such kind of kept it at bay. The white colorblind garbage was crippled for a decade. But starting with the ascendancy of Ronald Senile Reagan, the white media felt, okay, it's time to go ahead and start ginning up the old propaganda machine. So in the 1980s and 90s, the escapist fantasy reached a fever pitch, and a lot of you were born and raised on that nonsense. And it's obvious that while some of us were getting into news from an early age, while some of us had parents who didn't park us in front of the electronic babysitter, while some of us had parents who required us to read and to watch something other than cartoons and didn't let cartoons become our friends, While we were taught to question and mistrust the white media, you younger cats were taught to worship it. You were allowed for white supremacy to creep into your mind. What's that old saying about the eyes are the windows to the soul? But the problem is the window goes both ways. The eyes allow people to see what's going on inside of you, but it also allows for the people to put ideas inside your head. And that's exactly what's happened. Many of you who unfortunately do not think before you speak and use words without bothering to figure out what they actually mean. You say things and it's clear that you don't know what you're talking about because you'll say, well, these movies, I need it as a diversion, Do you even know what that word means? It means that basically I need to have something else. No, what diversion means is an instance of turning something aside from its course. An instance. But the secondary definition is an alternate route, when the usual road is temporarily closed. That's what diversion means. What it means is I'm supposed to be doing some work out in the woodshed. I'm supposed to be doing some architectural work, but it's a little bit tedious for me. You know, kind of got some brain fatigue going on. So I'm going to take a break. It's going to be something aside from the course, but I'm going to get back on track. That's what diversion means. Diversion does not mean that I'm going to go ahead and take this side road, stay on it, and I'm going to go somewhere else. What it means is I'm getting off the road for an instance. I'm not going to be staying off the road. You see, I guess the problem for me is I look at everything through the prism of how does it serve my own personal interest. When I look at the media, I'm not looking at going, ooh, I need some more fun time, some more leisure time. That is one of the big psychological loopholes that human beings have. Once we start goofing off, we tend to want to stay goofing off. Work is hard, play is easy. And we prefer play because why put out more effort than you have? It's something that you'll only enjoy once it's finished. That's dangerous. Because oppressors will turn that against you. They'll make it where the only real thing you can do other than when they're beating you with a whip is going to be goofing off. You better not be planning how you're going to get that whip out of masses' hands, though. When I look at the media, any sort of media, am I able to enjoy, because a lot of you are bitching and complaining because you're children in your mentality. And you go, well, you probably don't like nothing, do you? Now, how the hell can you say that when I've told you that I like the TV show Deadwood, had problems with it. I have problems with all white media, by the way, because of women's source. But I told you that I like Deadwood. I told you that I grew up watching Transformers, and that was my favorite cartoon as a child. And I told you that there are also movies that I could quote to you from liberally. I know the names of screenwriters. See, you actually needed me to tell you the names of these people. You didn't know who the hell they were.
Mm-hmm.
All right? I actually, believe it or not, I follow all of this in media. Because I understand that all media, I see media from the same standpoint as the people who produce the media. You know, those white guys who are not about to...
Send a clear enough message. So you've earned yourself a drink.
Thought I'd find you here. What the hell you think you playing at?
It's all right.
That was a real dumb move.
What you talking about?
I thought I warned you.
You know, all them years, I never realized just how much a coward you really are.
Go to hell, Maggie.
Well, I already have. Let me tell you, you really want. God, look at these bastards, damn. Are they gonna give a single damn about you? I mean, who's this sat?
Bartholomew Breakwhite.
Yes, I know who we are. Family's running moonshine now, huh?
Step damaged. I swear next time, you'll be in for good.
Yeah, next time you should send someone more intimidating.
Don't you worry about that. Come on.
Thanks for stopping by, fellas. Oh, I barely even started. Come on, let's have that drink.
Fuck yeah, break open the bottle. God damn, this lady is fucking. Here's your job well done, God damn it. Fucking did that shit. Back to Professor Troop.
You show a movie of white people in grass skirts with plate lips. The white people who tell you that it's just a movie and they put that idiotic line in your mouth and you just regurgitate it without thinking. The same white people who have been putting out images denigrating us for 100 years in media. The same ones who declared D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation to be the greatest film of all time, the American Film Institute. I see things from their perspective in that I look at media as only being useful to the extent that it can promote my power. A TV show is fine. Having a sci-fi show or a sci-fi movie is fine, but only to the extent that it promotes my value system. If a particular program or a particular work does not promote my value system, then it is meaningless. At best, it's empty calories, which means I really ought to be doing something else. Or at worst, it is an intolerable offense that I must call out and must attack. But it's a binary equation. Do I look at this and see things that forwards my value system? If not, then what the hell am I doing? See, a lot of you were allowed to grow into this bad behavior. You were coddled and allowed to go ahead and chase after media that mocks and ridicules you and continues white supremacy through its propaganda army. You never were taught to challenge it, and now here you are openly defending it. You were indoctrinated with this garbage from infancy. I, on the other hand, was not. To me, nothing in media is acceptable except that which promotes my power.
Amen.
Sure, you can have an engrossing storyline. Sure, you can have interesting characters. Sure, you can have exciting and dynamic set pieces, and you can have some flashy, razzle-dazzle CGI. But if you've got a black bootlick, or a black buffoon, or a black woman who's sitting here kissing some white dude's feet, then that, to me, gets the point across that this is not a piece of media that needs to exist. And you have black people in their 20s and 30s, who I guess because they're out of their underoos, well, at least publicly anyway, they figure because they're not at middle school anymore, they think they sound smart defending this crap. That's the danger here. It would be one thing if you were kids, but I guess because you figure, well, I'm not a child anymore, yeah, at least not physically. I'm in my 20s. What are you talking about? I'm in my 30s. I'm in my 30s. How you gonna question me? I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, just like the elders in the black community whose word ain't worth a damn because they don't think, you fall in the same sad category now. The white media taught you all of that mealy-mouthed crap that you say, and it presented it to you in your childhood as being a moral position, and it's not. The white media had a vested interest in teaching oppressed people that you ought to take the gentle path, take the high road. You don't want to lay blame on anything. So you really should give everything a pass. We don't want to be judgmental. Well, except for somebody who comes along and says we need to have standards. Now, you can be very declarative on that. Always equivocating. You need to look up that word, by the way. I know you won't, so I'll do it for you. Equivocate means to use ambiguous language so as to conceal the truth or avoid committing oneself. And that has been exactly what you've done regarding this Black Panther movie and geek culture in general. And that's the reason why I'm going to link it to the larger subject of geek culture where blacks are concerned. Black Panther, my criticism of it just opened a floodgate. You didn't just defend that movie, you defended everything about geek culture just all across the board. All of it's okay. You're imitating your white counterparts. You see, they have the luxury of waffling on issues because nobody's attacking them. But when it comes time to choose a side and squad up, they always choose white, while you're still trying to walk the middle of the road. See, they don't play that game of, well, we've got to be non-judgmental and everything is everything. They're like, no. They didn't do that with the Fantastic Four movie. Didn't do that with the Birth of a Nation. You see, if nothing is unacceptably wrong to you, then that also means nothing can be absolutely right either. That is a surefire formula for maintaining the status quo in perpetuity. Now, a lot of you out there, you younger guys, because you've been listening to people like myself who have our heads on straight, you just learned that maybe you should excoriate the baby boomers because they wasted years that amounted to decades chasing dreams of integration. They've been on a 70-year-long vacation from reality. They just have these delusions that one day they were going to join this or that white fraternity or sorority, the Elks Club, whatever. There are white folks over here. They're going to let me in one of these days. I'm as good as them. I just need them to understand that I'm as good as them. Well, as the baby boomers die off, they waste their last pathetic breaths still pursuing this fool's errand. Now, we fully understand them as so pathetic. They chased a mirage since they were young, and now they're all but dead. And nothing to show for it. Even their children don't respect them. But apparently some of you are too dense to understand that you've gone and done the exact same thing. History has now repeated itself. You grew up wanting to be a Marvel superhero, or to be one of the characters that you saw in a Japanese cartoon. Or at the very least, if you couldn't get that, you'd settle for being the black sidekick. Just let me be part of your story world, please. And now you're adults, still chasing that mirage, and like the boomers, you're not going to have anyone tell you that there's something wrong with that. I don't know, maybe here's the analogy that I'm going to go ahead and use. We'll see if this one flies over your heads. Let's say that there's a house, and the house belongs to a couple of white guys named Stan and Jack. Now, Stan, and Jack Kirby, Jack, they don't allow any black people in their house, though they do have a couple of pictures of black people up in their house. And outside the house stand some black misfits who played with their Power Ranger toys a little bit too long. They see some of the Biff Bam Pow stuff going on inside of the house that Stan and Jack built. And it's all stuff that's done with resources stolen from the people outside, but the people outside never conned on to this. They never figured out the scam. And they look at what's going on inside the house that Stan and Jack built, and they're envious. Now, Stan and Jack aren't about to let you in their house. You can't influence a single thing that goes on inside of it. You haven't gotten one thin dime from that house. They don't listen to you, and they're not going to. And the closest thing to a black person in their house are a couple of very small pictures of black people, which are there as an afterthought, and never as large as the ones of the white guys on the wall. And that point seems to always be lost on you. And yet these black people who are on the outside, who are largely ignored by the two white guys in the house, and who can't influence anything inside the house, they somehow convince themselves that what's going on inside the house that Stan and Jack built somehow has something to do with them. And that's really amazing, considering that they're acting like they're getting paid to adore what's going on inside of Stan and Jack's house. As if Marvel's success, the house that Stan and Jack built success. Stan and Jack aren't about to let you into their house. All you can do is stand outside and wish you were one of the tiny black pictures at the bottom of their wall. So Professor Truth comes along and tells you to stop idolizing people who mistreat you and denigrate you. Professor Truth tells you that it's not right that you should stand outside in the cold, giving your money to people who ignore you and mock you with a smile on their faces. I tell you that you're able to build your own house, and that you can have your own pictures on those walls, and you can have things going on inside your house a hell of a lot better than anything going on inside the house that Jack and Stan built. I tell you that it's your duty to build your own house so that you would have one of your own, that you need to have one of your own. And what's the reply that we get from these dumb geeks? You just don't want us to have anything, huh? Wow, I tell you to get your own house, get your own pictures, get your own events, and the first thing you say is, you don't want me to have anything. Well, this is the kind of garbage that we hear from self-professed adults. I tell you to build your own house, and you say, well, that's not having anything. Ah, you've said the truth now. You've gone ahead and told me exactly what's going on inside your empty head. You've made a confession. If you're not able to drool in front of Stan and Jack's house, as far as you're concerned, you don't have anything at all. That's the confession you just got through making. Look at the comment section from the people in the other video that I did about Black Panther, and that's the main thing that you see. And some of these people who call themselves posting replies, this is one of the lines that they use. Well, you just don't want us to have anything. No, I want you to have one of your own. That's exactly the problem. You don't have anything right now, and I'm telling you, get your own. Black Panther ain't yours, stupid. You know what this reminds me of? A slave on a plantation. You look at the big house where Massa lives. You see how he gives the house Negroes some minor perks. Clothes that Massa and the missus don't wear anymore. Whatever food is left over, and you think, man. Must be nice. Then Professor Truth tells you that even if you did make it to the big house, don't you deserve better than hand-me-down clothes from racists? And don't you deserve better than table scraps given to you by a degenerate who disrespects and abuses you? That you deserve a house bigger and more luxurious than Massa, a house of your own. And what's your reply to that? Man, you just don't want us to have nothing, do you? No, you're the one who doesn't want you to have anything. And because you've chosen to be willing accomplices in your own enslavement, you won't have anything. You've now gone on the record that you want to stay on the white media's treadmill. You idiots keep letting them get you to chase the carrot on a stick. You're never smart enough to the scam. You never accept the fact that the goal of the white media has always been to get you to have a better image of white supremacy and a worse one of yourself. Their objective has always been to keep you pursuing a carrot that you will never get. We live in a sad age, an age of immaturity, an age of foolishness that desperately tries to masquerade as being intelligence. Now, to be sure, much of this immaturity has been promoted by the white media, as I said, because a childish population is also an easily controlled one. But we have to take responsibility for our education. Nobody's going to educate you. I'm not going to do it. Education is something you have to do for yourself. But you have to be honest in order to be educated. See, when you're dishonest, you don't get education. At best, you'll only get indoctrination. Tell me something that agrees with what I already believe. And giving infantile rationalizations for real-world problems. Never presenting reasons why something is right, instead you just give flimsy rationales. And you figure that merely giving a reply to something is the same as disproving it, and it's not. It's a total lack of common sense. And nowhere is this lack of common sense more evident than when you give someone a solid reason why some form of media is either false or blatantly degrading, and that person simply comes back with, oh, you don't want us to have nothing. But there is another lie that they tell, and this one has become a personal favorite of mine because it is so mind-blowingly stupid.
Let's get to business.
Oh, you don't want to see this movie? Well, you're going to miss out on this. You're missing out on all the cool stuff. Really, retarded Robbie? So if I miss out on a big budget insult, somehow that's hurting me. Meanwhile, you stupid are giving them your money, giving them your time so they can insult you. And apparently that's not hurting you at all. You see, using that line of reason, that line of crap, and it's become very popular among the brain dead. They use that line of reasoning, if it can be called that.
Yes, it might be
well,
time for some
based
additions.
on that, you can call any movie cool, any movie at all. And if people say that they don't want to see it for some reason, you can tell them, well, you're missing out on something cool. Let me tell you something stupid. Racist is a fact, not an opinion. Coolness is an opinion, not a fact. I don't want to see the movie precious? Ooh, you missing out on a cool movie then. I don't want to see D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation. Well, you missing out on a cool movie. By the way, these are things that these brain-dead zombies have actually said in regards to these very movies. This crap about, well, you're going to miss out on all the cool stuff in life, that's become something of a go-to line for the morally bankrupt and the mentally deficient. You declare your uninformed, retarded opinion like a fact and then say that everyone else is disadvantaged because they don't think of something stupid as being cool like you do. They're not able to laugh off insults, so apparently that's not cool. What kind of inbred magical thinking is this? Well, that's precisely the point. It's not thinking at all. It's pure, blind, unthinking. And that's the main thing you hear from them. Don't put down my Black Panther love. You don't understand how this movie makes me feel. They haven't even seen the damn thing, but they already know they love it. It's perfect, sight unseen. Well, it doesn't take much to please the idiots, now does it? These clowns are the lowest form of life. These are gluttons for punishment. So if I refuse to go see something that I condemn as uncool, I'm missing out on something cool. That's the logic. These aren't babies, these are retards. About the only bit of truth that President Obama ever told was about gas prices, when he used that phrase, shock and trance. They raise gas prices, which shocks the public, then they lower them only a little bit. And people don't even realize that the gas prices have now become higher. They're just not as high as they were a minute ago. The momentary reduction of prices is just enough to get the people to calm down, even though they fully realize, and they will admit that the prices are now higher than they had been before, and that they're not going to go back to down to what they were before and never will. Too many of us keep hoping that the white media will one day promote our image, when I keep telling you that that's not what they were invented to do. You get angry that they're going to give you one or two TV shows, though it's going to be as bedwitches, bootlicks, or sidekicks. You get to be the convict who owns a record label, or one of their sexually confused kids, and you'll be so happy to get that because, hey, it's better than nothing. That's one that I saw in the comment sections too. Idiots saying it's better than nothing. And to them, this is progress. You know, 100 years ago, radio was the dominant media, and the hottest thing on radio was Amos and Andy. In fact, Amos and Andy was so popular, did you know that the crime rate actually dropped during the hour or so that Amos and Andy was on? The dominant society has never had a problem putting black people front and center so long as we look ridiculous. I always told you the best way to con anyone is to let them con themselves. Some of you are so silly, you've conned yourselves into thinking that this Black Panther movie is going to open some sort of floodgate, or at least it might open some doors. Oh, you mean the same way that Amos and Andy opened some doors? Well, tell me something. Can you name any black director who doors have opened for in Hollywood? When did the doors open for Spike Lee? When did the doors open for Antoine Fuqua? How about Clark Johnson? How about F. Gary Gray? How about Ice Cube? When are the doors going to open? Ice Cube still makes these videos. Whenever he's in a movie that he's supposed to be starring in, he has the same freaking budget that he had back in 1993 or whatever with Friday. $20 million. Hollywood has frozen the budget that they give to black directors for the last 25 years. You ain't getting more than $20 million. $20 million only allows you to make a low-budget flick. You're not making the next Matrix for $20 million. Doors don't open for you. It's the one Negro at a time rule, stupid. And there's also another bit of psychological warfare that the white media is doing. Everybody knows about the Wonder Woman movie that's been in theaters, and apparently it's doing pretty well. There was a little bit of a dust-up, I don't know why. Apparently some movie theater, Alamo Drafthouse I think it is, said that they were going to be having women-only screenings. Now, Alamo Drafthouse is not like AMC, and as long as they keep, basically playing favors with their audience members, they never will be. They're not a nationwide chain. They're only in certain cities, large cities, but they're a specialty outlet. And apparently, this women-only screenings of Wonder Woman was popular at a couple of their venues. Now, while Wonder Woman financial success. At least it made its money back. But it's got revenues lower than Suicide Squad or Man of Steel. It still made like $450 million worldwide at last count. And this is being attributed to the fact that there's huge interest from women who see this Wonder Woman movie as more than just a movie. Never mind the fact that Warner Brothers executives are almost exclusively men. Never mind the fact that it's men who produced the movie. Never mind the fact that any success that Wonder Woman has is going to simply boost the other male franchises around her. But the phrase that's been kicked around a lot to describe this bizarre intersection of geek culture and pseudo-social activism is it's a movement movie. By the way, that came from the white media themselves. Their PR people put that out there as a means to encourage these females to, oh, you have to go see this movie. This is relevant to you. This is empowering for you. Yeah, putting money in somebody else's pocket, that's always the way you empower yourself. Making somebody else rich, that's the road to empowerment. The studios are laughing at the geeks, all of them. Black geeks, female geeks, misfits, patronizing them by telling them that it's important to you that you come see our movie and pay us for it. They see these nerds as useless leaders, as just a bunch of ghosts floating through life who don't matter, clowns who desperately wish that somebody would take them seriously on anything. And it never dawns on them that their behavior and their mentality is the reason that no one takes them seriously. And even though box office-wise Wonder Woman isn't necessarily setting the world on fire, it's not doing any better than, say, the last Hunger Games movie, the studios understand that psychologically masturbating the geeks and losers was a great way to boost sales for the same old vapid comic book crap. Because you make it personally relevant to the clowns. And this is the only floodgate that's open. Instead of the white media saying that this character on the movie screen is like you, now they're saying that it is you. When Wonder Woman debuted at #1, the female geeks in particular were ecstatic. First of all, it had no competition at the box office, so the #1 debut didn't mean a lot. But when your life, such as it is, revolves around buying someone else's comic books and someone else's movies, all you can do is hope someone notices what you buy. What did Dr. Claude Anderson say? Have you ever seen a junkie say, I've got crack power? He's just a customer. What power does he have? The white media is manipulating. They know it, and on some level I think you know it too, but the difference is they actually get something out of it, while all you get to do is merely con yourself into thinking that you're getting something. When someone insults you or patronizes you and you pay them for that, that is an L that you just took. And you don't even realize it. Black people are always the last to figure out that they got played. And when we do figure it out, usually years and years later, we then want to get all butthurt about it. But it's too late then. We keep walking into these bear traps with our eyes wide open and telling every pathetic lie we can to think of to justify this foolishness. And don't give me any more crap about how you need a reprieve from the relentless assault of white supremacy. I've been to your YouTube channels, and I've held my nose and read some of your Facebook feeds too. All you ever talk about is comics and movies. This isn't a diversion for you. These things are your way of life. Judging by your own online interests, what you yourself spend your time on, I would think that racism didn't exist to see you tell it. You sure as hell don't seem to acknowledge it very much. Now, whether or not Black Panther is a good movie, to you, that's the most important issue of the day. Oh, I can't wait. I'm ecstatic. Can't wait. I'm on pins and needles. Can't wait. When the white media's got you peeing your pants and acting like a 5-year-old to see one of their movies, that's when they got you. And there are some people who, when I see them comment on this video, I'm going to go ahead and put the spotlight on them, just to let them know you may think that you can talk one kind of way when you're on my channel, and then you'll be exactly 180 degrees opposite on another, but it hasn't gone without notice. That's what's come out of this, and it has been damn good. We're separating the fakers from the fake. I hate white supremacy. Not part of it, not most of it, but all of it. And it isn't merely for what it's done against me, but most importantly for what it's done to my people. I hate every aspect of it. I don't hate it one day and celebrate it the next. I look at all of it through the eyes of contempt. When I sit something I'm looking at and go, I don't give a dang how truthful it is. It can be whatever your favorite white liberal is. It can be something you even agree with. I'm still looking at going, this came from the white media. Man, ain't this bullcrap. Even if it's bullcrap that I agree with, it's still bullcrap. Now, if the only time you seem to have a problem with white supremacy is when Tamir Rice is killed or when Philando Castile's murderer gets away with it, then you don't really have a problem with white supremacy. If the only time you're willing to acknowledge the white media's denigration of us is if it's not a comic book movie, then you don't really have a problem with the white media. If you're looking for excuses and opportunities to believe the white media, then to all intents and purposes, you are part of the white media. You're part of their cheerleading squad. The propaganda arm of white supremacy is always working against us. Doesn't matter if it's the news, or if it's ESPN, which is owned by Disney, by the way, or a Marvel movie, which is also owned by Disney. Disney's sitting here spoon-feeding you crap on ESPN, Disney Channel, Marvel movies, Marvel comic books. You seem to think, well, as long as it's the comic books, it's okay. White media is pure propaganda, operating in their interest, not yours. Anytime someone speaks truth on a white media outlet, that is not part of the plan. They allow it either to try to discredit that person or they talk over them so that you don't really get to hear them. And when you decide that you're going to defend some part of white media, I mean, when a black man speaks against the white media and the first thing you do is attack it, that's no different than a black man speaking against a white politician and you taking the white politician's side. You can name on one hand the numbers of times that they accidentally let truth be spoken on a white media outlet, so how can you be so stupid as to all of a sudden think that they're trying to do something good for you, that they're not setting you up? Since when has anything the white media put out there ever been harmless? You agree that their cartoons teach racism? Well, at least the old ones do. You don't seem to have such a problem with the ones after 1980. You agree that their TV shows teach it, well, as long as it ain't a sci-fi show. You agree that their movies teach it, so long as it's not part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe or DC. You agree that their news shows teach it, well, as long as it ain't Rachel Maddow, or as long as it ain't Roland Martin sometimes, right? From time to time, it becomes necessary to reaffirm what a particular group is about. What the value system is has to be reaffirmed, not only to your opponents, but also to those who claim to be your allies. Now, what is the purpose of this whole thing that I do? I'll tell you once again, it is to take control of the cultural discourse within our community and to elevate the debate. The key words there being control and elevation. We challenge white supremacy. We spent thousands of years retreating from it, though, in Africa and now worldwide, and no one outside of Haiti has ever had the guts to say, no more running, we draw the line here. Well, in this place, with me, we do draw the line. But people expect me to compromise. Let me tell you something. White supremacy will never stop trying to abuse and now at this point annihilate us. That's the reason why I don't compromise on anything. White disease is a pandemic. That means it covers the globe. It affects every arena of the society. While we are not able to separate ourselves from it just yet, the very least we can do is be truthful about it and not become attached to it. I regard white supremacy in the same way that I regard someone else's ideas. They're not mine, hence they require examination. Everyone's familiar with the story of Lot's wife, and by the way, do not post any garbage about, we ain't Christians, brother. Lot's wife looked back when it was time to leave Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, people think that her sin was that she was still wanting to continue the sinful culture of those cities. Well, that was part of it. But the real sin that Lot's wife committed was that she refused to put herself first. Sodom and Gomorrah did a lot of things, mostly perverted. One thing that those two cities would never do is to build anything. Hedonistic losers wasting their lives chasing trivial, prurient fun. Sounds like some Negro nerds we can think of, huh? There was work to be done, a future to be built, and you can't do that fornicating all day. And be honest, If it wasn't God who destroyed that place, it would have been some invading army. Wrecking Sodom and Gomorrah, destroying that place was the biggest favor anyone ever did for them. I mean, it's not like they were going anywhere. I guess the problem for me is that I'm too selfish. I can't take pride in what someone else possesses, even if they tell me that I should. Because they can and will flip the script or have to throw some salt in the game first chance they get, and that chance always comes. I want control. I can't get enthused about anyone else's political party, anyone else's military, or anyone else's intellectual property. To me, black first is my religion. And the things I say here aren't just rhetoric, they are articles of my faith. I can be in this white man's world, but I'll be damned if I ever allow myself to become part of this white man's world. I won't defend any part of it because it's not mine. I draw the line with them, and I draw the line with you. One of our problems is that we always allow everyone to speak. And as a result, we give everyone's words equal weight. Doesn't matter if it's Dr. Clark or Crispy the Crackhead. We're directionless because we allow for everything.
Crispy the Crackhead.
No one is ever told that they're wrong. And nobody gets to be right either. Well, that day is done. We know what's wrong here. And we know what's in our interests. If I spit on any of the trappings or the creations of white supremacy and you move to speak for or to defend them, then you're not with me. And when the white media, who you throw your lot in with, finally puts an end to your playtime and decides that they want you to go, when you figure out that, whoops, I need to be black first again, just remember, you don't have any friends over here. You let your comic books and your cartoons given to you by the white media be your friends. So that's who you better call on, and that's who you better go running to when the good white folks decide that reality is finally going to start dropping on you and kicking your behind all over again. Tell someone what you believe, and their response will reveal what they believe. Before I go any farther with this video essay, I want to go ahead and make a request of those of you who watch it, particularly those of you who are subscribed to my channel. I decided to take a look to see what my subscriber count was. I'm not really concerned with subscriber numbers. It's not like I sit there and obsess over them, and a lot of people are disappointed, but I need to get something on the table here. If you are one of my subscribers and you didn't like what it was that I said in my Black Panther video yesterday, if you're one of the people who perhaps found that you got blocked, please do me the favor of unsubscribing from my channel. I do not want people here who have decided that they're going to take refuge inside of a fictional world and that they're going to fly off their nut and lose their minds because I simply make a point of fact. I want the people who do not like what I said and had a problem with it, a serious problem with it, I want you to unsubscribe. In fact, I'm demanding that you do so. If I had the ability to unsubscribe you myself, I would. Now, that said, let's go ahead and bring some more hell on your make-believe world. Because I guess it says a lot about black people's collective immaturity that this one small thing that we all should be able to agree upon has become so rancorous and divisive. There are a whole lot of idiots out there who are trying to do their impersonations of what they think a smart person might sound like, speaking on things they don't have the first clue on. The first line that these idiots use is, well, the Black Panther movie, it was written by a black man, wasn't it? So,
no, it wasn't.
So this was all black people's ideas. Let me tell you something stupid. What's going on at Marvel is being completely run by Kevin Feige and the guy who runs Disney. Marvel has their plan, a blueprint laid out. You don't get to write whatever the hell you want. They tell you what it is based on how brainlessly they followed this Black Panther thing, they can't even get that right. But the way that movies work is like this. You Negro nerds, black geeks, you need to pay attention especially. Let's say that you have a movie that starts with a producer. Most movies do start with the producers. They start with the studio executives. If you have a producer like Jerry Bruckheimer, he decides that because Disney or some other studio wanted him to take a look at how to boost attendance at one of their theme parks, so they were like, hey, Jerry, you make some movies. Which one of our rides do you think has the most movie potential? Because we're trying to boost attendance for these rides. Jerry looks and goes, Magic Mountain? Nah. Back to the Future? Nah, been there, done that. Hey, what's this Pirates thing? Everybody likes pirates. Kids like pirates, right? Jerry Bruckheimer then is tasked with finding people to make it. So he gets Gore Verbinski to be the director, and he gets Chris Terrio to be the writer. They don't come and say, we're going to write a movie about pirates. Jerry Bruckheimer went to them after Disney or whoever the studio is that made Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't care because I don't watch it. That's how movies get made most of the time. The idea of a screenwriter coming to a studio and saying, here's my script, my on-spec, you didn't ask for it, but you're getting it anyway. That almost never works. Studios go and get the writers and tell them, this is what we want you to write. And when the writer brings them one draft after the other, the studio will give them some notes. That's what it's called in the business for a lot of you idiots who are talking, saying, oh, they got to write whatever they want. No, you write what the studio tells you. And when you give them a draft, they give you notes telling you, now, this is what we want you to change. You have no idea how many drafts that movie went through before they finally got to what was shot. And you also don't know what the studio notes were. You're making assumptions on something you don't know. But then again, that's been the template, that's been the habit, the practice of all these Negro nerds and their fellow travelers. You don't actually know anything about how movies get made, but damn if you wish you did. So no, the guys who wrote it didn't get to actually write anything. Marvel has their Phase 1. What the hell do you think Phase 1 means, stupid? Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3. That's what they're going into now, Phase 3, leading up to the Infinity War. What the hell do you think that means? You think that means that, we just take whatever the writers bring us? No, what it means is they got a plan, they got an outline, and that they're not deviating from it. And whoever comes in that door calling themselves working on the project, you better be with whatever their game plan is, because they're not letting you make any changes to it. That's what some of the problems that some of the people who were working on it previously had. As far as they were concerned, Marvel wasn't allowing for any creative freedom. Well, why would they? They've already got their plan laid out. They don't want creative freedom. They want people who are going to do as they're told. Be a widget, be a cog in Marvel's creative machine. So for all you clowns out there saying, well, but it has black writers and a black director. They're employees of the white studio, stupid. This is the level of mentality that we're dealing with here, and you wonder why it is that the white media manipulates black people so easily. Because most black people can't be bothered to think, but damn if they won't run their mouths. A freaking comic book character that you didn't create, that you had no hand in the production of, and yet you're willing to go to war over that. The white media's job is to make people into sheep. Considering the fact that most people don't think to begin with, this becomes a far easier task. You're a mindless herd doing what you're told, focusing on what the white powers that be direct you to. You're not thinking, you're only consuming, like a sheep munching grass. You figure because you call yourself a particular religion or a particular political party, or you brag about whatever made-up science fiction, comic book, fantasy, whatever that you like, or even that you're black first, you figure that that means you're not a sheep too? Or you think that you're better than some of those other sheep over there. Let me tell you something. Just because you don't like some of the other sheep in the herd doesn't mean you aren't all going to the same slaughterhouse. Tariq Nasheed has often said that black people don't want to actually fight white supremacy. In fact, they don't even want to resist or criticize it. What they want is for somebody to give them a tiny little one-sentence remedy to white supremacy, as long as it doesn't require them to actually have to do anything. That way they can go back to what they really want, which is to goof off full time. And seeing how people reacted to my Black Panther criticism video has proven to read the sheet right in spades. You would have thought that I urinated on somebody's mother's house by the way many of you responded. See, this is the kind of behavior that gives geeks a bad name. Emotional instability, psychological immaturity, a total lack of logic, and you take fiction seriously. Perhaps I need to explain my position and it will clear some things up for some of you. For starters, I'm probably older than most of my subscribers, admittedly. I'm a Gen Xer. I remember what the world was before the internet, back when the Cold War was still a thing. I was raised to enjoy TV, books, and video games, but I wasn't raised to invest in them unless I was the one that produced them. And since I hadn't produced any TV shows, comic books, or video games, I didn't invest in them. That was important because it gave me the ability to actually see and understand what it was that I was playing or reading or watching. It helped to make sure that I didn't become a zombie. By the way, speaking of zombies, since you guys love Black Panther so much, you know that that's one of Marvel's favorite little expressions, Marvel zombies. Gotta give them credit. It's truth in advertising. See, I have the ability to watch a TV show. I think I probably mentioned that Deadwood was a show that I actually liked. I could watch some movies. One of the movies that I actually think pretty highly of is The Game by David Fincher. I can read books. I think I told you about how I read some of James Ellroy's stuff and then stopped reading it. But you see, I don't read these things so that I can become fanatic over it. Now, yesterday I think it was, or probably earlier today, Mr. Superboy223, he made a video talking about Black Panther. And one of the things that he was pointing out was you can be a fan of something without being a fanatic. And some of you, a lot of you, have crossed the line. In fact, I don't think you even were aware that there was a line to be crossed. I analyze every bit of media that I take in, no matter what the source may be. I don't allow the white media to dictate to me what I should get happy about. I get happy about things that enhance my power, things that I generate, things that are mine, not something that belongs to somebody else, especially someone who doesn't have my interest in art and isn't doing anything that's in my interest. See, once you start to psychologically invest in the media that you consume, you start to get certain ideas, bad ideas. You know, like, it's just a movie. You actually have people in my comment section on my channel who actually have the nerve to say that expression. Now, whenever white people use that expression, we castigate them for it, and rightly so. But when we want to make an excuse because we want to patronize something because it's flashy CGI on it or it's an upcoming blockbuster, then we start talking the same way? Now, what part of the game is that? You want to go see your stupid comic book movies, you go ahead and you do that. But when I go ahead and point out some of the warts and all on it, instead of you bitching and complaining like a pig stuck under a gate, you need to ask if maybe the brother's got a point. Because it's funny, though not in a ha-ha kind of way. I would have hoped that I'd proven myself to be accurate, tried and true, indeed prescient on the issues, that I had some measure of foresight. I hope that I had proven to the people who claim that they subscribe to my channel and actually value what it is that I do. I hope that I have proven my ability to see events before they arrived and to tell you who is doing what and how they do it. I was hoping that would have meant that you would trust my judgment. I thought that counted for something with many of you, and I see that I was wrong. A trailer to a movie created by a studio founded by a man who declared his hatred for black people. That meant more to you than the word of a black man who merely told you to see the crap that was going on right in front of you.
Man.
Too many of you are like children who complain because someone tells you that Santa Claus isn't real. My analysis had previously always been welcomed by you, but now that I have dared to impose upon your playtime, you got the nerve to get mad at me. You came to the wrong day and place with that kind of behavior. The unsubscribe button is right in front of you. The same button that you use to subscribe to my channel will help you to unsubscribe. The same people who any other time would be happily joining me in excoriating any white media presentation that show black people with plain lips and grass skirts. Now these same folks are eagerly awaiting a movie that does these things. Because now the plain lips and grass skirts are attached to a comic book property that you like. Nah, it's time to go ahead and be really serious here. It's not the Black Panther movie that you like. It never is. If you liked the idea of black people being shown as stereotypes, hell, you could have been tripping all over yourselves with Medea.
Yep.
Perhaps if Tyler Perry had, instead of wearing a cotton skirt, if he wore a grass skirt, and instead of a gray wig, if he wore a plate lip, maybe you'd enjoy that. See, the reason that you're getting all hot and bothered over Black Panther is because of the company that he keeps, literally and figuratively. It's the tidal wave of popularity of Marvel Studios that mainly interests you. That's the part that you're digging so much. Right now, the Marvel Cinematic Universe is the biggest thing in media. So naturally, you relish the opportunity to be a part of it, if only vicariously. See, if this Black Panther movie had come out 10 years ago before Iron Man, you'd be furious with it. You would have said, man, it's just like those racists in Hollywood. You got to do a Black Panther movie, but we got to have grass skirts and plate lips and spears all over the place. You would have had a problem with it. You would have said, man, they took Black Panther and just totally screwed it up. But since you see all these white comic book characters taking over the movie industry, you want to see a black character who you can vicariously live through and say, well, I'm a part of it through this guy. He's a stand-in for me. That's what you mean when you call this movie important. It's part of a media enterprise that's important to the dominant society. That's what you really mean. And in the process, you have now gone on the record giving the white media license to use the most grotesque stereotype against you. I told you years and years ago that the black denigration porn that was getting kicked off with Precious was going to be just the tip of the iceberg. It was going to be merely the first ripple of a tsunami of black denigration movies and media. And history proved me right. Now, you didn't have a problem with it when I was pointing it out before. That's because you're not emotionally attached to Quentin Tarantino or Lee Daniels. But I also told you that at some point the comic books were going to decide to bring you in for some abuse. And a lot of you claim that you had a problem with that. Well, you're right. If they try that, we're going to go in. But the second that it actually happens, now it's time to see if you'll put some steel behind your words. All of a sudden, it's just a movie. You have gone on the record telling the white media that the best that they do is okay with you now. You use their talking points, you defend the garbage that they put out, and just as the people who defended Precious and took up for Tyler Perry, they were the ones who paved the way for just the growing tidal wave of anti-black imagery coming out of Tinseltown, you have now set a brand new low. You did this. You yourselves have said repeatedly on this channel, my channel, the house that Truth built, that, well, grass skirts and plate lips, well, it's true, isn't it? And the worst part is that these are not even white people's sock puppet accounts. These are people who I know for a fact happen to be black people, and this is what they've said. Amazing. All it took was just one pat on the head, and white supremacy's got you singing their tune. How's that feel? Well, I suppose I should ask if you have any thoughts that go through your head after this. When I told you that I only see media as good for one thing, and that is to promote a value system that forwards our power, that's exactly what I meant. And my analysis and appraisal of media in that regard never stops. Doesn't matter if it's the nightly news, a magazine article, a news piece on the radio, a government study, or some comic book movie. If it's in print or electronic media, I am not consuming it, I am examining it. Whether what the white media is presenting to me is necessarily true or not is of far less importance to me than whether or not it can be made of use to me or not. Dr. John Henrik Clarke said it, and a lot of you clearly missed it. Anything that you are a part of is supposed to serve your power. Doesn't matter if it's a political party or a whisk club. Well, that goes triple for media. Now look, if you merely watch some TV or read some comics or play some video games, that's one thing. A lot of you tried to make it sound like, oh, he said that you shouldn't watch anything that white people had any hand in any shape, form, or fashion. Well, hell, if that was the case, under white supremacy, you couldn't have anything. They dominate all arenas of the society. So stop playing stupid and setting up straw man arguments. You know what the hell I really said, and the problem is I told you to grow up. That's what you really hate. So because of the fact you couldn't refute what I said, you decided that you were going to refute something that I didn't say. Look at the irrational, hysterical, and infantile responses that my video received. These are not people who look at comics or movies as being just mere diversion or just some, flimsy escapist fun. These people are seriously invested in this stuff. And they don't see the problem in that. The more you point out the problems with their preoccupation with escapist fantasy, the more angry they get. And that's what's really going on here. Being black hurts. It is excruciating under white supremacy, and black people are looking for any form of escape. Heroin, crack, alcohol, sex, media, comic books, movies, video games, just something to get my mind off the pain for a little bit. Something that I can escape into. And now you've become like a junkie who somebody has been so inconsiderate as to take their crack pipe away, or worse than that, a junkie who someone was so impolite as to actually call a junkie. You're not using these comics are now using you. When you defend imagery that degrades you, and you celebrate it and say that it's all true, and you attack the people who point out what's wrong with it, you have become part of the problem. A lot of you have gotten some straw men that you propped up to hide behind so you don't actually have to deal with what I actually said. Nobody told you don't go see this Black Panther movie. Nobody told you to stop reading comic books or to stop watching TV shows or stop playing video games. What I said was you better be realistic about the media you consume, and more importantly, you need to be honest about the people who present that media to you. But of course that would get in the way of your fun, now wouldn't it? Well, let me go ahead and throw some more cold water on you. Let's look at comic books for just a second. Chris Claremont. This was the man who was most responsible for making X-Men the industry standard for comic books. He didn't create X-Men, but when he took over that title, he made it his own. And he turned X-Men into not just the standard bearer for Marvel, but he also turned it into the paradigm that pretty much all of the comic books were desperate to follow. And for 15 years, Chris Claremont made X-Men the most important title in comic book publishing. But in that 15 years, Chris Claremont never saw fit to have more than one black person in the X-Men store. It wasn't until after Claremont quit that Bishop was created by Will Spertatio. Now, there's also a well-known comic book writer, Chuck Dixon. He's a right-wing conservative, and in recent years, he has become very vocal about this. He's put his right-wing credentials on full display. Now, Chuck Dixon is well known for having written a lot of comic book stories. He was the guy who launched the Punisher Warzone comic book line. He started that particular title. But the story that he'll be most well known for is Vengeance of Bane. It's where he introduced Bane, the guy who broke Batman's back. Just a pointless PR stunt. But Chuck Dixon was the guy who essentially created that character and introduced him to the comics world. Well, Chuck Dixon went on a number of right-wing media outlets, and he even did an interview with Milo Yiannopoulos. And of course, he sounded not much different than any other right-winger you've ever heard. John Romita Jr. is very well known. He was the artist who worked on Daredevil for a number of years. And he created a black character while working on that title named Shotgun. By the way, Shotgun was also featured in Chuck Dixon's first story arc on Punisher Warzone, which John Romita Jr. drew, by the way. But John Romita Jr. is also a self-professed conservative, too. He even called into Sean Hannity's show a couple of times. By the way, did I mention that John Romita Jr. also drew the Black Panther comic book for a while, and he even drew the Black Panther motion comic book? See, there's a good reason you don't see black characters being introduced in comic books very often, and when they are, they never get the exposure that their white counterparts do. There's a reason why black characters are often presented as stereotypes. These are the people who create the comics that you read. They created the storylines that have been used by the movie studios. And while none of them may be mouth-frothing racist, then again, neither is Richard Spencer or Jared Taylor. They all seem amiable enough. That is, until they tell you what their views on black people are. This is not about being some sort of media purist. Most white people subscribe to the tenets of white supremacy. Bill Maher should have taught you that. So, since they also control most of the media outlets and the content that comes from this media, unless you just turn on the TV, cover your eyes, and refuse to leave, it's damned hard to avoid it. When you watch TV shows, read comic books, or whatever, you're consuming what these people produced. What I'm telling you is to be aware of this, and that you need to be planning how you're going to escape, not from reality, but escape from the fantasy lies that these white media types are presenting to you. The media you consume should come from like-minded people who respect you, and if that media doesn't exist, then damn it, make it. That's what the Chinese did. But black people want to be passive consumers. That's what we want. Our minds and our bodies put to sleep. We don't want to be businessman of the year. We'd much rather settle for being employee of the month. You see, creating media is hard. Consuming media is easy. To many of you, you're very eager to overlook all this because you just want some unencumbered escapism. You talk about this Black Panther movie like it's some sort of historic event. Like this is up there with the March on Washington or something. You're projecting all of this importance onto a movie that you didn't make, had nothing to do with the content of, you won't be getting a penny from it, and it doesn't empower you at all. Rather, it ridicules you. But you talk about it like it's the second coming of Malcolm X. You use words to describe it that have no place in this discussion. Words like progress and influential, and my personal favorite, some of you have even been so bold as to say the word accomplishment. This is an accomplishment. Accomplishment? Okay then. When Dr. John Henrik Clarke talked about the Billion Man March 20 years ago, a lot of black people didn't like it. He criticized that march, and principally he criticized Louis Farrakhan. He told the truth about Farrakhan, and people didn't like that. Well, my response to the Negro nerds who call this Black Panther movie an accomplishment for black people is the same as Dr. Clarke's response to those who complained about him 20 years ago. He said that the Million Man March was an accomplishment, but an accomplishment for whom and for what? Yes, the Black Panther movie is an accomplishment, but for whom and for what? Whatever success this movie may or may not enjoy is an accomplishment for Disney, not you. Stan Lee gets to brag about how his IP made so much money and came to mean so much to black people. You don't get to brag about that. That's not your accomplishment, it's theirs. What on earth are you Negro nerds getting so happy about? Because while you're having nerdgasms, you don't even see the way the white media is manipulating you.
Man.
The goal of this movie is to make African people look like the bar scene from Star Wars. And they have. This is making African people to be exotic. And we are anything but that. Black people, the African is the original man. It's the white man who's exotic. This movie is not normalizing anything. This is sending a clear signal that black people are bizarre. That's what this movie is meant to say loud and clear. Everything about black people is weird. Because the more I hear you guys equivocate and make excuses for this movie, the more clear it becomes that there is no line for you. There's no limit that the white media can cross before you say that you're ready to walk away from their TV shows, comics, video games, movies. There's nothing that they can do that you would look at and say, that's the last straw. You can't even bring yourselves to be honest about a freaking movie. White supremacy bought you off with a single film because Black Panther gets to stand next to a popular studio enterprise. And you're paying them to make you look ridiculous. Black people tell themselves 100 lies before they get out of bed in the morning, and the first lie that they tell themselves is that they're not in a war of survival, one that we are losing. Your white counterparts, on the other hand, they clearly see themselves as being at war with you, and everything around them are instruments of that war, especially media. They play video games and read comic books and watch sci-fi shows and movies, and then they practice white supremacy. They try to pressure television stations or movie studios into not featuring black people as the leads on the TV shows and the movies. Not that the studios need much convincing on that front. They talk friendly while they're in front of you, and they practice war against you the moment your back is turned. You go to science fiction conventions and you see even the science fiction writers talking all kinds of racialist talk, just all sorts of soft shoe white supremacist dogma. And you don't even notice. I keep telling you, you need to be not just wary, but outright suspicious of the people who make the media that you consume. But apparently, scrutiny is taking a holiday. You get butthurt because you think my telling you to be aware and discriminating in what you consume means that I'm presenting Black Panther as your B1 litmus test. Let me tell you, Negro nerds and comicoons, something. I don't give a damn whether you see that reeking pile of white horse crap film or not. I don't care if you play every video game that's ever been made, or if you memorize every line from every issue of X-Men, Superman, and Black Panther combined, or if you've seen every episode of Star Trek ever filmed. My question to you is, do you see that as a momentary escape, or do you see the media that you consume as your reason for living? Because based on what I've seen, it's the latter, not the former. Yes, we all need diversions. We're humans. Too much time on any one thing is not healthy mentally. But you know what? That also goes for escapism, too. Too much time spent on your comic books and your video games and your fantasy sci-fi movies, that's not healthy either. But are you going to lie to me and tell me that you don't have enough digital toys, entertainment, and diversions already? Is that the reason you got mad with me? The reaction that I got from many of you, you would have thought that you had just gotten off a 25-year stay on a desert island, and that here I was taking away your last chance to see a movie before you died. Now I get it, some of you were raised by hood rats, and that explains some of the responses that I got, like, you know, Professor Truth, he ain't your daddy. If you want to see the movie, go see it. He ain't your daddy. Really? A lot of you don't know who your fathers are. And to use a line like that, you ain't my daddy? Really? That's the mentality that you have. A response like that isn't just juvenile, it's infantile. This is the kind of response that we saw. He ain't gonna tell you what to do. Nobody was telling you what to do, stupid.
They got a 5 hour, 28
What I was doing was telling you the truth about what you're doing. Nobody's trying to make you do anything. That's the first thing you Negro nerds and comicoons need to get that cinder block on your shoulders. Nobody's trying to stop you from doing that damn thing. You go ahead and you make sure that Disney keeps on making money, and you also make sure that the white media is emboldened to do even more black denigration fair, because you seem to think that Disney is some sort of small independent studio and not the biggest, most influential media titan on the planet. Do you think that Disney's putting this movie out there simply because they like black people? They're putting it out there as their trial balloon. They've already seen that black people sat on their hands after Precious and The Blind Side and Lee Daniels crap in the Medea movies. Now they're like, okay, it's time to go ahead and bring back the hardcore black denigration image. And you don't even see it. All they got to do is put a superhero in there, and you go, oh, we got a big budget. And Patrick Boseman, they got some CGI. See, they treat us just like the white folks. See, we in. We're accepted now. We're in. These are supposed to be the smart people who come to my channel, and this is the mentality they've got. You want to argue that watching a movie that stereotypes us doesn't make you a coon, when that wasn't even the point that I was making. But while you brought up the subject, though, I'll tell you right now, you're half right. Seeing that garbage in and of itself, watching the Black Panther movie doesn't make you a coon necessarily. But to be so vociferous in its defense because someone dares to tell you what's wrong with it, that does make you a coon. And if you were one of the idiots who decided that you were going to take issue with what I said, congratulations, you got a first-class ticket on the coon train. Defending the work of a studio who we routinely deride as racist, that makes you a coon. Some of the online scuttlebutt has focused on the recently released Black Panther poster that shows Patrick Boseman sitting on a throne, and some people have compared it to the iconic photo of Huey Newton. Now, of course, you can tell that these are some white supremacists who apparently just Googled Black Panther. I mean, you put in the word Black Panther into a Google search engine, first thing you're going to get is Huey Newton sitting on a goddamn throne, so it's obvious that, Patrick Boseman's picture would be close by. And yet, it's that addle-brained comparison like that that helps black people to think that this movie's all right. Oh, there were some white people bitching about that picture going, oh, you see Black Panther, this is Huey Newton. You see some white people bitching about it, and you think, they hate this movie, so there must be something right with it. They hate the name Black Panther because who the hell originated it? These white people bitched and complained about Blade. They wanted to know why Wesley Snipes was killing mostly white vampires. They may have any reason to complain about black people. This movie isn't special.
Because vampires
they bitched and complained about Obama. And some of us thought that because Reverend Wright made a couple of statements about America that were true, we thought, well, if this is Obama's pastor, he must be okay. By the way, how did that turn out?
Yeah.
How did that work out for us?
Yeah.
White people complained and bitched about Obama for 8 years. So Obama did right by us, right?
Nope.
White people complaining about something that black people do doesn't mean that it must be right. It just means that white people are still being white people. Though none of you seems to ever mention that the vast majority of white people liked the Black Panther trailer, and that these good white folks totally glossed over the fact that there were plate lips and grass skirts. None of the white people wanted to mention that. Nobody wanted to actually have to say that. They just pretended like they didn't see it, even though everyone saw it.
No, that's
you see,
what
white people
you see
don't
in Black
have
Panther.
to celebrate the racist imagery because they never do.
And
they don't celebrate the racist imagery. They like to go ahead and be oblique about it.
And plate lips. And plate
we loved The Blind Side. I'm sure it's not because it was some big dumb Negro. We loved The Green Mile. It was a good story, well told. Yeah, the fact that you got John Coffey and the big dumb Negro, whose only ability is to perform tricks for white people, helped to rehabilitate Tom Hanks' sex.
They would have done all
and of course,
the
he is
tortures after,
comfortingly
not just
killed
those.
the anti-white people like good. All all that power will never be put to use for black people. That white people were comforted when John Comey dies in the end.
Who?
So white people have
Green
always mastered the art of
the fact that
raising
John
things
Coffey dies at the end,
indirectly.
the fact that black people can't
They're not
use
going to
that
sit
power
there
for
and point
themselves.
to, ooh, platelets and grass skirts. That's how those niggers are. They won't praise that part of the movie. They'll just praise everything else. Because that's how they always promote white supremacy in the media. They never admit to the racist stuff that they actually like. They sit there and say that it's something else. Same way that when they put down a TV show or put down a black person, they don't say it's because you're black. They say, well, it's Obama's policies that we don't like. Yeah, right. Pull my other leg, why don't you? Well, it wasn't Malcolm X's skin color we didn't like. It's the fact that he said the white people are devils. Yeah, right. You remember when Luke Cage debuted on Netflix?
Oh, yeah.
I watched a number of online reviews from non-black people. And the interesting thing about all these non-black people who were reviewing the Luke Cage series, they all said the same thing. They said that they started off their reviews by saying Luke Cage is a black superhero. And that's what they would say. Well, okay, well, first of all, Luke Cage, he's a black man with superpowers. That's what they would all say. He's black. He's black. Did they think that nobody would notice that Mike Coulter is a black man? Is that why they kept saying that? Because they never described Matt Murdock as white man. They never called Jessica Jones a white woman. But when the lead of the show is a black man, they have to go ahead and say that he's black, even though this is television. The whole point of TV is so you can see him.
Means by geek culture.
You see, obviously, this is racialist code speak for them.
Yeah, exactly.
When they say that he's a black man, black is code for
we don't want to
bad.
watch this.
This is a bad thing. This is a black man. So this is not really a good thing. He's black. Now with Black Panther, notice how you don't see them calling him black? And they love to mention how this is important to black people. You got white folks sitting here going, oh, this movie is very important to black people. African Americans, surely, this is something, a point of pride for them. This is an accomplishment. Gee, I'm seeing white people sitting here actually pretending like they care what black people think. Doesn't that seem just a little strange to you? Because they damn sure never do any other time. White people love elaborate jokes. I was telling you guys about this, and a lot of you clearly didn't listen. White people love the kind of prank that takes a long time for the payoff, because they get a kinky thrill out of stringing the mark along. They pat the mark on the back, tell the mark how smart they are, watches the mark, eats this up and thinks they got a friend, when in truth they got an enemy who is preparing the mother of all double crosses for them.
There's nothing open today,
White people love that kind of thing. They love that kind of long con cruelty. They love that. They get off on it. To them, they get their psychological jollies by, I know something this idiot doesn't know. And when you see white people, the very same white people who have never been boosters of anything having to do with black people, they didn't praise red tails. Exactly. And they damn sure had nothing good to say about the birth of a nation. And yet these same black people, all of a sudden, we know this movie's important to black people. Let me tell you something. There was a guy, and I forget what his name was, he said that when it comes to TV critics or just movie critics in general, they never mention what the audience allegedly thinks unless it's something that the movie critic or movie reviewer himself agrees with. Yeah. They never sit there and say, oh, such and such a movie, audiences loved it unless they loved it too. They never ever talk about the audience unless it's something that they themselves want to be able to say, but they want to hide behind, well, it's the audiences. You see, I'm just telling you what the audiences think.
Yeah, it's not me.
So when white people sit here with this cheap, phony praise for Black Panther, they just because they like black people, when they sit here and say, well, this is so important to black folks, they have never said phrases like that before, and they damn sure never supported anything that they thought was important to black people, but they're supporting this. I mean, you need it spelled out for you, boxcar letters, that you're being punked. They never get happy about a black character, unless it's a slavery movie, or a black dysfunctional mess Broadcast like Precious, Blindside, Midnight, white people conveniently overlook the racist tropes in those movies too, you know. But here these white people are getting happy over this movie, and they're careful to avoid talking about the stereotypical imagery. See, they don't want you to look and go, man, these white folks really are getting over on us. They're instead saying, oh, how important for black people. They know how to ridicule you with a smile on their face.
This movie's so good.
They are the masters of the
we didn't make the
compliment.
character. We didn't invent the character. Character didn't come from
At a
us.
time when white racism, anti-black bigotry is higher than it's been in decades, white
Mr.
people
Lee
are
wanted to
praising
go ahead and
this
change it. It's like
American Black Panther,
and try to
they're
call him
praising
cold
it,
type.
and you don't see the scam. As black people, we keep making up these little games we have to play with ourselves so we don't have to change anything, especially not our viewing habits. I understand white people defend their entertainment so viciously. It's because white people don't have heroes. They have warmongers, slave mongers, and perverts as their historical representatives.
Pretty much.
White people need Captain Kirk because they don't have any honorable white men in the real world who they can look up to. White supremacy gave them everything, so they are desperately trying to figure out how to prove themselves in a world where everything's been handed to them. But it keeps failing because white supremacy caters to white people. They don't have to lift a finger for anything. They're told that they were great simply because they were born. They're empty and hollow, and they know it. So since they don't have any real-world accomplishments, they have to make up white men with character since they've never met one and will never be one. Luke Skywalker is real to them because white people understand that their position in the world is artificial and fake. So it makes sense that they would gravitate to made-up characters whose position is also equally fake. Luke Skywalker fills a psychological need for white people, same as Rocky does. Rocky Balboa feeds a psychological need for white people. White people's imaginary heroes overcome mediocre obstacles. Black people's heroes, on the other hand, overcame white people. They have to make up heroes and pretend these figments of their imaginations took on big challenges. Our heroes actually did. Our heroes challenged the most powerful, vile, and corrupt forces on Earth.
Sure did.
White people. White people are ready to fight in a heartbeat for their entertainment because just as white supremacy is a made-up lie, so is white courage and white character. What white people try to portray as their idea of substance was given to them by political propagandists and later on by Hollywood.
Yep.
So it makes total sense that white you tell them the truth about their entertainment, but black people, who are getting furious as hell over real remarks, true remarks, facts being given about comic books and movies. That's a little harder to understand. See, when it comes to entertainment, white people don't have to overlook the insults and the digs that movies and TV make to them because 99% of the time, unless it's a Spike Lee movie, the entertainment that white people see has nothing but praise for. The media that the kind of content that the white media produces is meant to validate, honor, and magnify white people. White people never have to make up excuses for what they see. They never have to excuse away any insults that a movie levels at them because 99.9% of the time there are none. But look at what people have had to say, rationalizations and the contortions that they've had to go to simply to try to ignore, well, not ignore because look at the comments, they ain't been ignoring anything I said, but to try to find a way to talk around the facts that I laid out.
You can't argue
as
facts.
black people, we're used to getting our standards
it's
from
not
white
an
people.
opinion.
I guess that's the problem. So when a black person says, these are the boundaries of what's acceptable and that what's outside of this is wrong, we're not going to listen to him. When somebody says these white folks have crossed the line, well, unless the white folks agree with them, unless I can find a white person that agrees with you, no. These are the same white people who are excoriating Nate Parker for Birth of a Nation, calling it nothing but an empty polemic, anti-white propaganda, racialist feel-good nonsense for black people, a complete distortion of history, just empty racializations. That's what they said about the Birth of a Nation. They wrecked Nate Parker's career for telling the truth about slavery and about white people. And yet these same white people are going gaga over this movie, and it never occurred to you to ask why. Of all the things these geeks talk about, notice how not one of them talks about the imaginary technology of Wakanda. You see, with Iron Man, it's all about repulsors and Hulkbuster armor and what else. With Black Panther, there's nothing. So the most technologically advanced society on Earth, but apparently none of Wakanda's technology ever captured anyone's imagination. Cute. If I say Ghost in the Shell, what's the first thing you think about? Thermoptic camouflage. I talk about The Matrix, what's the first thing you think about?
Bullet time.
Or you think about the fact that they have their cute little screens where symbols show in front of you instead of actual images. I talk about the trick, you think about the holodeck, phasers, photon torpedoes.
Inventions and future. I see what you're saying.
But we talk about Wakanda, because apparently it's so technologically advanced, and what do you think of it?
Yeah, like
nothing.
That's real world innovation.
So much for how the technological advancement is what people are coming to see. Yeah, that's what makes it so important to you. Yeah, the technology. T'Challa is supposed to be such a great character. That's another one you guys like to hide behind, but you can't tell me about any incredible stories that have been written about Black Panther. There are no Black Panther storylines that you say, oh, this storyline was so iconic. See, with Batman, you can point to Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns and Batman Year One. You can point to Nightfall. You can point to a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, but you can't.
With Superman, you can point to whatever happened to the Man of Tomorrow. You can point to those stories. But with Black Panther, you can't point to any stories and say, oh, this was just iconic, this was just great. You can't point to that. You have to stretch farther and farther to justify supporting this. And you turn around and have the nerve to say that, oh, criticizing this movie, oh, brother, that's a stretch. No, you're the one who stretches. I lay out the facts. You're the one who has to go halfway around the freaking world to find anything defensible about it. Yeah, all you gotta do, this is the lesson that white supremacy has learned from you Negro nerds. This is the lesson you taught to white supremacy and to white people, because this is how they operate. They look to see if you will give them license to come at you. You want to know why lynchings went on for so long? Because black people bought into white people's lies that, Jimmy over here, he hurt a white woman. Black people were so terrified of disputing white people. We were trying to win some sort of respectability politics game with white people. We allowed them to lynch black people and claim that it was all fair and right and legal, when because we didn't want to have to tell white people that they were wrong.
It was fair.
We were so busy trying to impress white people, we didn't see that that was their game. They didn't give a damn about any laws being broken. This was about, let's see how many killings we can get away with before black people smarten up to the scam. And you see how long it took us to smarten up. Now don't you? That's the game that white people love to play. Trick you into giving them permission to be racist. Trick you into giving them cover. And what will happen is they'll bash you over the head with it.
Oh, she rings a
and now
bell
what you've told to them, what you've revealed to them, what you've confirmed to them is all they have to do is make sure that they put a black video game, cartoon, or comic book character next to the racism, and you'll give them a pass. It will become immune to criticism.
Thank you.
See, when you're a pale male and you watch some movie, especially a comic book movie, the whole point of it is to make you feel good about being a white guy. Look at this whole Spider-Man Homecoming movie. You got this Asian character in there, and I'm not throwing any sympathy his way, but he's like this fat kid, and they make sure that he puts on Spider-Man's costume, and they want to show him as being this overweight, bulbous character. Now, what kind of message does that send? The message that it sends is a non-white Spider-Man is ridiculous. So, do you think that you'll be seeing Miles Morales web slinging through New York anytime soon. They just got through sending you a message, but a lot of you didn't get it. But the white guys did. That was reassuring for them. They pick up these unspoken signals loud and clear. That's how white supremacy has refined itself. They have refined themselves to the point now where they can deliver complex messages without having to say a word. A picture truly does speak 1,000 words under white supremacy because they refine the images and the messages behind those images to the point that they ain't even gotta say it. Just putting up the picture gets the point across. And white guys don't just feel good when they see this. They get the message that they're supposed to feel better than those non-whites. This is why the non-whites in these movies, particularly the black characters, are presented as dimwits, coons, cowards, and buffoons. You need look no farther than the black character in the Transformers 5 trailers if you want confirmation for that. And why does Michael Bay think he can get away with this? Because there was no pushback when the two ghetto bots were introduced in the Transformers movies. You had Jazz in the first Transformers movie saying, "What's cracking, bitches?" He gets killed, Megatron just rips him in half and throws him to the side like a couple of toys. Black people didn't get bent out of shape about that. Loving the CGI and the flashy camera moves too much, I suppose. I'm not saying get out with a rifle on point and say, Michael Bay, we're gunning for you, but what I am saying is you need to see when people are making a mockery of you. Now here's where the Negro nerds need to pay attention. When the white media puts out some escapist fantasy geared toward white males, everything in that movie is made to make them feel good about themselves. They don't have to talk themselves into it. They only see things that they like to see, because that's all that's being presented to them. You guys can't lie and say that you wanted to see plate lips and grass skirts. Are you going to lie and say that a Black Panther movie would have been less than you wanted unless they put plate lips and grass skirts in spears? How many of you were clamoring for that? How many of you looked and said, yeah, this is definitely something we wanted? None of you asked for that, but you got it anyway. Now, in order to get your Black Panther movie, you got to take all this extra crap that you didn't ask for. Which one of you is willing to lie and say that you waited 15 years for a Black Panther movie because you just couldn't wait to see Africans running around with plate lips and grass skirts? Come on, who wants to go on the record for that? All the other stupidity that you were talking yesterday, you might as well take this one too. You see, white people never have to rationalize the things that they see in movies. They don't have to talk themselves into believing that this movie is okay, that it's not so bad. Do we need depictions of black superheroes? Sure we do. But not like this. That's the point I'm trying to get across to you. Everything in a Black Panther movie should make you feel good about being black. There's nothing that should be cringeworthy. There's nothing that should make you look and go, man, did they have to throw that in there? And when you see white people speaking in defense of this racist crap, that's how you know who it was geared toward. And it wasn't geared towards you. With the sole exception of Blade, whenever Hollywood shows black people in science fiction, fantasy, or any other escapist subgenre, there's always got to be some crap that they throw on top. A depiction of a black character in this escapist subgenre, he can never be shown as clean. They can never just have him presented as, he's the guy who does all this amazing stuff and he has these great action set pieces and he comes out the other end clean as a rose, as fresh as a rose. He's just amazing. No, they got to throw some dirt on top. There's going to be some effort put on it. Now, I know why white people do this crap, but why are black people covering for them? Because you're addicted, and your drug of choice is escapist media fantasies. Look, to a certain degree, yes, with most of the stuff that comes out of the white media, you have to overlook the bigotry that's behind it because it's coming to you from a bunch of racists. Okay, you got a point with that, but are you willing to concede that I've got a point that you deserve better than that? Well, actually, let me rephrase that. If you're somebody who makes excuses for this kind of stuff, this is exactly what you deserve. You don't deserve better than this. This is precisely what you ought to have. But for For the rest of us who prefer our entertainment without the anti-black insults layered into it, we deserve better than this. You claim to be black first, but I make a rightful criticism of a comic book created by white people and you defend it like you made it? That means you invested psychologically into it. And since you enjoy sci-fi so much, perhaps I should recommend that you rewatch The Matrix. Particularly the part where Morpheus has to explain to Neo that most people can't see the Matrix because they depend upon it, and that they would fight to protect it. And for you hardcore geeks out there, you'll recall the exact word that Morpheus used, inured. He said that they were inured. He used that word to describe the mental state of the mindless masses who lived in the Matrix but didn't know it, and if you challenged it, they would protect it. For your information, inured means to accept something that is undesirable. White supremacy got to you early and programmed you to be susceptible to this stuff. And of course you're going to be angry at me because I'm telling you to rebel against your programming. And while we all like action, adventure, and acts of daring do, some of us want our escapism without the racist tropes. The studios that put this stuff out there, they do it so white people can get their jobs. And they knew that you would go for it, by the way, because you followed these comic books from your childhood. That's why you're fighting so hard against the truth. Like most white media, comic books condition you to think of white supremacy as not being evil. They show you make-believe depictions of a world without racism, at least without overt racism. You get to see characters over the course of months or even years who have regular interactions with each other, and why race doesn't seem to exist in this place. But that's no surprise. After all, aren't white people always saying, we don't see color? See, they're selling you the white people are colorblind lie. Poison in a candy coating. It's bad enough that you're not excoriating them, but by openly and boldly supporting this, you have now given them permission to do far worse. And you can mark my words on this, since you didn't mark everything else that I warned you about. Maybe you'll mark this. Their next anti-black media assault isn't going to be some black superhero from your childhood. And it won't be something that you'll be so easily able to dismiss either. You've given them the green light to go in on you. Look, a lot of kids grow up feeling alienated for a lot of reasons. Kids have trouble finding a place where they fit in, even among other children. So a lot of young people, a majority in fact, grow up not having a whole lot of friends. So their comic books, their cartoons, their favorite movies, these become their friends. You know, I've watched interviews where people who make media content, people like Quentin Tarantino and J. Michael Straczynski and others, that's the kind of thing that they said. They grew up basically without a whole bunch of friends, or they grew up under trying circumstances. And because of that, movies and TV became their friends, because they didn't have any in the real world. They lived largely inside their own heads, or they lived largely inside of TV shows because that's all they had. Well, given how dysfunctional the black community has become the last 50 years, this situation is far worse for black children. So I guess it makes sense that we would see this violent reaction to someone saying, hey, there's something wrong with your friends. Well, let me tell you something. It's real simple. Either white supremacy is totally wrong or it's totally right. Either you want to knock it over or you want to protect it. You can't have both. Because you know what? The white supremacists, they're not looking to have both. They're not looking at black people and saying, well, you know, either we want to destroy black people or we want to harmoniously live beside them. They're like, oh, the hell with that. We want to destroy them. They're not looking for a middle ground. We have a sick media paradigm right now. And it must be totally changed, completely changed. Not just a few minor changes around the edges, not just a few alterations. We have to destroy this thing and build something else in its place, something that will bear no resemblance to the current paradigm. So you keep making excuses for the white media. To you, it's only a movie. And to them, it's war. You keep trying to hide inside of their fantasies that they presented to you. I'm sure that'll have a happy ending. Well, soon the time is going to come when they're going to get tired of presenting feel-good fantasies to you and things for you to mentally play with, and they're going to finally get around to what they've been waiting for. They're going to start to make the media hostile towards you because it's going to be part of programming white people that black people are weird, bizarre, strange, undesirable. And soon it will get to the point where you won't even be able to make excuses for it anymore. But the problem is, by the time you Negro nerds finally decide to stop hiding in the white media's fantasy world, most likely the white supremacists will have already killed you in the real one. So, after 50-some-odd years of languishing in obscurity, the Black Panther finally comes to the big screen in 2018. And my reaction to this news? So the hell what? Now, for those of you who don't know, I need to give the backstory about this before I go ahead and launch into the meat of the subject. Black Panther is a comic book character who's been around since the 1960s, and his origins are pretty unflattering, to put it nicely. He was created by the legendary Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, two of the greatest legends in comic books, in fact, the two greatest. But when the character was originally created, his name wasn't Black Panther, as this sketch done by Jack Kirby himself proves. He was originally called the Coal Tiger. Interesting. And no, there's nothing wrong with your monitor. His costume is yellow, which begs the question, why the hell would they call him the Coal Tiger? He's one of the first clues that his costume meant nothing to do with him as an intellectual property. This was more of an inside joke, I would take it. It's just one of those things that pale males like to do that makes them chuckle incessantly. Well, even though his terrible name and costume were discarded, the new costume that they came up with for their Black Panther character wasn't much better. They just gave him a black body stocking and left it at that. This isn't merely laziness. This is blatant disregard. This wasn't a couple of amateurs or newcomers. This was Stan Lee and Jack Kirby at the very height of their popularity and their prowess at a time when Stan Lee was creating the Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, the Incredible Hulk, X-Men, and in a few years would be creating Daredevil. This is the first black character that Marvel Comics had. I know some of you will say with the Falcon, but I'm just talking about with his own book. Now, the way that Lee and Kirby tried to throw people off of their scent was by claiming that, counter to the stereotype, this Black Panther character is an African king who comes from the most technologically advanced nation on Earth. Okay, interesting, but look at how they framed their technologically advanced empire. Exciting jungle action. And this is the very first issue. Yeah, I know that this was the 1960s, and yeah, comics were still mostly for kids under the age of 12 at a time when black nationalism or black consciousness were unheard of, and there were no black people pushing back against stereotypical representations like this. But you know how I feel about the white cop-out. It was a product of its time. Because that sounds and smells like bullcrap to me. And while Wakanda is supposed to be so technologically advanced, you wouldn't know it by looking at the people. And this has only remained consistent over the decades. It hasn't gotten any better. Now, if you happen to like Black Panther as a concept, and I'm not so naive as to believe that many of you don't, well, we gotta be honest, it's because we didn't have any mass media intellectual property of our own like him. It's understandable, especially if you grew up on comic books, but all media media is about social influence. And that influence also includes comic books. Haven't I always told you that media isn't about entertainment? It's about mind control?
Yep.
Now, Stan Lee has suddenly, the last few years, for Black Panther. Now, he has said more about Black Panther in the last 12 months than he has in the previous 50 years. To hear Stan Lee talk about it, Black Panther is his favorite character of all time. Gee, you wouldn't know by the way that he handled the character.
Mm-hmm.
The decades passed, but Marvel's treatment of its first black superhero hasn't improved one iota. Now, by way of necessary admission, I need to get it on the record that I used to read comic books when I was a teenager, back in the early 1990s. And no, I don't think ill of anybody who's over the age of 18 and still reads them. I know that the material was pretty racy back then, and it's only gotten more so now, so this is not a juvenile medium type rant. But the reason that
Alright, who the hell are you?
So, this is merchandise. It's top-notch stuff, so be careful with it. Come on, help me get it unloaded. Ooh, watch your foot in there, landlubber. Wait, where are the wagons? I arranged 2 drivers. God damn it! I planned this whole thing. Least folks can do is show up on time. Train's coming in. Just act natural.
Yeah, you say that now. All of them, IRS.
You are under arrest for the manufacture and distribution of an illegal substance, escaping state custody, running bail, and tax evasion. And today, we will bring the fullest force of the law down upon you. You just can't stop running your mouth, can you, you moron again? You need to watch who you talk to. Moving it back. And 3 drivers, you hold them off. I'll try and start the engine.
Hold them off, nigga. Grand Horn. I can hardly see shit. Thank you. And that's without using dead eye, nigga.
For Christ's sake, they're still coming! Looks like I made it to Sisika after all. Don't worry about bluffing
That's what you saying until these bullets catch you in the face, nigga.
Okay. I think that's all of them. Christ, that was a close one. Oh. All right, these docks look clear. Let's unload and get the hell out of here. All right, that's the last one. Oh, thank you. Goddamn revenuers. It's like Hickson's got some sixth sense or something. I'll find how this got out, believe you me. Starting with them drivers. Can't trust anybody these days. Anyway, at least we got what we came for. See you back at the house.
Huh?
I don't read comic books anymore, and that I've only seen a handful of those Marvel movies is because at the end of the day, I'm looking for something for black people. I'm just that serious about it. This is not to say that there's something wrong with you if you do, but I'm wondering when the hell are we going to get off the bench and get into the game? Now, Marvel Comics is owned by Disney. So when you see Marvel Comics, I'm talking about the comic books pushing homosexuality, that's actually Disney pushing it. When you see people being hired at Marvel, they're actually being hired at a Disney subsidiary. And this brings us to Ta-Nehisi Coates. For all of you who wonder why I don't have anything to do with the so-called conscious movement, it's because they tend to create chumps like this. Now, this guy's parents clearly heard of Kemet. They even named him with a Kemet name. And look what he turned into. Kind of like Charlemagne the Coon, Charlemagne the Clown, Charlemagne the God. He uses 5%er talk and then turns right around and fawns over the likes of Lena Dunham and Tommy Lauren. Bad enough that he's sitting here chasing after some white women, but for God's sake, he chose the bottom of the barrel. Women who hate black people. That tells you everything you need to know about him. By the way, on a side note, Charlemagne the Coon just put out a so-called book called Black Privilege. Opportunity comes to those who create it. I've always told you that the white media doesn't put on any black people who are not on team white supremacy. And that goes double for Ta-Nehisi Coates. He's the guy who Marvel Comics chose to write their reboot of Black Panther last year. I'm sure that his name is familiar to you, and it should be because he's Chris Hayes' black friend. You probably have seen him once or twice on MSNBC and a few other outlets. He wrote a so-called book about reparations, and the white media never promotes anyone who brings up that subject. So the fact that he seems to be a constant media darling of the white media, that ought to tell you something. He's your typical black left-wing shill. He thinks only inside the predetermined parameters given to him by his white masters. He regurgitates the same talking points, pushes their agenda aggressively, and while he did endorse reparations on paper, he's also been a hell of a lot more vocal and aggressive about promoting gay marriage and legalizing immigrants. He's one of those black people who uses the type of unthreatening language that dances around the edges of white supremacy without ever coming up the middle. He's the kind of black person who's guaranteed not to offend white conservatives, nor to give white liberals any heartburn either. And don't ask me to go easy on him because he wrote a book that mentioned reparations. One good position can be utterly negated, if not obliterated, by taking up 3 bad positions. I don't know whose idea it was to put Ta-Nehisi Coates on the payroll over at Marvel, but he's only the latest in a series of bad ideas for the creative team to lead a Black Panther title. They had one of the Hudlin brothers on the book back some time ago. Coates has no background in comic books. He's a liberal columnist for The Atlantic, among some other publications. And even if I did approve of his stances on the issues, he does us very little good because by his own admission during a joint interview with Chris Hayes, he's been asked to be on numerous TV programs, but he's very shy, as he put it, so he turns them down. Very shy? And if you had seen him when he made this admission, he was acting like a straight-up female, a white one at that, shrugging his shoulders, aw shucks, head to the side. Now, I'm not going to go and call him outright gay, but I will say he's sexually suspect. His masculine quotient is damn low, which goes a long way towards explaining why the pale males like him so much. He is an unthreatening Negro. Now, if you want to know why Marvel brought in Ta-Nehisi Coates, consider this. He has no background in that business. And to give you a window as to his mentality, he was quoted as having said, "When I was a kid, Spider-Man was right under Malcolm X for me in terms of heroes." How interesting. So Peter Parker is right up there with Malcolm X in the mind of Ta-Nehisi Coates. See, when people like him come into the white media, they could give less than a damn about telling a story. They see it as nothing more than a soapbox for them to stand on and spout their ridiculous leftist dogma, which has nothing to do with black people. And so he did. He made Black Panther into a clumsy front for his own liberal ideology that, of course, is white-tested, white-approved. In an article in The Guardian, Ta-Nehisi Coates was quoted as having said, "It costs comic books way less than movies to do diverse things." But when someone like Coates says diverse, he doesn't mean black. He means black gays, black hunchbacks, black transgender. In other words, black is only an incidental to him. It's totally unimportant. Black people don't need diversity or equality or power, and black is only important to the extent that it can be used to promote something other than black. So whenever you see someone like Ta-Nehisi Coates deciding to promote black people, it's only incidental. You better look for what the other adjective is next to black to find out what his real agenda is. And let's get something else on the record. LGBTQs are only 3% of the population, tops. Black people are, if we go with the government's figures, 4 times that much. So what sane person can have any reason for pushing LGBTQ as if they are the only people in the society? Because that's what we've been seeing for several years now. Of course, all you have to do to find out the answer is to check out the sexual orientation of many of the people at the top of media to find out the answer. For example, Bryan Singer, director of X-Men. He's a homosexual, as is Ian McKellen. Anna Paquin, who played Rogue, she claims to be bisexual, but by all accounts, she leans more toward girls than guys. Ellen Page, who played Kitty Pryde in one of the X-Men movies, she, of course, is a long-standing lesbian. And those are just the high-profile ones from one movie franchise in particular. And it doesn't just stop with the movies. You can look at the kids' cartoons if you want other examples. Susan Blue, voice acting director and the voice of RC on the Transformers cartoon way back in the 1980s. She's a lesbian, has been for decades. You can go on the internet and see her taking her vows with her lifestyle partner. James Flinders, he did the voice of Leonardo back in the day on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He's a homosexual, been a homosexual activist for decades now. Now, although this may surprise you, try to understand, these people were gay back then in the 1980s. The only difference is you didn't know it. And that was the reason that Marvel Comics chose this chunk. They want a black face to push a white agenda. See, Marvel, or should I say Disney, like a lot of media, has gotten on the LGBTQ kick, and they decided that Black Panther was going to be their chosen stalking horse to go undercover queer. And don't just take my word for it, Ta-Nehisi Coates came in the door saying what it was that he intended to do, and all of these white media outlets, particularly online, decided to push this chump like he was the second coming. Now, these guys didn't have anything good to say about Ta-Nehisi Coates before, but all of a sudden they love this guy, kind of like they did with Issa Rae. See, until the white powers that be can make use of them. In the Guardian's article, they were blatantly Coates' book as being great even before it was published. Quote, Coates' story, no matter how good it is, and it's likely to be great. This is a guy who's a social critic, not a comic book writer. He's never written fiction, at least that's not what he calls his articles. He's never even written a comic book. And this is what the white media was saying about him in September 2015, more than 6 months before Coates' first Black Panther issue had even been published. There weren't any samples to show at this point, so merely the announcement of Coates as the writer justifies saying that his work is likely to be great. But he is what the Soviets used to call politically reliable, so the quality of his work is irrelevant. Coates is a known quantity to the white media, and as we found out, he didn't disappoint them. When Coates' Black Panther run began, he continued the insipid idea of an all-female bodyguard for King T'Challa, a bodyguard who spends no time whatsoever actually protecting him. This, of course, is the pathetic idea of a black man would have an all-female harem, but more importantly, they would be the main ones doing all the butt-kicking, because who actually thinks that a black man would be able to protect anyone? They're a bodyguard who apparently likes to run missions for the king as well. So are they a bodyguard, a special forces strike team, or both? Ta-Nehisi Coates apparently isn't very sure. And if they run missions for the king, then what the hell does he need to gallivant around with the Avengers for? Just send his killer female harem to handle things, since apparently they're a lot tougher than all the men in Wakanda. See, this is a form of emasculation. You got this so-called black writer putting together this fictional black kingdom where the black man needs his woman to protect him because he's too weak to do it himself. There is no validation of black masculinity. The black man as protector, provider, able to face down all threats and to be able to give the answers to his people. That's not what Ta-Nehisi Coates is selling. Black emasculation is a crucial part of the white media offensive against black people. Just like with the Blade movie franchise, in the first Blade movie, Wesley Snipes did all the butt-kicking himself solo. But by the time they got around to the third one, David Goyer decided that Blade needed to have a couple of white people, and they weren't going to be sidekicks. It was going to be their movie with Blade just guest starring. Take a look at the articles that you see online regarding Black Panther, and what you will see is they are celebrating what they see as the black female harem being, quote, front and center. And that phrase is used by not a few websites online. They are enthused and absolutely ecstatic to see that Black Panther's women are going to be the ones who the movie gives a ton of screen time to. I'm not making that up, by the way. Marvel recently had a closed showing of certain portions of the early footage of Black Panther, and they invited a lot of online people to come see it and give their ideas afterwards. And all of them talked about how the black female bodyguards are the first ones that we see in the movie, and how great it is that we see them. They say practically nothing about Black Panther, except for how he has to bow in front of a woman before getting his crown. This is emasculation par excellence. But this was only the beginning of the limp-wristed writer Coates' effery. See, he had an agenda when he signed on with Marvel. Being a flaming lefty, it wasn't long before he got to what he really wanted to do, and that was indoctrinate what he hopes are young readers with accepting the gay lifestyle. So he creates two characters whose only purpose is to fawn over one another nonstop. This is what T'Challa's all-female bodyguards are about. They don't concern themselves with protecting the king, not like it's their job or anything. Their real interest is in making out with each other. It consumes most of their time together. Every time they show up on a page, it's just to make out. Every scene is either them making out, or it's them getting ready to make out. Coates' Black Panther proved itself to be unquestionably Marvel's most aggressively homosexual title, and it set a new low mark for how far they were willing to stoop to be able to dress black people up as stalking horses for an agenda, and even without seeing the sales figures, Marvel announced that they were going to launch a second Black Panther title. That's how you know the fix was in. Gee, Marvel had never been this aggressive about a black IP before, but of course, it's not the black part that had Marvel so eager to expand Black Panther's presence. Their second Black Panther title is called World of Wakanda, and this time, the two lesbians would be front and center. Well, that didn't take long, now did it?
Yeah,
they let Ta-Nehisi Coates choose who the scribbler for this second title would be, and he chose a raging lesbian, the appropriately named Roxanne Gay, to write this second Black Panther title. And yes, she does look like the stunt double for Precious, now doesn't she? And if Coates was a bad pick to be a writer, this morbidly obese cow was the wrong pick. In an interview with the New York Times, Roxanne Gay said, and I quote, "The opportunity to write black women and queer black women into the Marvel Universe? There's no saying no to that." So she tells you right off the bat what her motivation is, and it's not to write great stories. Roxanne Gay does the opposite. She wears her ignorance of the company and the IP she's working on as a badge of honor. To her, it's a paycheck, nothing more. And she gets to dramatize her sick delusions on Disney's dime. She even had the gall to go on Twitter and tweet a comment about her being the first black female writer at Marvel, tweeting, and no, it doesn't make sense that I am the first in 2016, but I won't be the last. Don't be so sure about that. We'll get to that part later on, but this is how this creature came in the door at Marvel. She walked in showing blatant disrespect and disdain for the very company whose IP that she would be handling. And yet, for some reason, that didn't seem to bother Marvel. Now, what kind of impression does this make on the readers to have an incoming writer talking like this? Well, as I'll point out in a little bit, it made a poor impression. But take notes, folks. Those of you who want to run a media venture one day, you better be damned careful about the talent that you choose to hire. As the movie producer Jerry Bruckheimer once said, you gotta make sure everyone there is trying to make the same movie. Roxanne Gay's attitude should have been a deal breaker. Typically, when a new writer is brought on to a movie production or a comic book, they go on and on and on about how much they love the franchise and how they feel so proud to be part of it, to be contributing to it. But in her New York Times interview, Roxanne Gay quipped that, quote, "My agent was not thrilled that I was taking on another project." I haven't read any of the issues that Roxanne Gay wrote, just like I haven't read any of the crap that Ta-Nehisi wrote. And apparently no one else did either. But this attitude of contempt for the company that she chose to work for tells you everything you need to know about why the comic book industry in general is doing gangbusters at the box office and is on life support at the bookstores. Roxanne Gay doesn't know a damn thing about the very company that she's working for, doesn't care about comic books, and doesn't even like them. Like Ta-Nehisi Coates, to her, this is merely a platform for her to push her asinine obsession before she moves on to some other thing. Now, perhaps I'm being judgmental due to the company she keeps, but I'm willing to go out on a limb and say that she's a feminist. Perhaps it's the titles of the books that she's written, such as Bad Feminist and Difficult Women. This is who Ta-Nehisi Coates thought had the makings of a good comic book writer? Now, I know this is going to date me a bit, but from what I remember, Marvel has fallen quite a long way from the likes of Jim Starlin, whose works are forming the spine for half of Marvel's Phase 1 movies, by the way, specifically the Infinity War, to a bloated feminine like Roxanne Gay. She is exactly the type of mouth-breathing half-wit that feminists adore and that the rest of the society can't stand. Sure, she wrote some fiction, all right, which I suppose puts her a couple of rungs higher than Ta-Nehisi Coates, but wait till you see what she wrote. Her debut novel was called An Untamed State. It's about a woman, the child child of Haitian immigrants who are rich and influential. What kind of Haitian immigrant parents are these? If her parents are rich and influential, then why the hell they immigrate? Anyway, the lead character in the book lives as an attorney in Miami, and she goes on a vacation to Haiti with her, wait for it, white husband and their mulatto child. The woman winds up being kidnapped because, hey, it's Haiti. Of course they would kidnap her. And her wealthy and influential father refuses to pay the kidnappers ransom for some unknown reason. So the lead character is raped and mistreated by these Haitian men as a result. Now, if you're thinking Precious Lee Daniels' entire filmography, the movie Midnight, and everything else that black homosexuals and lesbians write, then give yourself a gold star. Anytime they write about black people, it's always going to be totally insulting and make black people out to be morally deficient. Black men in particular will always bear the brunt of these attacks because black men have refused to capitulate one iota on our stance towards the lifestyle, so we're always going to be a particular target for them. And you won't be surprised to learn that Roxanne Gay herself is the child of Haitian immigrants. Not their best and brightest, obviously. And this is how she portrays Haitians, not a semblance of human recognition for them. This is a woman who has learned to see the world through the eyes of white people. She's taken what she does in the bedroom and converted that to her entire identity. The black part, that's unimportant. Gay's entire run on this new Black Panther title was hailed by white online LGBTQ types from the jump, sight unseen, as Marvel's flagship LGBT title. Flagship LGBT title, huh? Well, they're not even trying to hide it. It's one thing to call something an agenda. This is an outright onslaught. When they say diversity, that means gay, full stop. It doesn't even mean diversity of lifestyles. It only means one. The gay movement has always used black people as a shield to hide behind so they can get close to the levers of change and then Shanghai our movements in the last moment for their own benefit, whether it's the civil rights movement or Black Lives Matters. Gays live in an alternate universe, mostly in their own minds, where white supremacy doesn't exist. They push the lie that black people being murdered in a church is somehow not as important as gay people not being represented on this or that TV show or even comic book. To them, that's an actual equal comparison. They've convinced themselves that everyone is a closet homosexual. You, me, your person sitting next to you, and that it's heterosexual all the people from finally being able to come out of the closet. Now, the gay online Gestapo will deny this until the day they die. At least whenever they're around heterosexuals, they'll deny it. But when you look at online message boards and at what they say on their own web-based platforms, this is exactly what they believe. They say that heterosexuality is in fact the minority, and that if only social norms could be relaxed, then the gay majority would feel confident enough to be who they are. This is not merely an obsession for them, it is insanity. This is not an attempt to change reality, this is a flat-out war on reality. And this is why no matter how many gay kisses they show, no matter how many people are shown engaging in homosexual behavior in print, TV, or in movies, you could have Superman and Batman in a three-way gay tryst. It wouldn't be enough. They see the world through their crotch. This is a bottomless well that can never be filled, so everyone that they meet is viewed through that prism. You can forget about storytelling. Let's just see one lurid sexcapade after the other, each one more prurient than the last, more degenerate than the last. After all, that's the only thing about any story that can ever engage their attention, and they want to distort and pervert all media until it conforms to the same demented idea. Now, before I go any farther, I want to emphasize something. Marvel Comics is owned by Disney, the same guys who are shaping the Marvel Cinematic Universe are also the same ones reshaping the Marvel Comics universe. Marvel movies have been out for 10 years now. Ta-Nehisi Coates only came on board last year. So this isn't some new sea change or some out-of-the-blue development. This is merely part of a media strategy that has been in the offing a damn long time. You know, it says a lot about what inspires people to be creative. Some people are inspired by possibilities, others by things that exist that they wish didn't, and others by whatever tickles their crotch. When you elevate a bedroom practice to literally being your identity, then you suffer from a mental disorder. Well, what I was able to find, Ta-Nehisi Coates' first Black Panther issue sold 300,000 copies, according to Bleeding Cool, which made it the best-selling comic book of April 2016 when it debuted. Now, that's nothing to sniff at in an industry where if you're able to get 100,000 copies, you're in literally the top 3. Now, they were growing back then. Black Panther beat out all the Star Wars titles on sale that month, including the debut issue of Poe Cameron's title. But then later in the same article, Bleeding Cool pointed out that, quote, Bleeding Cool has reported on a slump in sales from 2016 based on 2015, and that continues. This year so far, 2016 is down 12% in terms of comics sold and 4% down in total revenues. This really isn't good. My, how their tune changed. All this in the same article. So while they're bragging about the sales figures, the truth of the matter is 1 in 7 comic book readers walked away in the last 12 months alone. And this isn't good, they say? Damn right it's not. And while the white media made much hay out of their gay stalking horse selling 300,000 copies last year, the second issue of Ta-Nehisi Coates' Black Panther comic had dropped to 75,000 issues sold. According to Comicron.com, as of February 2017, the latest month for which sales figures are available, Ta-Nehisi Coates' Gay Panther is now down to 35,000 issues sold. Now, while it's natural to have a steep drop-off between the debut of a media item and its follow-up, whether it's a movie's opening weekend or a TV series premiere or a book series debut, it is not natural to have a drop-off of 75%, which is what happened to Ta-Nehisi Coates' Black Panther series just between the first and second issues alone. Now, sure, you'll lose readers who either just wanted the first issue and nothing else, people who still think that comic books are collector's items, or those who, for whatever reason, figured out that the series wasn't for them, so they weren't going to continue reading it. But a year into your run, and you're still bleeding readers, that's like 3 or 4 major story arcs. That's a long time for people to still be figuring out whether or not they like your book. This isn't undecideds making up their minds. These are people who tried to hang in there, hoped that the stories would get better, and when they didn't, they found something else to read. I want you to dwell on those numbers for just a bit. In a year, Ta-Nehisi Coates' Black Panther series went from 300,000 copies sold for a debut issue down to a current 35,000 overall. So in the first month alone that he was on that book, 3 out of 4 people who bought the first issue didn't bother to come back for the second one. And he's been steadily hemorrhaging readers ever since. And today's sales of his book are only 10% of what they were just 12 months ago. So, in truth, if we want to be honest, Ta-Nehisi Coates has managed to run off 90% of the people who bought his book last year. No wonder he's announced that he's going to be leaving the Black Panther comic book at the end of this year. I guess he's decided to jump instead of waiting to be pushed, and when the Black Panther movie debuts continues in February next year, assuming Marvel is still publishing the book, the sales are going to jump for that month. And Coates will no doubt take credit for that. That is, assuming Marvel stops pretending that they're not going to cancel the book already. Oh, and as for what's-her-name, Gay's World of Lesbomania, it's only up to its 4th issue, and it's only selling half of what Ta-Nehisi Coates' book sells. Little over 17,000. Readers didn't bother to jump ship on World of Wakanda. They never got on board to begin with. But the thin end of the wedge had already begun to do its work, because we see what the online whining has been in regards to the upcoming Black Panther movie. Recently, the gay Gestapo was salivating to have an LGBTQ in a Marvel movie. And when it turned out that there wouldn't be the case, they went to a test. Now, they're trying to make no gay people in a Marvel movie into a scandal all of a sudden, but only for the Black Panther. See, they didn't get upset over the dozen or so Marvel movies already been produced, or the TV shows that don't have gays in them. DC announced that Wonder Woman would indeed be a bisexual now, at least in the comic books. Well, with her highly anticipated movie coming out later this year, surely the gay Gestapo would be demanding that she be shown smooching women, right? Nope. She makes goo-goo eyes at Chris Pine, and you don't hear a peep from the online whining brigade. Wonder Woman is the first solo female comic book movie to come from the big boys since they started their own cinematic universes. And yet the same people who are trying to start a boycott against the Black Panther movie, a comic book character who they never even read, are curiously uninterested in the fact that Wonder Woman isn't going to be making out with women. And in the comic books, Iceman, yes, the one from the X-Men, has been retconned into a homosexual, but none of these online gay malcontents are furious that Fox still hasn't had Iceman with a boyfriend. Oh, but this black superhero that most of them don't know, never bought a single issue of his book, and don't give a rip about, if this black movie comic book character doesn't validate the lifestyle, then people should boycott. That's how you know this isn't grassroots. It's AstroTurf. We know why it is that it's so important to the gays that the homosexuals and lesbians be shown in children's fare. Because they understand that as long as there is this unspoken prohibition or this high resistance to putting gays into certain fiction media, what it means is that being gay is still considered to be perverted. That's what we need to go ahead and put out on the table. That's certainly what the gays perceive it to be. So as far as they're concerned, this is about making sure that gay isn't perverted. Sure, you can have teenage boys kissing teenage girls, and it can even be shown on Nickelodeon or Disney Channel. But what about two girls kissing each other? Isn't that the same thing? Society clearly says, no, it's not the same thing. Now, as I said before, Ta-Nehisi Coates will most likely be leaving Black Panther in 2018, not that it matters to me. Though it is interesting that Marvel has already announced that they will be taking no more solicitations for World of Wakanda. Now, for those of you who don't understand the lingo, solicitation is when the bookstores ask the publishers to send them more issues. In other words, the few bookstores who may be silly enough to ask for next month's World of Wakanda issue will be told by Marvel that there's not going to be one. Seems the flagship LGBTQ title at Marvel just sank. This is a lesson to be learned for everybody who wants to do something in media, but it's a cautionary tale of what not to do. DC Comics built their empire on the idea of their comic book characters being the new gods. Superman is Zeus, Wonder Woman is Diana, Aphrodite, whatever, Batman is Hercules, I don't know. But the point is, DC's characters are more mythological than human. You can look at Superman as a symbol, but you can't really be Superman. When When Stan Lee and the boys came along to help Marvel get on its feet, they had the opposite idea. Marvel built their empire on characters who the reader could relate to. It was all about whether or not you could understand who they were, and they were not unattainable. But keep in mind, just because you want characters that the reader can relate to, that is not the same as identity politics. Kids could relate to Peter Parker because he was mistreated in school, he was put down by teachers, and largely overlooked in his peer group, but he knew that he was a hero underneath, and he proved it every night when he was away from his teen peers. He didn't like how he was treated, but he didn't need his teenage peers' validation either. He didn't need the validation of his teachers. He knew who he was, and even without having to win fistfights in school, he still stood up for himself. That's powerful for children at the most vulnerable point in their psychological development. Now, where in that is there room for whether Peter Parker likes kissing girls or guys? If you've decided that you just can't relate to a character unless they kiss someone of the same gender, if something that meaningless and trivial is a monumental requirement for you, if that's a must-have for you, then the problem doesn't lie with comics, or with any other popular media for that matter. The problem is you. When your crotch is your identity, you wind up making it the end-all and be-all of your existence. That is a mental derangement, and we have to start having the courage to call it what it is. When you see people talk about a TV show or a movie, and the first thing that comes out of their ignorant mouths is, who's sleeping with whom? That's the only thing that engages them. They just made a confession to you. That is all that's important to them. They are admitting to what's at the top of their totem pole of personal values. Marvel and DC's war to see who can push the lifestyle most aggressively is a large part of why they are both in enormous trouble. They make billions of dollars in the box office, but they can't beg anyone to drop $4.95 at the bookstore. So, why are these same properties being embraced on the big screen, but treated like cancer in print? A large part of it is because they're not the same thing that they were anymore. I remember back when comics used to cost $1, and the price tag is a large part of the problem. 28 pages for $5? I'm afraid that's a bit much. As one comic book publisher once said, we made our fortune on lunch money and sticky dimes. Comic books have largely priced themselves out of the market. These days, they seem to be pricing themselves out of business, and there seems to be no common sense breaking out to this pig simple reality. You're not in an environment where you're going to be able to take what started off as a enjoyment for kids and was largely accessible to everyone because it was affordable, and then you raise the price 5 times as much, more in 20 years than it went up in the previous 90 years, and then turn around and say, I can't understand why people aren't buying it. It's because it went from being a mass market item to being a boutique item. And you don't get to have mass market appeal when you're selling boutique items. But the problem for the comics industry is a lot more than merely the fact that they're pricing themselves out of existence. The problem happens to be with the product itself and how it's turning the public off. You see, the reason that the movies are doing so well and the comic books aren't is because the movies are still complying with what audiences expect. The movies still comply with societal norms. The stories are about the stories. As Ta-Nehisi Coates pointed out, comics are cheaper than movies. And clearly, for the people who make comic books, that means to them that they can concentrate on their own silly fixations. You can afford to have some flops, a lot in fact, because one mediocre selling comic book can absorb the losses of 5 to 10 failures. You can afford to deny reality and decide that your sexual obsessions are more important than sales because it won't necessarily sink the company, at least not immediately anyway. But the problem is a movie is a massive investment, and you can't play those same games with cinema. The movies are forced to conform to reality. and not the prurient sexual games of the filmmakers. And this from an industry that's run by perverts, by the way. Granted, I haven't read a comic book since Sir Mix-a-Lot was relevant, but even I, with my limited knowledge of comic books today, know that the audience for comics has gotten a lot older and older. What that means is the same people who were reading comic books back when I was are the same ones reading them today. Problem is, no one else is. There's no younger people coming in to replace the older readers. That's how the comic book industry managed to survive for so long in the first place. And as the Gen Xers begin to abandon comics altogether, that's going to sound the death knell for the industry. Comics are not connecting with young readers, and there's a good reason for that. Young people want unencumbered escapism. They want high adventure. But the gays, on the other hand, seem to be looking for something else entirely. When they read comic books, watch movies, or take in any sort of media for that matter, what they're looking for is personal validation. That's what it's about to them. Does that mean there's absolutely no room for the lifestyle? Well, considering that they only make up 3% of the population, it's insane to see them in more than 3% of the books. When you decide that you're going to push a lifestyle that fully 97% of the people have nothing to do with and, truth be told, disapprove of, can you really say that you're surprised when they decide to find something else to do, something that doesn't offend them? Right now, the industry is bending over backwards to cater to 3% of the readers, and as a result, they're only pleasing 3% of the readers. These professional whiners who you see online who like to push all this gay validation stuff, not surprisingly, they don't even read comic books. And in fact, most of them have open contempt for them. They only care about it to the extent that they can use it to push their own agenda. Kinda reminds you of Roxanne Gay, now doesn't it? It's like the Gamergate thing a while back, and while the video game sphere is a hotbed of racism, which I'm going to get into at a later date, this is the MO of a lot of these so-called social justice types, kind of like the morons who were trying to put together their list of black men who they wanted off the internet. They try to find whatever they think is trending and jump out in front of it. This, what they were doing with comic books and with video games, is the media equivalent of that. Video games were clearly where the people are, and they thought that they spied on some high visibility concept that this industry was, and to make it a proxy for their own social agenda. So, are we getting more female protagonists in video games yet? When are we getting that first openly gay video game character? These companies who do try to push the lifestyle seem to confuse what the news media thinks is important with what readers will think is important. And as they proved with the election of Donald Trump, the media has no clue what the public actually thinks. Or if they do, they don't care, to their embarrassment. Media companies are trolling for headlines, desperately trying to get attention for their own show by announcing that they're introducing so-and-so gay character, so-and-so lesbian, so-and-so bisexual, so-and-so transgender. Okay, and after we see two women slobbering on each other's faces, or watch Jeffrey Tambor running around in a skirt, then what? These asinine exercises in personal validation rise and fall right there and leave absolutely nothing to follow after them. Businesses who have to invest tens, if not $100 or more $1 million into an IP are not about to ruin their business just to cater to some local minority of malcontents. They understand who their core audience is, and they're going to cater to them. Young people, and people in general who like speculative fiction, don't want your social angst. They don't want your feminist daddy issues, or for you to ram your sexual kink down their throats. They won't tolerate it. They want a character who they can relate to on a variety of levels, not some one-dimensional walking ad for gay love is no different than heterosexual love. These clowns think going after a kid's medium is some slick way that they can sneak their indoctrination into young minds. But they're wrong on 2 counts. First of all, comic books are not read by kids anymore. You're talking to a bunch of 30 and 40-year-olds now. And secondly, if you are going to try to feed somebody poison, it has to be delivered in a candy coating in order for it to work. Otherwise, they'll reject it outright. They still haven't learned that lesson yet. Unless you have compelling stories where the adventure is the star, then don't expect anyone to stick around to see how the story turns out. Guys wearing spandex and having fights with crooks and galactic threats don't lend themselves to identity politics because their milieu is too fantastic for something that minor. Now, you can do identity politics with lesbian prison shows, but as the CW is finding out, trying to shoehorn the lifestyle into the DC TV universe is turning out to be a ratings nightmare. When comics choose to become a subsidiary of identity politics with a bunch of angry leftists determined to coerce people into believing what they believe, that they won't kill what used to be the hottest thing in print. The problem with comics today is that they're stepping up to the readers with an agenda, and they are blatantly embracing a value system that the readers don't. The readers want escapist fantasy, but apparently comic books aren't interested in that anymore. So the readers are gravitating toward video games because they still want escapist fantasy there. Comic books today aren't about amazing adventure or heroes you can relate to for that matter. They're now all about identity politics for gays, lesbians, feminists, and about personal validation. They still have the nerve to call themselves superhero stories, but they're about characters who are neither super nor heroes. They take guys wearing tights and capes and reduce them to nothing more than petty teenagers with petty issues. They're all relationship dramas, and stupid ones at that. Petty romance stories where they display every conceivable variation on every possible type of romance triangle, interaction, etc. No one cares about righting wrongs or saving the world. It's all about showing so-and-so how much you want to have a roll in the hay with them. Who's sleeping with who? The readers look at comic books as being a morality play writ large. But the comic book industry has decided it has no use for that. And this disease has poisoned much of television as well. Practically every TV show is all about sex and with how many people are having it. Meanwhile, the hottest show on broadcast TV is The Walking Dead, which is mostly about people running from zombies. The second leading show, Game of Thrones, which sure has plenty of sex, but mostly it's about politics in a fantasy setting. Look, we all have our social issues that we care about. I certainly wear mine as a badge of honor, but as I've always said, there's a big danger in falling in love with your own idea because you tend to overestimate its appeal. This is how comics became susceptible to this cancer, and is now spreading it. Instead of imagining new stories, they instead want to focus on new romantic angles, and the readers are through with it. Comics have had romance genres, love stories before, but they never ever sold anywhere near the same as the superhero stuff. But now the entire industry has gone that same failed way. They've become a niche, and an unpopular niche at that. As black people, we need to be smarter than to allow others to trick us into things that we don't believe or agree with. You empower the things that you watch. By giving it your time, you show that that's what's important to you. And while the gay movement has failed to trick people into reading gay material, to bait and switch them into accepting gay characters, the real question is, what the heck are we going to be doing to empower and promote ourselves when it comes to media? Yes, we need black heroes in fiction, but what we need are creators putting out the content. It needs to come from us. Perhaps responsible black content creators haven't made quite enough works of quality yet, or important enough works to break through, but the real question is, even if they presented these works to you, would you decide to accept them? Not because they were created by black people. That's the hustle that Marvel and the white media tried with Ta-Nehisi Coates, but the reason you should accept them is that they're good stories, well told, with characters that you can relate to and compelling situations whose outcomes that you want to stick around to see the conclusion of. As I've always said, the point of media is to promote a value system. We see the one that Marvel is pushing. Does it matter to you what value system the media you consume is promoting? It does to me. If it's something that I don't approve of, then I don't complain about someone else handling their media property in a way that I don't like. Instead, I would create my own. Look, if you like Black Panther and you plan to go see it, I know a lot of you do. That's fine. As a concept, I suppose it's basically okay. That's me being generous. I don't condemn anyone if they like the CGI-powered slugfest at the multiplex. I'm able to overlook some of the more odious aspects of some of these movies, but in truth, I really wish that we would start generating our own responsible works created by people pushing a value system that honors and magnifies us. We need a vision for the future, a representation that we can aspire to, symbols of us as we were and can be again. You're not going to get that from Marvel, folks. Hell, why does Black Panther matter so much to black people anyway? You want to know why? It's because to you, when you look at Black Panther, what you really see is a validation from the dominant society. You have them saying, one of you is good enough, but only one. You didn't have to put up the money to make the movie? Well, actually, you did in the form of the money that you paid for their other movies, but black folks haven't made that connection yet. So, as long as some white media company is ponying up the money for the production and organizing the effort to make the movies, you're cool with that. It's the dominant society's seal of approval that makes it where you look at Black Panther as must-see media. Just understand that to them, this is the thin end of the wedge. They've already telegraphed exactly where they intend to go. And don't think the implosion of Ta-Nehisi Coates and Roxanne Gay's alternative lifestyle Wakanda is going to be the end of this. This is just the start. Black people will be their crash dummies for pushing their agenda, if we allow it. They intend to make us the face of the gay lifestyle, not the face of heroism, not the face of high adventure or incredible storytelling. It's already accepted, but this is going far beyond mere acceptance. This isn't about making it where those who practice the lifestyle can do so in peace. This is about getting those who don't do it to sign on, whether they want to or not.
Unapologetic, unadulterated, and uncompromising. Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world. Welcome back to the home, the haven, the stronghold, and the superfortress of intelligent black thought. is the Black Channel.net radio program, and I am, of course, your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. Glad to have you all with us here this evening. In the unlikely event that I do take telephone calls, the number is 646-787-1933. That is 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the Blackest Radio program exists as the only one of its kind on planet Earth today. You are, of course, welcome to join us. And join us you shall, although I don't know whether or not you're going to regret it or not. I've got a few things I did want to discuss here tonight. There's a number of different things I actually need to cover, and you're being forewarned about it in advance. We are the only place that can do this. You know, when you dance with the devil, you can't complain if you find yourself poked in the rear with his pitchfork. You really can't. There are a number of different folks who are going to find themselves in just such a situation now, and they're about to find out who their friends are and who their friends aren't. Now, this is going to be kind of I want to talk about gender roles here, and the manner in which your society is destroyed when you allow your dumbest, your densest, your perverts, and your deviants to choose your agenda for you. Now, in society at large, the gay population is about 3 or 4% of the population, depending on who you look at. And right now, there's a big push by that very small group to try to force everyone else to be open to sexual contact with them. And I bring this up tonight because in case you didn't notice, on Twitter there's a hashtag. It's not really trending, but boy, these mentally and emotionally unhinged, sexual perverted deviants sure are trying to make it trend. It's Boycott Breakfast Club. They were unhappy about some remarks that a comedian made while he was on the Breakfast Club. And of course, these same people who don't boycott the police, this is how mentally and emotionally whacked out and psychotic these people are. They don't care. These are black folk who do not care, because there's no white folk helping them with this, by the way. No white folk are helping them. These are just a bunch of black sexual deviants. Haven't had a word to say about the president, haven't had a word to say about police brutality. That doesn't bother them. Their world, to show you how psychotically obsessed they are, their world stops and starts with gay sex. Literally everything else is off the table. If it's not about gay sex, they didn't see it. To which I have to say, sexual perverts and deviants go that way. And there's just a number of different things I want to discuss here. I'm going to let you hear the offending audio in question, by the way. And we've just seen an uptick about this, and this is going to give you a new insight into some of the gender mismanagement going on out there. Before I do, however, there is one thing I did want to address here. I'm waiting on a phone call from a brother who wanted to discuss something that he's been working on, and I had a few questions about it. So I think he might be on the line now. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get him on the line here so we can discuss that. Let me get... Is this Brother Molly Morris?
Yeah, greetings. How you doing, brother?
Okay. If you're on a speakerphone or something, you need to take your phone off a speaker because you can barely be heard.
Okay, so sounds a bit clearer now.
Okay. Now, where are you calling us from tonight?
I am calling you from Brixton, Southeast London in England.
Okay, calling out of Brixton in the United Kingdom. Now, I wanted you to explain exactly what it was. You had put up a post about how you were helping black people, I think it is, to purchase land in Gambia. And I wanted to get some general details about exactly what that was about. Before I get back to the subject I was speaking about here tonight, I did want to touch on this very briefly because I did sadly just have a word about that. But what exactly, in general here, what exactly was it you were referring to, how that works?
Okay, so basically I've been going back and forth to the Gambia for the last few years. We set up a school over there, and now I've opened a restaurant over in an area called Kochi. So it's a winter sun holiday destination. So we're open for 7 months of the year, and then we close for the summer months. So in the summer I'm back in England, winter time I'm over in Africa. What I have been able to see is the amount of opportunity there is for people who want to move over there, either to live or to set up a business whilst living back in either the USA or the UK. I've been able to meet brothers who are running businesses over in the US who are actually doing business with the locals over there in Africa as well. And so there is an opportunity where you don't need to have huge amounts of financial capital to start, but you can actually start something that can bring in higher rewards back to yourself and back to your community, whether it's in the USA or over here in the UK, and at the same time help those in Africa as well. So
okay, let me cut to the chase here for a moment, okay? Just so we can cut to the chase here. Exactly how much money did this require? I mean, what kind of businesses did you have over there? What exactly do you do?
I have a restaurant. It has 70 covers, like downstairs and upstairs, and it took me about £20,000 to do that.
Okay, £20,000. That's going to be over $30,000 US if I get the exchange rate correct. It kind of fluctuates a little bit, but about $30,000 US. Now, I'm kind of curious here, since you're not open year-round, exactly what kind of business are you doing over there? I would suspect Gambia to be a hot spot for restaurants and whatnot, but what kind of business are you doing over there? And when your restaurant is open, because you said that you're over there in the winter months, when your restaurant is open, do you have predominantly African clientele, or is this like African and Europeans? What exactly is your clientele like?
Okay, so the country is a huge winter sun destination for Europeans. So our clientele are British, Swedish, Danish, Dutch, pretty much Scandinavian European countries. They used to go to places like Morocco, like Tunisia, like Egypt, but because of terrorism and so on and so forth, a lot more people are coming into Gambia now. So Gambia is a big deal to have a lot of people in there every year. And so our business really just rotates around there. 100%, obviously all our staff are local Gambians. All our people who are giving us things are dining for the restaurant, all our workmen are all African. And so we now have a staff of 21 people who work with us during that season, and then on the off season, we also send a small stipend to keep them covered while they're not actually up and running.
Okay, so you've got a couple dozen people working for you over there. And exactly how long has your restaurant been open?
We opened October last year, so we've only just opened. We're still breathing again. And where it was, we have like 2 other restaurants who are in the same area. And our first focus was to ensure that we provided a better service, better tasting food, and take as many customers away from our competition as possible. And we were able to do that for last season. I'm looking forward to building upon that this season.
Okay, now it sounded like what you were trying to describe before was having dual citizenship. Is that what you were referring to?
That's available, and that wasn't the initial thing. What I was really referring to was the fact that there is opportunities over there in the motherland that we may not be aware of. So whether that be things to do with, whether that's to do with real estate, or whether it's to just buy land, or whether it was to do something like moringa oil. There's so many things that's available that people can do that we may not be aware of, because it's like we're stuck in our little Western homes and doing what things.
Okay, brother. Okay, brother. Okay, let me reel you back in here, okay? Because before you specifically said before that you could have citizenship there and maintain your citizenship where you are. So that sounds like you are describing dual citizenship. Is that correct?
Yes, you can have dual citizenship. That is definitely a possibility.
It's definitely a possibility.
PIN number.
And that is exactly the problem that we keep running into. Because every once in a while I do meet somebody who claims that they've got business interests in Africa, or they're doing something. Gambia is one of the countries that routinely keeps coming up. And sometimes once you start looking at the paperwork and the requirements for citizenship there, then you start noticing that there are some huge to find somebody who actually has any type of holdings over there at all. So that's the real thing that I wanted to make sure I discussed with you here tonight. Now, I want to try this again. You mentioned before about having dual citizenship. Why don't you explain to us exactly what the requirements are in order to get that citizenship? Precisely what the requirements are. Not the forms you gotta fill out. What do they require?
From my understanding, the thing that you require is to start off with a PIN number. That ensures that you are paying a taxable amount into the system over there. They expect that for a minimum of 3 years, at which point you are allowed to apply. So there are a couple offices that you can go to in Banjul or in Kotu, or in an area called Rekama. That's where the main offices are. You literally fill in the form, they'll ask you about what your business you're doing, they'll check your tax status, whether you've been paying your tax and so on, and then they will advise you as to whether you're able to get dual citizenship.
Right.
Another way you can ensure
Hold on, motherfucker. Damn.
You're going around the world here and you're not actually answering my question. First thing I said was, don't tell me about the forms you have to fill out. Tell me what the requirements are. And you still have not mentioned what that is. What requirements? Okay, let's try this a different way, because maybe you're not understanding what I mean as far as what I'm trying to get at. In the United States, you can apply for citizenship. There are several different ways you can become a U.S. citizen. Assuming, of course, you pass the background check, there's EB-5, where if you got $1 million or $500,000 and you invest in an American enterprise, you and your family can buy U.S. citizenship. That's one way. If you marry a U.S. citizen, you can get your green card, and thus you are able to be a resident of the United States. Basically a citizen, because some folks want to argue about that, but you basically can get citizenship that way. You've You've also got the process of naturalization. And if you're from a country that they're accepting that from, even with the current administration in office, you can apply for that. It may take a few years, but you have that as well. There are also visas that can lead to citizenship. If you've got special skill sets, for example, there's certain visas you can apply for that specifically will help you become a U.S. resident if you've got certain skills in certain areas. They like doctors, they like physicists, they like engineers. Now, those are specific requirements that I just gave you. Those are specific things I just mentioned. So, one more time here. Can you tell us what are the requirements to become a citizen of Gambia?
You need to be paying taxes for a minimum of 3 years. Number one. Number two is you can marry a local and you'll be able to get citizenship that way. The final one that I know of personally is by opening a business there. And through your contacts that way, you can also find, just like you can almost buy citizenship in America, you can do the same thing in Gambia. I do not know the ins and outs of that last one. But the first two, I do know that you would just apply by paying tax and then apply, and the second one you can marry.
Okay, now when you say paying taxes, usually a person doesn't do that until they're actually a resident somewhere. So wouldn't you have to become a resident first before you start paying taxes?
But this is the whole thing I was saying at the beginning. So you can go and you can get what is called a TIN form, which allows you to bypass that. And so they'll say, okay, since you're now having this tax form, you're expected to pay the equivalent of, let's say, £100 or $130 a year into their tax system, at which point you are then able to apply after a period of 3 years.
Right, and was that the method that you used?
Yeah, so this is now year 2 for me. So I haven't actually gone to the point of where I can actually apply yet. But yes, that's the method I've used. And because of the fact that I've set up the business and it was in the beginning because of the school, it gives me a few things that I can put on my resume to say this backs up my reason for wanting to become a citizen. I've also been advised that I ensure that I have a good reference, a good referee from someone local or...
Thank you. Now, thank you. That was the part I wanted to get to. You saved that for last. That's not a minor point that you came up with at the end. You see, the problem with getting citizenship in Gambia is because it's notoriously a corrupt and nepotistic process. Specifically because of that last point you touched on. Oh yeah, you also have to have references from a Gambian citizen. Now that's one thing that they tell you. But the other thing that you haven't even mentioned yet is your references may not be good enough. Even if they are native-born Gambian citizens, your references still may not be good enough to get you citizenship. Because the government agency that oversees evaluating the references has a weird habit of turning applications down. Even if you get Gambian references. I bring all this up because that's a whole lot of work to have to go through, and a whole lot of paperwork to have to deal with, and a whole lot of time to have to wait, just to come to the end of it and find out, well, your tax money is good here, but we've turned down your application for reasons unknown. I've been covering this thing about Gambia's citizenship offers for years now. I have yet to know a single person who was actually able to leave the United States, go there, and become a Gambian citizen. I have yet to meet one. I do meet certain individuals like yourself who claim that they are in the process of. I have yet to meet one who says, Jason, I am a U.S. citizen. I'm also a Gambian citizen. Here are my citizenship papers. I have yet to see that. Primarily because of that last part.
If you ever decide to come out to Gambia, I was introduced to a sister who was born in Queens, New York. She lives there right now. She has Gambian citizenship. She's been there for many years. So it's not an impossibility. It's something that can be done. And I would say that it was easier. It's an easier process than it would be for example, someone from the UK trying to get a green card in the USA. Because I've also lived in New York for a few years myself.
Okay, well here's what I want you to do, alright? Get me her information. Send that to me. Because here's the thing. If the information is accurate and if there's something we're not aware of, that's the kind of thing we want to know. Because as black people, we don't have the time to play around with send papers here, send papers there. I think you can do this as the crow flies around that window over there. And if you go back to the backwoods and holler, knock 3 times on this door and say yippee-ki-yay. We don't have time for that. Because and the other thing is, somebody in the chat room made a very good point. It's certainly nice to hear about, okay, you can open up a restaurant. Economies are not held together by restaurants. They're held, those are nice to have, don't get me wrong. And I'm not spitting on it. What I am saying is, what about the natural resources? That's what sustains a nation. It's access to be able to build and cultivate natural resources. And I'm trying to figure out, okay, how much control do we have of that?
Look, if you want to do something like buy land over there, as an African American, you can certainly do that. So if you have access to actual mineral wealth there and then, it's not like a difficulty. I already own it and I've helped other people buy land over there. So, and this is stuff that is transferable. They can transfer it to their young ones. They can send them into perpetuity in their own family. You can actually own land there. So, to give an example of the size, a plot the size of say 50 meters by 50 meters, you'll be paying around about $5,000 to $6,000 US, for example. That is the kind of price you would pay, and that allows you to be able to put a farm up there and a house if you wanted to, put your own hotel, something like that. Or you can just literally just grow food and sell it if you wanted to do that. So there's definitely, that's also, if that's what you're all about, you can do that too. It's completely possible.
Okay. Well, owning land and starting farms is nice. That is. However, if they have things like diamond, gold, platinum, oil, things like that, that would be nice to be able to have access to. Because we have a number, that's going to cost a little bit more than $30,000, obviously. That's going to cost a lot more than that. Here in the States, you've only really got multinationals that can go in and do that kind of thing. Plus, there's this extensive permitting process to allow them to even be able to do that. Is it any easier over there?
In Gambia, I believe it's not easy to do. I do not know anyone's done that. The Gambian, the last president wouldn't even admit there was oil in Gambia, even though he was doing deals. So I wouldn't say that was good there. Next door, you have Senegal, you have Senegal, and there are people who are doing stuff like gold mining, diamonds, cobalt, coltan, aluminium, tin, copper. That is available across the board. But in Gambia, I don't know anyone who's doing that. So I wouldn't offer that information.
is something that could be investigated more. Like I say, I still don't know of anybody who's been able to demonstrate that they were actually able to gain their Gambian citizenship. I have seen some news stories of people who did get it and then wound up back over here again, because that tends to be an issue. I don't know how friendly the government is toward Africans in America or Africans outside of Africa as far as Gambia is concerned. What's been your experience with the government there?
The government gave us, they donated a huge piece of land for myself and the brothers of an organization I'm a part of, the Black Father Support Group, upon which we built a health center and a school. The school had about 30 children there. So because of the fact that we were willing to put our money where our mouth.
What's the name of the school?
Government saw. It's called the Bojang Kamba School of Excellence. It's in a little town called Lani. It's an area where there was no primary school education. All the children started school from the age of 14. We got primary school in that area. And now we have a whole town that's grown up around that school. It's been going for about 10 years now. And so yes, in that instance, government are very willing and happy to help, because they've seen that you're not the usual European sort of get to the land, put a little hotel up and then just start taking money out of the country. You're not putting it into it. So it's definitely possible to do that. And they're looking for black people from outside the diaspora to come back home and start building up. Because right now, the thing you talk about in the gentrified movie is happening right there in Gambia too.
What do you mean?
Well, for example, there are parts of the coastline where there's parts of the coast that local people can't go. So if you're a local, if I go there with a local person, they'll let me in because they can see me and tell that I'm not local. But the Gambian will tell them to stay outside their own. But so already that whole kind of zoning off of areas is happening to local people, and they're wondering what is going on. There are times where I've been into a bank, for example, and I've seen an Indian man try and walk to the front of the queue because he thinks I'm just another African. And because of my accent, and I can tell him to move in so on and so forth to get to the back of the queue, the rest of the line are very pleased that there's someone who looks like them but will not take that kind of colonial mindset. So,
okay, let's slow down. Pump the brakes here. Why are the native Africans not putting his ass in his place? Why do they have to wait for you to say something? Why are they not doing it?
I asked the same question myself, and I can't answer it. I haven't found a good enough answer. But it feels like as though, and it's just my own conjecture, it feels like as though they have been really told that white is right, that black is bad, that we need to get to the back of the queue, figuratively and actually, in reality as well. So that is what I've seen from them. And so when they see others who've come over from America and they see the swag that you don't come with, they love it. They copy it. They start learning that actually their place is at the front. That's not all Gambian. That's some. I won't say that's also some. Some of them are real Bosie too. But that is what I've seen.
Well, I definitely think it's something that we want to check into there. I would like to get some more information about it. Like I said, I haven't heard anything positive that ever actually occurred from it. I really haven't. The few people that I did talk to, it wasn't very good stories, in all honesty. But here's what I want you to do, okay? I'll say this live on the air, because there are black people who are willing to do that kind of thing. But nobody is going to go off and spend a large amount of money on speculation and something that they can't verify. So what I want for you to do, got my inbox. I want you to send me the woman from Queens. Send me her information and let her know we want to sit down and talk with her about it. And if things work out, if we're able to get some reliable information that we're able to validate here, I want to see about you and me getting together on something.
Sounds good, bro.
Simple as that.
Yeah, a couple of weeks, I'll get back to you.
Definitely do that. Get in touch with me. Let's find out what's going on. And if this is legitimate, and if this is something I can verify, because number one thing here, black people will invest and will spend their money, but the problem is a lot of the information, it's not even necessarily people are trying to lie to them, is that the information is not reliable. And before I can let people have more details on what you're saying, I want to make sure the information is reliable first, because everything I've seen up until now has not been. But if you're able to deliver on that, I've got some people who want to talk to you.
Okay.
We'll be waiting.
Consider it done. I'll get back to you with action. Good. Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate you speaking with me.
Black first, brother, as always. Like I say, definitely you've got the Russians, the Europeans, the Chinese scrambling all over Africa, grabbing up everything that they can. There definitely need to be black folk to do that. And there is a coon culture in Africa. And what they need are some real Africans to set foot on the land who ain't buck dancing and bowing down and kowtowing and kissing ass to non-Africans.
Man.
They need to see an example. And your twerkers and your bastard baby makers were born and raised to kiss white folks' asses. So that's why they don't go over there and they can't be listened to. They're emulating hoes and hoe behavior. Nicki Minaj is a slave to white folk. They need some Coretta Scott Kings and some Asada Shakurs, and they need some real black people to show them how it's done. I wish I would be standing in a line somewhere and some light-skinned Asian decides, oh, he's walking past everybody. I'd hate to have a WWE moment at the bank. But we have to set the standard, and there's only so much we can do half a world away. There's only so much we can do. We can be a better example, but eventually at some point we're going to have to put major boots on the ground, and we are going to have the laws that say something very similar. Marcus Garvey said it, and it is true today. The 4 words, Africa for the Africans. And in Roland Martin's buck dancing, white ass kissing world, Africans don't have to be black. In his world, Charlize Theron and Angelina Jolie are Africans. In Roland Martin's world, Hillary Clinton is an African. And we have to make sure there's no safe haven for coonery anywhere. Anywhere. No, in the chat room, stop saying dumb things. Ghana and Senegal are not the best options until we can prove that they are. And the bottom line is that none of these places are proven. None, absolutely none. So stop saying that. None of these places are proven. Not a single one. You're sitting in your apartment in Poughkeepsie, Iowa, talking about a place you've never been, never seen, don't know the lay of the land, don't know the politics of, haven't talked to any of the locals to see how you fit in the environment. Talking about what the best option is. You got white folk running wild over there, and you're daydreaming. None of these places, none of them have expressed a right of return to Africans. None. If you are Jewish, Israel has a solid right to return. All you have to do is prove that you're Jewish and you can go to Israel. No questions asked, no strings attached. Here program of a right to return. I can show you places like in South Africa where coon niggas have animosity towards Africans from America. Primarily because they know that all of you saw that movie Malcolm X. Understand something, that was a movie. Africans ain't really big on Africans standing up for being black. Ask Julius Malema. Ask Julius the average South African black person is to stand up against the Boers, the Dutch descendants, the British descendants. They are. Folks talking nonsense in the chat room of a place you haven't been and people you haven't talked to. But you do not know the politics of that area. If they had animosity toward white colonizers like that, those folk wouldn't be running wild all over the damn place. Ghana is not a pro-black enclave. And let me just say this straight out like it is. Fidel Castro and Cuba were more pro-black than South Africa is. I said that and I'll stand on it. Fidel Castro expressed more pro-blackness in Cuba than you have witnessed out of South Africa since Fidel took over in Cuba. And I dare anyone to show me otherwise. You had Black Panthers who were able to get safe haven in Cuba. Why didn't they go to Africa? They didn't go to Africa because you all need to face the reality. Africa is a coon continent. You just need to face that truth. If you're ever gonna fix it, you gotta understand what the problem is. Africa is a coon continent. It's a continent of coons, where the females are looking for a white man, and the black males are trying to get to England because there are more white women there. But don't try to sell us on some garbage that there's some safe haven in Africa that's just chomping at the bit and waiting for us to show up. To welcome us with open arms. The hell they are. We like to sit and daydream about an Africa that doesn't exist. It is one that must be built. And quite frankly put, it is not just one that must be built, it is one that must be conquered. Dr. John Henry Clark laid down his life for decades to psychologically prepare us for the fact that everything that we get out of Africa, Africa was taken by force. And everything that we're going to get out of Africa will have to be retaken by force. You are going to have to show up with your financial resources and your psychological resource, which is the black first mentality, and you will have to come there and say Africa for the African. And then you will have to enforce it. You will have to go from village to village and make it very clear that the era of the coon is over. And that you will enforce it. You are going to have to make it clear to them that the era of African for the African has begun. And everyone who does not believe in this must leave. No, you must not leave the village, you must leave the continent. You cannot stay. If your dream is to bow down and ass kiss, then we're going to put you on the first thing with wings to England. And you can do all the ass smooching over there that you desire, but you can't stay here. Africa is a place where Africans will build their power. And as Dr. John Henry Clark said to us so eloquently, I don't share power any more than I would share my wife. And this this idea that the safe havens are places where we're going to share power with other people who are determined to keep us out, let's be very, very clear. The reason why there is no African right to return is because Africans have thrown open the doors to the Chinese. They've thrown open the doors to the Russian. They've thrown open the doors to the Indian. They haven't thrown open the doors to the Africans of the diaspora. So let's stop the damn lying. They haven't thrown open any doors for us. I can show you some walls that they put up. And when you do talk to them about white racism, have you heard some of the responses that you get? I've talked to dozens of Africans about white racism. The only thing that Africans want to talk about is problems with other African tribes, but they don't want to discuss white racism. That they don't want to discuss. You go to any of these pages, Biafra and the rest of them, they don't want to discuss white racism. They want to discuss their problems with other black Africans. They don't want to discuss the white colonialists, the Russian colonialists, the Chinese colonialists. They don't want to talk about that. They'll go all in all day long about black folk in this tribe and black folk in that tribe. But they don't want to say a word about the whites. Understand when someone's mind has been colonized and they see themselves as a white person. You and I are talking about blackness and they're like, no, I got more in common with this French fella. I got more in common with this Portuguese fella. I got more in common with this German fella than I do with you. I mean, yeah, your skin's the same color as mine, your lips are the same thickness as mine, your nose is broad like mine, but I got more in common with Matthew McConaughey. He's more my kind of people. Stop talking this garbage. Any black man who has talked to an African female on American soil knows for a fact that they came over here looking for a white man to lay up with, and that's the damn truth. And if I get in trouble for telling the truth, so be it. But you all know that's the damn truth. All of you. You can't find a African female straight off the continent of Africa who ended up in America who does not look down her nose at black men. It doesn't matter what the black man does. Doesn't matter how much money he makes. She considers the only thing of status a white man. Now you can say whatever the hell you want to. That's just straight up reality. That's just real. And any black man who has met a black woman who has ended up on American soil straight from Africa, not second generation, she's straight from Africa, you already know what kind of attitude you're going to run into. All of us have seen it. All of us have met it. And that's why you can't name two African women that you know who are pro-black minded actually living in America. You can't name them. Now, you might be able to find some Caribbean females. You might get some females from the Caribbean. But as far as straight from Nigeria, straight from Ghana, straight from Niger, you're not going to happen. It's not happening. Talking about Senegal. Senegal is one of the hot spots for interracial dating with black bed wenches looking for white men. Talking about Senegal, Senegal is one of the hot spots for European males looking for some black sex to go run up in. Oh, I'm sorry, am I saying too much about Senegal? Am I saying too much? You are not going to get citizenship to Africa. You must domesticate it. You are going to have to walk over there with your resources and your mindset and the physical ability to defend it. Thank you, Second Amendment. And then you will be able to build an African enclave. And it must be very clearly stated that this land is for the African and that the rules governing it are for Africans. Everyone else can put their money in, but you have no say. Because I can put money into China, but as a black person, I have no say. So you're not going to sit here and tell me that the Russia. Same thing in China. Well, guess what? It's going to be the same damn thing in Africa.
What time is it?
You'll have no say.
8:37.
I'll take a shower before tomorrow.
Yeah. Take a shower now.
Yeah, I know. I wash my hair.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we're going to fix that situation, we need to be honest about that situation. If you go to England, ironically enough, for the caller who called in here from Mali, black males from the Caribbean can't wait to get their asses to England because they think of themselves as Brits. You're from Jamaica. You're from the Virgin Islands. And he, black as you and me, and he thinks he's British. First thing he does is get off the plane, where the white women at? I am here to validate. He swears that racism doesn't exist, but he's desperate to get his hands on a white woman so that he can validate that he's equal. That's the mindset that you have coming out of Africa. Plenty of Nigerians who leave Africa and go to England. First order of business, find some white woman. There's got to be one in the homeless shelter he can go liberate. So, when you get to Africa and you find out that that's what's waiting on you, let me know if you're ready for it. Because I'm not so sure you are. And a lot of black folk have a lot of misconceptions. You think just because there's a bunch of black folk on the African continent that they think of themselves as black, and you need to understand, no, they don't. If they did, let me ask you all one simple question. If the average African in Africa saw himself as being in a bad situation, and if the whole continent was being colonized and he's being pushed the hell off of the earth, why is it that Africans in Africa are not lighting up our inboxes, trying to get together and work with us and tell us what the lay of the land is there so that we can get that thing straightened out? Why is it that your inboxes are not filled with African men and women trying to tell us, hey, we need to get together on this. This is the lay of the land. This is the situation that all we got. Show me where you can find this. Show me the African groups online. Now that you have this global communications network, show me the Africans that are trying to contact us. Because tonight I was talking to a black man from Britain. I wasn't talking to an African in Africa, much less from Africa. So we got a bunch of black folk outside of Africa talking about how bad the situation is in Africa, but you don't have any Africans contacting us saying, yeah, the situation is awful. We need as much help as we can get. We need reinforcements from the diaspora. Now, you let a white man talk about going over there and his inbox will fill up with some African bed whore who will be saying in broken English, you come to Africa, me meet you. Come see my family. But for black people, there is no red carpet. I'm saying this tonight, this is going to be brutal, hard reality for a lot of you, but you've been lied to. And all you got to do is open up your damn Facebook account and see you've been lied to. You can go find all of these groups of Africans online, but none of them saying anything to you. They're not reaching out to you. They're not talking to you. They're talking to white folk, and they're talking to each other about African dumb nigga talk, but they're not talking to Africans in America about how we can establish an African power base in Africa. Now the white Indians sit up here and walk past them in the bank. Oh, that's God walking. With other black folk, a black person from the diaspora, I wish you would walk past them. That's the thing we didn't get to talk to the brother on the phone. I wish wish that one of us from America would walk past them, because they'll have you believe, oh, we're so meepish and sheepish, we're so scared, we don't stand up to nobody. You walk your black ass past them and see what they do. You're standing in line at the bank and you just walk past the rest of them black folk there in Africa. See how they treat you if you try that. Now, they'll let the white Indian get away with that, but you try it and you'll find out how shy they are. Oh, they'll get up in your face real quick. This is what I mean by coon continent. And if we're going to go there, we have to go there understanding you are on enemy turf. Psychologically. You got the whites who colonized it, and you got the Africans. You've got the land that the whites have colonized, and you got the Africans' minds that the whites have colonized. The whites have colonized both the land and the minds of Africans. And you have to understand that before you walk in. Now, he mentioned about my documentary, Gentrified, Ethnic Cleansing American Style. You need to be at our website right now, gentrifiedmovie.com. That's gentrifiedmovie.com. Better yet, go to our main website, Black Channel Films, where you can find 7 a.m. and Gentrified and find out what he was talking about. Go ahead and rent that. Because I've got black folk who are talking to me today about how the situation in D.C. has changed since they last been there. And these are microcosms for what you're going to find over there. If you can't take a block in D.C., what the hell makes you think you're going to take the country of Gambia? You can talk about Ghana all day. If you can't buy up one street in Detroit for the dirt cheap prices they're offering right here in America, where you know the language, you know the system, you know the laws, you already have citizenship, you got the socioeconomic advantage, at least in relation to Africa. If you can't build an economic base outside of Grosse Pointe in Detroit, you know, on the poor side of the street. If you can't build an economic base on the poor side of Kercheval in Detroit, look it up. What the hell makes you think you're going to go to Senegal and build one there? That's delusion. Show me that you can build a business in America. Show me that you can, because Africa is colonized by white people. Show me that you can take a street in America that has been colonized, and then I'll believe that you're prepared to go and take a street in Africa. As a matter of fact, you'll be better qualified to go take a street in Africa. And then you can start talking about, okay, I'm ready to go fight in Africa because I've proven my bones in America. But all this damn hypothetical talk is for the damn birds. No more war gaming. Niggas on child support talking about they can't pay the child support in America, but he's gonna go build a business in Africa. Okay, fine. Don't believe nothing I gotta say. Go show me you've done it. Well, when I get my money right. Okay. Daydream talk. You want to all be on the same page, that's how you start. This hour of the Black Channel Radio program has been brought to you by Dark Chaos. Check them out.
It's P.O.V. Hilarious D. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of negative images of black people in these Hollywood films. Every movie where slaves, mammies, are just plain broke. That's why you gotta check out the teaser trailer to my superhero movie, Dark Chaos, Maze of the Universe on YouTube. This movie is starring a black woman superhero. Yes, a black woman superhero. The trailer currently has 49,000 views, and we're going strong. Go to YouTube and search Dark Chaos, Maze of the Universe to watch the trailer. That's Dark Chaos, Maze of the Universe.
Now, to start off the broadcast here tonight, I was not our goal. That's not our priority. Black folk are motivated by trashy sex. And the proof of this is that right now on Twitter, there are a bunch of perverted sexual deviants. And quite frankly, what they're trying to do is they are trying to normalize gay stealthing rape culture. Now, you see, what they told you is that if you're a woman and you have sex with a man and you say, I want us to have sex with a condom, and he takes the condom off, they call that stealthing, and they say that's just rape because she wasn't agreeing to have unprotected sex with you. Well, black people don't want to have sex with transsexuals and drag queens, but the transsexuals and drag queens are now promoting stealthing of heterosexuals. No, I'm not joking. These Negro transsexuals are trying to create a culture of stealthing heterosexuals. Now, you might have heard the story that came out about Bobby Valentino. I don't know if he meant to be in that room with that tranny or not, and I'm not sure if he actually was. But what I do know is there are a bunch of people out here now trying to say that they want to make it okay for gays to sexually stealth heterosexuals. So if a man does that to a woman, that's rape. Well, guess what? If you're a transsexual and you trick a heterosexual into having sex with you, that's rape also. That's stealthing. And if stealthing, a man stealthing a woman is rape, then a transsexual stealthing a heterosexual, that's rape too. So now you all have the vocabulary. This is gay stealthing. And since we've already established that even if a woman consents to having sex with a man, she consents to it, well, we want to say that it's rape if she says you need to wear a condom and he takes it off. Well, if her consenting to having sex, if she can say it's rape if you don't have it under the conditions she wants, then for transsexuals, it's rape too. And we need to expand that. So if you want stealthing to be a crime, you know what? I think we can go for that. I think we can go for that now. Now, let me play for you what happened. There was a comedian who was on the Breakfast Club, and he was talking to them, and they were talking about some transsexual, and he took grievous exception to it about what they were saying about, you know, how they were characterizing what would happen if you ended up being with a transsexual as a straight man. Let me play for you the comments that they had issues with.
I'm just doing my thing. Shout out to all the trainees out there.
You can't say that.
That's crazy. Transgender. Oh, transgender. That ain't a girl. I met a boy. That means you met a boy.
After 4 months, she told you I had sex, and then after
we're not having sex. We're not having sex.
Yes, after 4 months, I had sex, and she said, well,
this might sound messed up, and I don't care. She died. I can't deal with that. I can't do that. No, you manipulated me to believe in this thing. My mind, I'm gay.
I do think
I'm gay.
No, you're not.
No, I'm gay.
It happened to Richard Pryor.
He cool with that. He was cool with that. He said.
Now, I do want to say that you don't want to go around on the radio talking about killing people and you're going to die. That's sloppy. You shouldn't do that. That is a crime, by the way. So that's the mistake that you made there. You can express that you're not happy about something, but you don't want to say that. That's not what you want to say. However, it didn't stop there, okay? There was more to it than that. It didn't stop there. This is another snippet. Same person, and DJ Envy is holding up some book by some transsexual named Janet. And here's the same comedian. Here were his comments about that.
Transgenders. I said, if one did that to me,
If you had sex with one and then they didn't
tell me, I'm going to be so mad, I'm probably going to want to kill them.
Well, all right, let's not even ask that because until it happens to him, he doesn't know what he might do.
Yeah,
It might already happen to you.
All right, put that damn book,
Tell me she ain't pretty. Come on, man.
She's beautiful. That nigga doing his thing.
Oh, now stop.
Doing his thing.
That's so crazy.
He's not gonna get me.
Why are you trying to get?
Got you.
Yeah. Shout out, Jenny.
Well, listen, you might already slept one and don't know.
No, I didn't.
You in Atlanta now.
Well, they're all right. You are. If you're in Atlanta, that makes a problem. But this is what's going on. So now this group of drag queens and transsexuals, they're on Twitter, all 5 of them. They are trying to make this hashtag start trending. Boycott Breakfast Club. They are trying so hard. There's a couple of them they're putting it on everything that they tweet, whether it has anything to do with the Breakfast Club or not, whether it has anything to do with this or not. That's what they're putting on there. Now, let me just say this straight out. With all of the serious issues that we got going on, with all of the serious things that are happening out there that we're facing, this is what they got their minds on. Donald Trump just sat here at a damn Nazi rally that was impersonating a police officer's luncheon in Long Island and outright said that he is endorsing police brutality against, quote, thugs, which means black people. And this is what Negroes, young people of this generation, in the era of President Adolf Trump, are focusing on. They want you to stop talking about racism. This is the problem that we have. We are in the era of the United States of white supremacy. And they want us to stop the conversation about white supremacy so that we can discuss these ignorant Negro pervert sexual obsession with deviant sex and with sexual assault on heterosexuals by way of stealthing. That if you're a transsexual, you have the right to deceive someone into having sex with you. So now they are on Twitter openly trying to promote gay stealthing of heterosexuals. And I want you all to know that every time they start talking about that, you're talking about gay stealthing. This is what Negroes are obsessed with now. You would never know that we're being ethnically cleansed in Atlanta. You would never know that we're being ethnically cleansed in D.C. You would never know that we're being ethnically cleansed out of Dallas, out of Houston, out of L.A., out of Harlem. You would never know that that's what was happening to us if you listen to these people. We've got real problems, tremendous issues, and this is what they want to fixate on. Sex. You know that you were raised in a house of whorehouse culture when in an era where white folk are getting together with police and clapping and cheering loudly about assaulting you, that's what you want to focus on instead. And as our venerable ancestor and elder, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, said, the problem with black people is that black people as a group are afraid. They're scared. They don't know what to do about white supremacy, and so they're hoping they can go hide somewhere and focus on something else in the desperate and pitiful attempt that what they are afraid of will just spontaneously disappear. Now, I want to play for you the remarks of President Trump, while he was at this police Klan rally in Long Island. And understand that these sexual perverts who want to go after the Breakfast Club, because the Breakfast Club is the focus of evil in the modern era, right? Here's what President Trump is talking about while they're worried about the Breakfast Club, a morning talk show.
I said, please don't be too nice. Like when you guys put somebody in the car and you're protecting their head, you know, the way you put their hand over, like, don't hit their head and they've just killed somebody. Well, you don't hit the head. I said you can take the hand away, okay?
Okay.
Listen to the cheering.
What?
Standing ovation for President Trump. Standing ovation. No, I'm not making this up. No, see, that's not a problem. What we're talking about,
that's a problem.
That's the real problem. President Trump standing in front of a bunch of white supremacists with guns. And can we be frank? That's what it is. I mean, yes, they are police officers, but they are armed. A bunch of white supremacists standing behind Donald Trump, armed to the teeth, and cheering when he talks about harming you. But you're not hearing any of these people say that we need to go on a jihad about that. Because you have to understand, these folks are so coonish. They are so hopelessly, emotionally, psychologically damaged and coonish that they would rather die at the hands of police if it means they've got one more day to practice their particular brand of kinky, awkward, unnatural sex. That means more to them than surviving an encounter with white supremacist race soldiers masquerading as police. That means more. This is just how far the situation's gotten. This is just how serious they are. They mean it. This is just how serious they are about it. Now, there are several lessons to be learned here. There are a lot of different lessons to be learned. And I'm not going to immediately jump on one thing or the other. Like I say, I've got my criticisms that I've made of the Breakfast Club, obviously. And they are worthy of criticism, by the way. Kind of makes you wonder how this is going to work out. Kind of makes you wonder how this is going to go. Now, this could just disappear and blow over. I'm kind of predicting it will. But it kind of makes you wonder how things are going to go over there now. Are we going to concede the fact that there is a faction in our society that is so determined to destabilize us from the inside that they are willing to enable racists to kill us? That they got an agenda that has absolutely nothing to do with black people's survival? Will someone please explain to me how drag queens are a part of the black struggle? Let me go ahead and open up the phone lines. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Maybe someone would like to call me up. I want to talk to someone who...
Danny Lee's running a bottling operation out of Butcher Creek, of all places. I was just thinking how embarrassing it would be for the master distiller if something was to get into his mix and sour the hooch. Especially if you do it without them realizing. I got a little recipe that should do just the trick. You have to use it when it's real fresh, though. I've jotted down all the ingredients and where you can find them. The rest, fun part, I'll leave in your capable hands. And if all else fails, just destroy the shit.
Explain to me exactly how is it that enabling drag queens helps the struggle of black people? To the fellas out there trying on their garter belts and their high heels, if you can stop putting on lipstick for a couple of minutes, why don't you give us a call? And to all the women out there putting on their tuxedos as they're getting ready to go out for the evening, you might want to, if you can spare the time, you know, between shaping up your mustache, if you can share the time, you might want to call us up and explain exactly what part of helping drag queens is going to stop the police from killing us. But I guess that really only matters if you believe the police are going to kill us. Oh my, you should have seen my numbers when I said that. Oh, you should have seen the numbers in the chat room when I said that. And as soon as I said that, oh, my numbers fell when I said that. You know what this really hammers home for us? There are a bunch of you out there who were really raised by a bunch of lesbians and moist niggas. You really were. I mean, you know, your dad was in jail being somebody's jailhouse wife. And a lot of you have just never really reconciled that. A lot of you just haven't. And now you're grown. All them moist dudes who were sagging in prison back in the 70s, they had a bunch of you little bastard babies, and now you're grown. You're grown and you're walking the streets, and you're telling everybody that the stuff you saw your mama and your daddy doing, that was okay. And maybe nobody's ever sat you down and said, you know what, maybe we can talk about some of that messed up environment you were raised in. But by all means, the telephone lines are open. You are more than able to give us a call up and explain to us what part of drag queens is going to liberate black people. In another death-defying move, I'll open up the phone lines. Caller from 786, you're on live with the Black Channel. Hello? Yes, you're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from? I'm just listening. Okay, you need to press the number 1 then. Plus, he's fumbling around with his phone, people. When I said sexual deviance, don't sit there masturbating the receiver on your phone. It sounds awful. Caller from 347, you're on live Black Channel.
The fuck?
Caller from 347.
Last time.
You are live. Yet another death. This is the reason I don't like taking phone calls, by the way. Other people are out here masturbating with their receivers. Please, people, give it a rest. Caller from 323. You might make or break our decision to take phone calls tonight. Okay, caller from 323. Either that or all the transsexuals are calling in at the same time and they're fumbling with their phones because they're trying to do their makeup and they're trying to fasten, you know, they're trying to fasten their corsets. So you got all these dudes out here trying to put on their waist trainers and their corsets. It's not going so well. So caller from 214, can you put down the lipstick before you talk, or would you like a minute?
What's up, Jason? No, sorry. I'm agreeing with you. I'm not of that persuasion. But I just wanted to call you in and let you know that I support what you're saying. I'm not for that at all. It's not empowering our people. It's setting us back. They are a lot more acceptable to the dominant society because it makes black men weak. So, you know, just keep up the struggle. I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. Let's get caller from 561. You're on live with the Black Channel or at the Drag Queen Show, whichever one you prefer.
Well, Nathan, you know I don't get down like that. Just tell me so, see how you doing, brother?
Black first, brother. What's on your mind?
Well, yeah, I just want to talk about, kind of piggyback on what you're saying. It seems like the dominant society is pushing moistness on black men a lot more lately. I don't know if you've seen it, but like just a couple weeks ago, a semi-prominent rapper named Tyler, the Creator, just came out and admitted that he was gay, and his introduction to the world of moistness, his specific lines were, "I've been kissing white boys since 2004. Now, like I said, this guy's a prominent rapper. Like, he said about shows pretty much everywhere he goes. What are you supposed to do about a guy like that?
Understand something, brother. The so-called entertainment industry in America, it has long been a bastion for sexual deviants and whatnot. And we just, I mean, as black people, we haven't really said anything. We've been a live and let live society. We don't sit up here and go around trying to victimize people or push our agenda on people. We're trying to just survive. But what we have to understand is literally everybody else is trying to impose their own personal sexual agenda on us. And you can't run, you can't hide, you can't get away from it. You're not going to be able to sit up here and hide from it. They said it for years now, and it's true. Most of these so-called rappers out here, if they got a record deal or if they were put on a white network or something, most of them are gay. That's how they got there. They're not saying anything to you, but most of them are gay. Most of them in Hollywood. Most of your Hollywood actors and actresses are gay. Or they are willing to engage in gay behavior. It's just the truth. Folks want to act stunned about Queen Latifah and Boss and all these other rappers and whatnot. Think about that. Queen Latifah's chasing women. Eve is chasing white men. It shouldn't. At this point right now, we just need to just accept, all the stuff they were saying before, these aren't rumors, they're facts. We're in denial of it, but they're facts. Will Smith, take a look at his damn kids. Folks were talking about him being gay for the longest. He denied it for the longest. Take a look at his kids. His son is showing you. Jaden Smith is showing you the masculine example that raised him. That's all you need to know.
Basically, and you know, like the biggest problem we have is that like fathers like Will Smith who attain themselves with this whole, well, I'm just gonna let them be however they want to be. If they want to wear women's clothing, I'm looking at you, young thug. If they want to wear women's clothing, it's just fine. Or if they want to be like A$AP Rocky and claim that he's growing up in a generation that doesn't see color, but you can still walk out and wear a dress on national TV. Like, who are raising these people? What are they even being taught at home?
Brother, it has been now 2 generations of, you have to understand something. A whore is in business. You understand that? When your mama is a hoe, she is in business. And what your mothers won't tell you is if she slept with 20 men, there's a couple of women in there. She might admit to the 20 men, but she's gonna try to hide them couple of females from you. And you need to understand that when a woman is hustling them draws, there are going to be other women who are like, well, hell, you sleep with a bunch of men, so what that really means is you're just sexually available. And eventually they're going to start pushing up. So don't let them fool you. The A$AP Rockies and the Young Thugs and the Tay Diggs and the rest of their ilk, they were raised in whorehouse culture, and this is how they grew up. You see, a woman, let me give you something to think about for just a moment. Everybody, right now, you know about, I gave you the link to the pictures. I didn't want the world to see them. But you can go and look up the pictures for yourselves. And Tay Diggs, this Negro is sitting up here showing his ass. And I mean literally. Lifting up his shirt and showing his ass like he's a hoe. Now I want you to think about this for a moment. That works for a female. A female showing her rear end is trying to communicate to males that she is fit and desirable for sexual contact. That is what she's trying to communicate. Just like when a female lifts up her shirt or her dress and shows her rear end, her naked rear end, she's trying to communicate that. That is what a woman does. A woman goes to the beach with a thong on because she is showing that she is available for penetration. And when you see a male type of behavior. He's trying to show you who it was who raised him, because you have to understand, if a woman can seduce you, that is a form of power. It may not be empowering, but it is a form of power. She is trying to exercise power over you. You were at the drive-thru trying to get a hamburger. She lifts up her skirt and shows her bare bottom. Now you are she has convinced you to stop focusing on that burger and start focusing on her buns. That's exercising power. So when you see a man do the exact same thing that a woman would do, when you see a male emulating a female character trait, he is showing you who raised him. He was raised by a female who told him that showed him through her actions that sex is how you get power. And that works for a woman. You see, a woman doesn't have this. Let me go ahead and just give you all the business right quick. I wasn't going to get into business tonight, but let me go ahead and get into business. You see, a woman doesn't have the same skill set that a man does. You see, if your car has a flat tire, a man ain't looking for a woman to come change it. If you got plumbing that stopped up, a man isn't looking for a woman to do that. If you need to replace the door on the front of your house, a man isn't looking for a woman to come walking up with a damn door. When it comes to those types of highly physical skill sets, a man is looking to himself to do that. That's how he empowers himself. So you see, if you're following that example, I know who raised you. And by the same token, a woman can't use those skill sets. She's got to use persuasion to compensate for the skill sets and abilities that she doesn't naturally have. And that's fine. What she does, she recruits men to do that for her. When Tay Diggs and Young Thug and the rest of these niggas are wearing their skirts and their high heels, what they're showing you is that they were taught a feminine way of empowerment, and that doesn't work for a man. Now, he doesn't know that because the only feedback he's ever gotten is from a bunch of hoes in his family. Can I just say it like it is? Not a bunch of women, a bunch of hoes. Your aunt got 4-5 kids by 4-5 niggas. So does your mom and your sisters. And every other female in your family, you know, there's no men anywhere to say, "Boy, put your damn pants up. You look stupid." They don't have feedback from a man. The only feedback they get is from women, and the women are like, "Oh, that's so cute." So you know that's what he was told, right? When he was 10 years old doing that, emulating his mama because he saw his mama do that. And hoes don't like to feel bad about what hoes do. So even when they see their children doing it, they egg it on because she knows she's supposed to feel guilty, and she doesn't do that. So when she sees her 10-year-old son holding his skirt like Daisy Duke and showing his ass cheek, she's like, "Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute." Now he's grown into manhood, thinking that that's cute, with no objective feedback from masculine males. Just these drug addict moist niggas that his mama's been slumming around with to score some easy drugs. Now he's out here in the real world, and Tay Diggs thinks there's something wrong with the rest of us. He's like, "All I was doing was showing my ass. What's wrong with that?" He thinks we're the ones who are back. He thinks we're the ones that have the malfunction. That's what's going on. And Hollywood is filled to the brim with them. Tyler Perry, Will Smith, Lee Daniels. Hell, the entire executive office of Empire and Power. We can go down the list. I'm not breaking news tonight. I'm not breaking news. They know what they do. When Will Packer was on the Breakfast Club and they were talking to him about Charlamagne and them and asked him about sexual TV behavior, remember what Will Packer said? I heard him, and the rest of you should listen to him too. Will Packer, Hollywood producer, he said, "I don't really deal with folk outside of the industry except when we're working together? He said, because if I had to cut ties with every person in Hollywood who was doing something deviant or perverted, I wouldn't be able to make a film. I wouldn't be able to make a single movie. Now, he was talking about the black folk. He wasn't talking about the white ones. He was talking about the black ones. No, the sea's far and wide and far in advance. How the hell do you think you can get somebody to wear some damn jogging shorts and skinny jeans and all that stuff? He's perfectly at home. He was at home before you got there. You just didn't know it. Queen Latifah been chasing women for decades. You just didn't find out until a decade ago. And other folk were dropping the rumors, but because we're live and let live, we weren't holding it against her. Then she comes out talking about buy Maybelline so you can look like me. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. I don't want my girlfriend looking like a stud. Why not? It informs me. No, there ain't. There's just one. There's just one. And it ain't you. With them broad ass shoulders. It's not you. I'll let you have the last word.
And I just want to say, just with that, because Queen Latifah was supposedly about black empowerment before she came out. All these gay lives matter people and all these comic book coons. Only thing I got to say to you is the great word John Henry Clark. Everybody in the house must be loyal to the house or must get out of the house. Because this is a time of great emergency where our very existence is at stake. Stop chasing what the white supremacists tell you to do. Stop listening to them when they tell you, oh, don't worry about black empowerment. Go kiss another nigga, because that'll give you a lot more views.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Please do call us again. By the way, have you heard Queen Latifah, whose first album was all about, had the African symbols all over and whatnot? I'm Queen Latifah. By the way, has she said anything about black empowerment in the last 10, 12 years? Anything about Africa? Anything about racism? Has she, done anything major in that? Just wondering. Caller from 469, you're on live with the Black Channel.
John from Dallas, can you hear me?
John from Dallas, what's on your mind?
Excellent. I wanted to bring your attention to a conversation we had some time ago when we were talking about the Atlanta airport and gentrification. And one thing that I had mentioned was that, we both also talked about how there's a lot of white people around there, but there's also something which is they're starting to push a lot harder now, and that's the concept of being non-binary, or that's like, there's not just male or female, there's other genders, there's other sexual orientations, all that stuff.
Right. You have to understand, at the very beginning of all this, people like me for decades said that it was a lie. The Christian evangelical community for hundreds of years has always said that it's a lie, that so-called homosexuality is a choice. It is not biological. The homosexual community argued for decades, oh no, it's biological. I was born this way. I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. Now that you let them have gay marriage, they've proceeded to start telling the truth and stop lying and saying, okay, I'm gender fluid. I just sleep with everybody. So all of a sudden, they're telling the truth that it really is a choice. I pointed this out in the video that I made talking about the HBO show True Blood. First they had, I forget what the hell her name was. It was a black chick on the show. First they had her she was sleeping with men, and then one season she jumps up and she's got a girlfriend. So much for I was born this way. So much for it's not a choice. Remember Alan Ball made that TV show. Gay as he can be, it's always been a choice, and they've always lied. It has always been about recruiting people. Always. And now they're no longer satisfied to just kind of recruit. They're now rape people and stealth heterosexuals. They're out here trying to trick heterosexuals into having sex with them. This is Generation Stealthing. This is, I'm going to get you even, this is militant homosexuality. I'm going to get you even if I have to lie, cheat, steal, rape the world, I'm going to get you. And if it sounds like the Spartans, if y'all want to go look into your Spartan history, if it sounds like the Spartans, there's a reason why.
Well, remember Anne Hesh, because she did that same stuff. She was with Ben first, then she got with Ellen, then she got with some dude, and then she got with Ben since. But you saw how she vacillated like that, right?
You are dealing with a bunch of sexually screwed up people. They don't know who they are. They don't know what they are. They just know they're messed up. And the more you interact with them, the more messed up you will be. And these people are going to come out and try to tell you they know exactly what they are and what not. And you spend 2 seconds around and realize you don't know a damn thing about yourself. Why should you be allowed to speak about what the rest of us should do? You don't even know who you are. So just remember, they want you to wake up next to some big hairy dude, John, and they want you to treat that like you just woke up next to a woman. Because at that point, they feel like they've broken your final barrier, and you will, that's their way of trying to force you to be gender fluid yourself, to be open to sleeping with everybody. They're trying to force you to do that. If we force you to try it, you will be so psychologically broken that you will begin becoming one of us because you've been broken. That's their strategy now.
Oh, the person in the chat room who made the comment about, what other genders is only XX and XY, let me give you an analogy. Gender and sexual fluidity is like, Jason Black knows this, so I'm just explaining it to you. Gender and sexual fluidity is similar to the flat earth theory, which is a bunch of nonsense, void of science, or at best pseudoscience, but something that's pushed by very powerful people. So no, you think, and I used to make that same mistake, you think that you can use science, you can just disprove this stuff, which in a rational world you can, but we're not dealing with science, we're dealing with power. And when it comes to power, you can bend science to your will and come with any manner of nonsense. Well, how do you think they came with that nonsense about us being genetically inferior and all that mess? That was science in the past.
Oh, no.
That was total horse.
When you have power, you can disregard science altogether. You don't need biology. When you've got power, you can toss out the biology book, all of it altogether. The same people who tell you that they don't like religion because religion's against homosexuality and that religion isn't scientific, these are the same folk who will say, we ought to adhere to biology and not the Bible. Biology and not the Bible. But when it comes to gender, all of a sudden they say, no, listen to me, not biology. Listen to me. And when you hear people telling you that, remember before, they went from saying that sexual orientation was a social construct. Now they're trying to say that gender is a social construct. Why? Because they realize that people like me already had proven that that was a lie. So now they're just going on to the next thing. And this is really the same methodology that white supremacy uses. If we repeat this lie long enough and say it enough, hopefully there'll be enough dullards out there who will be so mentally weak that they'll just say, you know what, I don't want no trouble. If you want to sit up here and sleep with men or women, you go ahead. And I'm like, hey, if you want to sleep with men or women, you go ahead. But you cannot force your sexual orientation on the rest of us and call that a right. You can't do that.
But you already know why they're doing that. You already know they're doing that. You even mentioned it. It's because when you live this confused lifestyle, which is like at best 4% of the population, and by the way, it's actually a lot more. It's actually more than that. You have a very small dating pool, and even within that very tiny dating pool, you have a lot of really picky selectivity there. Because you got people who are like, okay, this, but I only deal with this and that and the other. So by recruiting more people, they expand their pool, and like the dude in chat said, yeah, it's boiled down to I'm white, I say, so like that's nearly what we would say.
You have to understand that there is a disproportionate amount of domestic violence among sexual deviants and among people
especially
with people with that type of ideology. And that's because you are psychologically and emotionally unbalanced. And so if you get them together in groups, all you really end up with is a group of psychologically, emotionally unbalanced people. And they do what psychologically and emotionally unbalanced people do. They fight. Everything to them is going to come down to fighting. Because everything is dysfunctional. Nothing works. And they are conflicted in themselves, and the only thing that they have to offer you is conflict. This is why gay relationships on any level don't work. So if you get them all together in a bar, they'll have sex, they'll spread diseases, but they will not create functional relationships as a rule. There will be plenty of fussing and fighting. There will be that.
Oh. And millennials, the STD rates for millennials are out of this world.
Let's hear it for being gender fluid. You're man sharing the same deviance, you're man sharing the same deviance, woman sharing the same deviance. Everybody is just sleeping with everybody, and this is a petri dish of disease and infestation. And now we're starting to see the rise of combined diseases. You're starting to see the rise of diseases that are merging. So now you're going to start ending up with strains of gonorrhea that you cannot remove because they've meshed with herpes. And you'll say to yourself, well, that's not possible. Virus, gonorrhea. No, you're starting to see these things that are becoming super resistant because they keep coming into contact with more stringent diseases. And now you're starting to see new strains are starting to emerge.
Even with the traditional treatments for some of these diseases like chlamydia and gonorrhea, you're starting to encounter strands that are incurable. I forgot which one it was, and I don't.
It's both. No, you're talking about the news stories. No, you're talking about the news stories. They're talking about there are strains of gonorrhea that are now super resistant. Strains of chlamydia that are now super resistant. And part of that is the natural course of antibiotics, but the other part is the fact that all this free sex going on out here are causing these diseases to merge and mesh with other sexually transmissible diseases. And they are now creating new strains of diseases that are taking on the resistant characteristics of other things. So you got herpes that you can't cure that is hooking up with chlamydia that maybe you could. And now we got a mess going on. You got hepatitis, which you can't cure, that's hooking up with gonorrhea that you at one point could, and now it's getting worse. And understand something, the drag queen transsexual community does not give a damn. Just like white supremacists don't care if the nation descends into chaos so long as they are the ones at the top of the trash heap of chaos, so too the sexual deviants don't give a damn if the nation is saturated in disease so long as they've got access to sex. They don't care how diseased it is. Their agenda is sex, not order.
Go ahead.
Their agenda is sex, not order.
Right. And that's why they want more of us to think more along those lines, just about sex, because when you focus on sex and deviancy, you're less focused on replacing white supremacy. That's what it's all about.
And let me be very, very clear in what I'm about to say next. There's a reason why you don't see the so-called Negro gay community when it's time to fight white supremacy. Every time they stand up, they start the first sentence about, yeah, stop racism. The very next sentence is, and why don't y'all accept gays. We need to have more gay acceptance. Every time you turn around, Black Lives Matter turned into Gay Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter turned into Gay Lives Matter. We're here to stop the police. And every time they jumped up, they kept trying to steer the conversation away from the police and toward, and we need black folk to accept gays. That's what every conversation became. So their agenda was this phony anti-police brutality crusade. It was this phony anti-police brutality campaign that they were on in an attempt to try to impose a gay agenda in black society. But it was not about police. It never was. It was about using black people organizing against police as a way of being able to jump in front of the parade and say, okay, we're against racism, yay, gay, yeah, gay, we need to talk about gay. Next thing you know, you're not talking about racism anymore, you're not talking about white supremacy anymore, now you're off on a totally different subject. Well, aren't they worried about white supremacy and these folk killing you? No. As long as they got access to sex, they're done. Like the civil rights generation. Let us be very, very clear. The so-called civil rights movement was not a movement for so-called equality. That's not what it was. It was the civil rights generation integration was a euphemism for sexual access. Well, guess what? The transsexual movement, that's just a movement for sexual access. The civil rights generation wanted sexual access to white people. The transsexual movement wants sexual access to heterosexuals. And that's what this is about. And Charlemagne and friends, Charlemagne, I know you listen. I'm going to give you a friendly piece of advice, my man. Tell the truth about this. You don't have to go on a crusade about it, but at least mention that a major element of this LGBT movement is to force sexual access with heterosexuals, which is why everything becomes about sexual access with heterosexuals. Under the phrase of acceptance, as far as they're concerned, you haven't accepted them until you agree to have sex with them. And they're going to come in the door telling you, oh, no, you don't have to have sex with me, you don't have to have sex with me. Okay, you don't have to have sex with me. All right, I heard you the first time. No, I don't require you to have sex with me. Okay, I got that. But if you are against having sex with me, you're homophobic. Now, you don't have to have sex with me, but you have to be agreeable to having sex with me. Otherwise, there's something wrong.
Yeah, you're either homophobic or transphobic.
And no one can define what those mean. Homophobic and transphobic and Phillyphobic, they mean whatever the person talking to you wants it to mean at that moment. It means whatever they want it to mean at that second. But it doesn't actually mean anything. It never has. It's just a way of trying to exercise power. I'll let you have the last word.
Thank you. What I'll say is, in closing, even back in the civil rights era, you had James Baldwin and Vineyard Rustin, I mispronounced it, but keep in mind, while not discounting any work they've done, they were all about integration and ultimately about sexual access. And that's really the direction that they started to move to in their later life. So, you gotta really not focus on this. You gotta focus on white supremacy and all this other confusion, like Dr. Neely Fuller said, like Dr. Francis Creswell, his pupil said, it's all about confusion. It's to keep our mind off of white supremacy. You can steady it long enough just to know how to not deal with it, and the rest of it, just leave it alone. You don't really need to study it too much. It'll run you crazy. Other than that, be one, you have a nice night.
Thank you for checking in with us here tonight. Please do give us a call again. Another thing I want to talk about here, I've seen an article today from Medium. It was about Amber Rose. Headline, was fame. Amber Rose says Kanye West's relationship left her, quote, penniless and notorious. Now, the article goes on to say that she was talking about Kanye West, and she's 33 years old. Remember that part about 33 years old? And she said, they talked about how, they were talking about, frankly stating that no money came her way following the end of the romance. She told Complex, quote, the only thing I got from him was fame. And fame don't get you no effing money. I'm editing the effing. Now, who in the hell says that when you're in a relationship with someone, you're supposed to leave with money? That's whorehouse thinking. Okay, I'm sorry. A lot of you were raised that way, and you're like, well, you know, get some money. When's the last time you got a relationship, got some damn money? Don't talk stupid. She elaborated on the matter, saying, quote, I had to just take that L, take that heartbreak on top of it. That is an extreme form of bullying as well. To have such a huge voice to put out an album to say whatever in the F you want. During that time, it was not a great time for me because I'm famous. I'm broke. I can't date anybody else. I can't say anything on the internet because Kanye has such a voice. If I was to kill myself, I would have done it during those times. Amber and Kanye had the issue in 2016. Instead of bust up in 2016, I've been in argument. At least they had some public back and forth. When the rapper made comments about her son with rap rival Wiz Khalifa following the breakup with Kanye. Following their breakup, Kanye went on to romance and marry Kim Kardashian, while Amber had an off-again, on-again relationship with Wiz. She is currently dating rising rap star 21 Savage. Now, I brought that up to make a point. In between there, did you notice what the writer of this article did not mention? The writer of this article didn't mention Blac Chyna. I mean, wasn't Amber kissing Blac Chyna and walking down the red carpet and those two were an item for 5 or 6 seconds? That's how Blac Chyna got introduced to the world, was through Amber Rose. So, why is it the writer of the article didn't mention that? Why is that? You see, people, you don't just wake up one day and you are sexually available to the world. You don't just wake up one day like that. This is a lifestyle you've been living. And the people around you do the same thing. So if Kanye West is out there and we got some moist tendencies going on, and if Jay-Z's mama is a lesbian, do you see how I'm connecting the dots? Oh, I'm hurting feelings tonight, but let the truth be what it's gonna be. So you got Jay-Z with his gay mama, and you got Kanye West with some of these moist tendencies, and Jay-Z is with Beyonce, whose daddy is doing God knows what. That tells me a lot about Jay-Z and says a lot more about Beyonce. If you got the guts to face that, oh, I'm sorry, am I hurting feelings? And so connecting those dots, we go from Kanye, from Jay-Z to Beyonce to Kanye to Amber to Blac Chyna, who was engaging in threesomes with T.I. and Tiny. Oh, this gay string is kind of getting put together, isn't it? Oh, I'm sorry, am I hurting everybody's feelings tonight? Now, these aren't fly-by-night rappers either, are they? These are not fly-by-night individuals. I'm hurting a lot of feelings tonight by connecting these dots for you. You didn't really want me to connect those. You didn't want me to connect them, did you? But I just connected the dots from Jay-Z to Beyonce to Kanye to Kim K to Amber to Blac Chyna to T.I. to Tiny. We literally went from A to T. Literally. And then there's Wiz Khalifa. Wasn't he dating like a couple of sisters or something? Am I wrong about that? Wasn't Wiz Khalifa, wasn't it like he broke up with Amber because he was dating a couple of sisters? I don't mean sisters as in black females. I mean, they were black females. I mean sisters as in relatives? Someone correct me about that if I'm wrong. But like he was having a threesome with a couple of sisters. And who cares? Caller from 808, you're on live with the Black Channel. Caller from 808, last try. Okay, caller from 808 has been abducted. A couple of folk on here should be there. Who is this? Caller from 914, you're on live with the Black Channel. Did you call in already?
Hello, good night.
Yeah, it's not a good night.
Hello, good night.
I'm sorry, man. I'm in Missouri at the moment. I'm in Missouri at the moment, and it's night here. I just wanted to call in. This is Michael from New York.
Put him in
Michael from New York, what's on your mind?
Hey, I just wanted to call in TBA because I really have to thank you. You saved me from a world of trouble the other day. The other day I'm a truck driver. The other day I was in California and I was making a delivery. Some of these companies you have to have an appointment to make a delivery there. And when I went inside the complex, the guy, I gave him the paperwork. He accepted paperwork. Then he said to me, "You don't have an appointment." I say, "Sir, I'm a truck driver. I don't know. You need to. I thought the brokerage company I brokered a lot with sent an appointment. I'm just a truck driver. I don't make appointment." Then he went on a rampage. "Oh, you have to have an appointment. You better get off the property, or I'm gonna call the police." So I said, "Why are you gonna call the police? All I have to do is call up the brokerage company, so they could set an appointment." And he just went on a rampage and carried on. So I left, and you crossed my mind because you always speak about how California is no black people there. I was in West Sacramento, California, and so when I called up the brokerage,
California's a no man's land for black people. It has been for a while, and California has. Bill O'Reilly once talked about that once you get outside of Southern California, that the rest of California is a conservative state. Remember, this is the state that elected Ronald Reagan and Arnold Schwarzenegger. And when Bill O'Reilly vouches for the, quote, conservative credentials of a state, that tells you you are walking on white supremacist terrain. Right there. Anyway, very glad you got out there without any nonsense happening. I'll let you hurry up and finish your story, and then we gotta move on.
Yeah, I just called up the brokerage company. The brokerage company said, "Oh, we're trying to get in contact with them, but no one is responding. No one is answering the phone." So they told me, "Oh, drop it at another company, deliver it to another company, and they have to come there and pick it up." But everything this white guy was on. "Oh, you gotta get off the property. I'm gonna call the police." I say, "Why are you gonna call the police?" And it's just crazy. I told him I don't go back to California, but black first. Sorry.
Black first, brother. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Understand, every white supremacist in America has deputized themselves. They've deputized themselves to say, "Okay, I'm part of the league. I'm part of the program. I'm part of this." Everyone. That's what they're doing now. This is how serious and deadly the situation is. But we shouldn't be worried about that. We need to be worried about drag queens. We need to be worried about that. That's the subject. That's the issue that should be driving black
queens are saying they're gonna not tell
so like I said, maybe that's something you
they're drag queens and have sex with them.
Maybe that's something you're concerned
and then they're gonna say, "Well,
caller from 347, you're on live with Black Channel."
Her? Just like they made that man for 19 didn't know the man.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, you're on live. Wake up.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. Hey, how you doing, man? Black person.
What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, call for Cully Davis. Call for Brooklyn.
What's of mine.
Yeah, how you doing, man? Listen, man, you know, I heard you say a few times on your broadcast about Atlanta. I'm having a lot of problems with these dudes, man. They just argue with me, and we just collided. Everybody thinks they're going to Atlanta to live. They're going to Pennsylvania to live. They're going to Virginia. What do you say to these morons that think they just going to just leave New York and just go to Atlanta?
Well, New York is one of the most outrageously expensive places to live.
Yep.
You all have a higher tax rate than just about anywhere. You've got a city income tax. That's just outrageous. So, yeah, technically you probably could do better somewhere else. Here is the problem. The problem is I can't take seriously someone who says they're going to go somewhere without an agenda. What is the agenda? I'm going to just leave Brooklyn and go to Atlanta and do what? Do you have a skill? Are you a carpenter, an electrician, a nurse, a chiropractor, a doctor? What are you going to do when you get there? So this idea, niggas are always trying to figure out some way to put a knapsack on their backs. That's the problem we have, is too many people are trying to figure out how to live like transients. They want to live out of a suitcase, they want to run the roads and stuff, and that's how they end up 30 and 40 and 50 damn years old with nothing established anywhere, because they spent their lives knocking around from one place to another and never actually doing the adult thing of building something. So, yes, I can endorse leaving New York, but... Okay, somebody's really getting your attention back there. I can endorse...
I'm on a boat.
Okay, you're on a boat, like T-Pain. Go look that video up, everybody. T-Pain on the boat. In any case, look, on the one hand, I can endorse leaving New York, but on the other hand, I can't. Because in New York, if you're a hustler, there's money to be made. If you're ready to get out there and get it and go work with people, man, New York will make money hand over damn fist. New York is one of the only places in America where you literally can put up a table or a rack of clothes and make money on a street corner in Harlem or in Brooklyn. Literally, they call those pop-up shops. New York is one of the only places in this country that can happen. So if you are about building something, I played a video here a little while ago about Professor Scott Galloway of L2 when he talked about how in high school commencements, and he's a professor at New York University, and he said that for young people, my advice to them is get to a super city, a place that has 2 million people or more. So that's New York, LA, Chicago, Dallas, places like that, because he said success is a function of density. Opportunity is a function of density, and that you go to a place where that it is overflowing with opportunities and overflowing with prospects. New York is a place that is bursting at the seam with opportunities and prospects. But remember the words of Marcus Garvey, brother, and everybody out there, remember the words of Marcus Garvey. He said, we can't take all black people to Africa. We can't do it, because you had a bunch of useless black people in America, and if you take them to Africa, they'll be useless over there too. So if this person is useless in Brooklyn, he's going to be useless in Atlanta. That's not going to change. Picking him up and putting him in a new geographic location is not suddenly going to turn a useless person useful. Understand when you hear people who are pipe dreaming, because black society is really running at an 80% pipe dreamer rate.
Right.
Most of the time as a black person, you're being serious and you're talking to other people who are just daydreaming. We got a bunch of big fat single mothers. God, you're killing me with that. Woman, stop it. In any case, you got a bunch of big fat baby mamas with 3 and 4 kids talking about black men don't want me, I'm gonna date a white man. You're delusional. We got niggas who ain't held a job in 10 years talking about I'm gonna go to Atlanta, I'm gonna go to DC. Wait a minute, if you wouldn't get nothing in New York, how the hell am I supposed to believe you're gonna do something somewhere else? Show me what you're doing right where you are, and I'll tell you what you're gonna do somewhere else. New York has a ton of opportunity for the people who are actually trying to create it. It's always been that way.
Right.
It's got more of it now than it ever has. But brother, you are surrounded by a bunch of people who are daydreaming, and they will sit there and waste your damn time talking ear off with their daydreams about stuff they're not gonna do and things they're never gonna accomplish and stuff they're not gonna lift a finger to make happen. But they got you for an audience, and they'll talk you to death if you let them.
Oh, that's just what they've been doing. They do a good job at it.
Now, you said you work on a boat. What the hell kind of boat you work on?
No, actually, I'm at the ferry. I don't know. I'm sure you're familiar with it.
Oh, you work on the ferry. Okay, I was about to ask you, which river are you on out there? You work Staten Island Ferry. Do you own the boat?
I wish I did. I wish I could tell you I did.
Man, that's a good racket to get into.
I wish I could tell you.
If you can afford to buy one of those ferries, and get a damn license, that's a good racket to get into.
Right.
He got
actually, you know.
You got real depressed when I said that, brother. You really must be upside down. You got real depressed when I said, hey, that's a good racket to get into. You're like, yeah. What happened?
No, because I know what I'm getting into. I'm in a online. I'm sure you're familiar with it. I'm in an online real estate investing course called Jay Morrison.
Okay.
I'm familiar with that.
Yes, I'm familiar with Jay Morrison. I would have to look into that further before I could endorse it. But yes, I'm familiar with Jay Morrison.
Yeah, so that's what I've been getting into. So I've been learning about investing in real estate. So I mean, the boat sounds great, but I know what I'm.
Look, you're in a place for that. Right now the cheapest real estate in New York is in the Bronx, and that starts at $500,000. So if you're gonna get in,
oh well, no, we got some in East New York too. East New York, Brooklyn, it's terrible out there too.
Yeah, I'm talking about
East New York and Brownsville.
There is no cheap real estate in the entirety of New York City anymore. And so if you're gonna get after it there, get it while the getting's good. Although it might be better to just move outside the city altogether for some of those rates you're seeing, because eventually you're just gonna have no choice but to do that. But I still stand by the idea as far as socioeconomically, everybody in New York is hustling, at least they're supposed to be. Everybody in New York is trying to get it because you don't have a choice. And if you run across one of the folks who isn't trying to do that, cut them off. Don't have no talking with them. I don't care if it's male, female, if it's your family. You can find a girlfriend who's got some damn sense up there. The folk who ain't trying to make something happen, leave them where they're at. Leave them where they are. Don't even waste time, because if you're in a city, man, do you know how much it costs people to talk to you? Do you know how much every second of your time is costing, and this nigga is sitting on your minutes for free? No, it's like, dude, come on, man. It costs me $200 to get out of bed in the morning. I can't sit here and talk to you for no real amount of time about your daydreams. If you're not making something happen, understand something. You are the sum of the 5 people you hang out with most. If you're not around people who are trying to make things happen, guess what? You equal nothing happening. So if it's only going to be one of you, let you be the one and be the hustler and make things happen. That's the way it works. Everybody else, dude, life is too short for daydreamers. He's talking about going to Atlanta. Tell him, call me when you get there. And it's just that simple. But if he didn't have any money in Brooklyn, what the hell makes you think he's going to have money in Georgia? He didn't have any money in Brooklyn. How's he going to get there? How's he going to live? Other than sitting there talking to you about his fantasies. And that's the other thing is, if it's a male who said that to you, and I think it was it a guy who said that to you?
Oh, absolutely. Actually, it was about 3 of them.
Okay, you know what the problem there is? Once again, this goes back to dudes talking to you like hoes. You see, they were talking to you like you were a female. You see, when a fella wants to get sex from a female, he promises her something. He's promising her something tangible. You give me sex, and you will receive something on some level. And that's what they were talking to you like. If you give us your time so we can emotionally vent about some stuff we ain't gonna do. So you give us the time now, and we'll make all kinds of promises about stuff we ain't gonna do. That's the stuff that gets them sex with them hoes. as a man talking to you exactly the way they talk to others. Because it works. And we as black men need to get these effeminized, lace-wearing dudes out of our circles. Tell them, dude, I don't have time for you to sit here and talk to me like no hoe. You've heard me doing on this broadcast before. Dude, don't get on my phone talking to me like you talk to them hoes. That line works with them. It's not going to work with me. I'm looking to see what you've done. And you haven't done anything. I'll let you have the last word.
Right. Well, I appreciate your time, Black First.
Black First, brother, thank you very much for joining us tonight. How much does a ferry cost? I gotta check in to see how much does a boat cost. I wonder how much one of those boats cost for the ferries up there. Because whenever I go to New York, I see them up and down the East River and Hudson River, and Staten Island ferries, and the rest of them. I gotta check on the price. I wonder how much one of those boats costs. Because they have fights out there. I was reading a news story talking about they have fights out there on the ferries. They got people who sell tickets to get on the ferries. And I mean, it's literal cutthroat. They got ex-cons and things giving out tickets. But it's good business for the people who can get into it if you own the boat. It can be good business. As for Atlanta, I do want to get into this before I go any further here. We're talking about places where you can be and places where you can build things. I was reading a story the other day that was talking about the real estate market in Atlanta, and that where the black folk are, their real estate values are still depressed. I'm talking about with newer housing. These are big, nice, modern-looking houses, and black folks being told that their real estate values, while the white area's values have recovered to what they were before the housing crash in 2008, the black folk are being told that their housing values are still depressed. And folk are talking about investigating, but they were talking about into Cal. And you know what I'm thinking? That sounds like opportunity to me. If the white folk are saying we're not going to go there, that leaves it wide open. And what you need are about 100 upper middle class black professionals to go in and colonize that area. If you're a dentist, if you're a lawyer, if you're a doctor, if you're a carpenter, an electrician, you can build an economy there, man. You can build an economy. But you're not going to build an economy with damn meat pipe dreamers. Yes, Tecal, T-E-K-A-L-B, please look it up. But get the pipe dreamers away from you. Nobody's going to let you stay in their house on pipe dreamers. Caller from 832, you're on live with the Black Channel.
Hello?
Yes, you're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Brian from Houston. How you doing?
Brian from Houston. What's on your mind?
Yeah, well, I was calling about something else, but since you brought up the real estate, I just wanted to know, why is it that a lot of blacks do not own any, apartment buildings or stuff like that? Because
the reason is because black people do not own real estate. We don't own real estate because black people have adopted a culture of buying cheap things. We've adopted a culture of not competing against the dominant society. When you buy real estate means only one thing: conquest. And conquest is another mechanism of competition. And you're not going to buy real estate unless you are determined to compete. And black people as a group have surrendered. That's it. So we sit up here and focus on little things. Because black people know that when you buy real estate, that's threatening. I have to make a 30-year commitment to this real estate. I'm letting white folk know I'm in this to win this. And black folk are scared. Black people are cowardly. Black people know that buying real estate is a mark that I am here to conquer. I'm buying the land, I'm standing. And you're not going to move me. I got to go down to the courthouse and fill out records. I got to sit up here and go through a bunch of hoops and hurdles to get my hands on the title to these things. Man, I'm in this to win this. Black people as a group are cowardly, which is why we resort to cheap things like tennis shoes and jewelry and hair, because that is the best a coward can bring you, Brian. A coward can only bring you cheap things. A coward can't bring you things that will change your life for the better. I mean, transform your life for the better. A coward doesn't bring you that. Owning property gets you into the major wealth revenue stream of the world. That takes courage, brother. But when you get down to the bottom brass tacks, that takes courage. And we don't have a bunch of courageous black people. We don't have a legacy of courageous people. You can pick one or two, but as a rule, Malcolm X was out there by himself. Marcus Garvey was out there by himself. Dr. King was out there by himself. That is why after they were killed, nobody ran in to step up and say, I'm taking his place. Because that's how cowardice works. They're scared. They've been scared. They're not going to stop being scared. So you can talk about houses and apartment buildings all you want to. But if that person doesn't have the guts to say that my purpose and my agenda for doing this is black empowerment, brother, you never went to Foot Locker or Finish Line and saw a bunch of people in there saying, I'm buying shoes for black empowerment. When a white person buys land, he is buying that for white empowerment. When you see a CVS or a Walmart or a Whole Foods, that is white people saying we are increasing and enhancing our power. And when you see Arabs doing it, Asians doing it, Chinese doing it, Russians doing it, they're all saying the same thing. We're here to build and enhance our power. Black folk don't do that because they know, well, hell, if I do that, you're making me a target. I gotta go down to the courthouse and tell them that I'm not one of the safe niggas. Brother, most black people spend most of their time with a little white supremacist on their shoulder. And every time a black person makes a decision, he has to check in with that white supremacist on his shoulder. The white supremacist says, yeah, go to McDonald's. Yeah, go to Foot Locker. Yeah, go to Finish Line. Whoa, wait a minute, you don't need no mortgage now. Whoa, stop, no. Shoes are good. You can get shoes right now. Shoes are safe. You can go to the mall and get you some dirty, slutty broad to go lay up with. But you talking about a mortgage? Don't you know them white folks ain't gonna let you keep no house? Them white folks ain't gonna let you do that. See, that's a white supremacist on your shoulder talking. And black folk as a group listen to that. So they'll go to church, and they'll drop their life savings at church. But when it comes time to put the power in your own hands and say, I'm taking the bull by the horns, and I'm taking the fight to them, because that is what land ownership means. It means I am competing against you. I'm giving this as a perfect analogy to everybody else out there. If you don't believe that what I just said is true as far as the motive, ask yourself this one question. What do you do for a living, Brian?
I'm a prison guard.
Okay. That doesn't quite work out for you. I was about to give an analogy, but you're in the middle of a thing that makes it kind of hard. Okay. Let's just say that you work at McDonald's, okay? I just say that for example. You work at McDonald's, the old white man owns McDonald's, you've been working there for 5 years, working at McDonald's, the man don't respect you, so on and so forth. And let's just say that one day, you decide that you're gonna buy land across the street, and you're gonna put up Brian Burgers. Now, you didn't quit at McDonald's, you've been a good employee, you never quit, you never anything. As soon as they see Brian Burgers go up across the street, what is your boss, the man who owns the McDonald's you work at, what's he gonna do?
He'll probably fire me.
Now, why would he do that, Brian? You're a good employee, you show up every day, clearly you've been paying attention. You paid attention so well, you can build your own burger place across the street. You are a model employee. his first order of business would be to come and fire his model employee? Brian, if you're such an asset to him and you've done everything right, why is the simple act of you building a store across the street gonna get you fired? What rule of his establishment did you violate to get fired?
Competition.
You're messing with his power, because you take, if you run an opposite of his, like you said with the burger thing, you're gonna take away customers, which is taking away his money, which is taking away his power, and you become a threat.
Now, let's just put that in simpler terms, Brian. He's gonna walk into work and tell you, Brian, you're fired. And you're gonna say, why? And he is going to say, because you have declared war on my business. You're trying to put me out of business. And you're like, no, I get my equity out of the game. And that white man is going to very, very, very quickly correct you and tell you, no, you're not getting equity out of the game. You are taking away customers from me, which is a direct assault on me and my business. He's going to correct you. This is not friendly competition, damn it. This is war. And you have committed an act of war. And at that point, brother, neither you nor your family nor your friends, if you had any buddies who worked there, he gonna fire them too. That sounds more like a government dealing with traitors, doesn't it? That doesn't sound like a business. That doesn't sound like a neighbor. I don't care if you go to church with him. He's gonna fire you and everybody who knows you. Because as far as he's concerned, this is war. And you have declared war against him. So when you were talking about an apartment building, your landlord understands that if you are building brand new apartments across the street from his apartments that have been there for 60 damn years, you're declaring war. Because there are only so many people who can rent, and you're saying, I'm going to get as many of them as I can, even if it is at his expense. Brother, you got to have guts to do that. And your granddaddy, who been pushing a damn broom at the high school for 60 years, driving his 79 Cadillac, that nigga ain't competing. Let's just say it like it is, brother. He ain't got no heart. He's not trying to fight. Call him what you want to. The Irish have a culture where they pride themselves on their ability to fight, even if it's stupid. They just want to know you got the heart to do it. Vince McMahon, 70 damn years old. He's still the hardest working person in the WWE. Conor McGregor, who's probably about to get his lights knocked out again. But he's showing you something. These people understand if it moves for war. And that there is no way that you're going to empower yourself without that. So your granddaddy pushing the broom, and your mama doing hair, and your auntie's trying to get a WIC voucher, they know that if they really got involved in the economy, that's an act of war. They know it. If you talk to them, the first thing they're going to do is throw a bunch of excuses about what white folk don't take from them. Why would they be scared of what white people are going to take if they didn't think that they were a threat? And they know it. What's the first thing that a nation has to do before it can even aspire to go to war anywhere? You must have a war chest. You have to have financial reserves so you can start this enterprise, because under the Roman Empire, that's what war was called, was an enterprise. Why do you think that so many of the colonial ships were called Enterprise? Star Trek is sexed up. But brother, those were ships of conquest. And they had to be paid for. We're not going to build ships for a pleasure cruise. We're building them to conquer. And before you can go on a war campaign, you got to have money. The down payment on your house is proof to the bank, and it is proof to apartments you currently live at. The people who own the apartments you currently live at, they can't shut your apartment complex down. They can't keep you from stealing tenants from them. Not stealing, taking tenants. She ain't stealing nothing. They can't prevent that from happening. Now, if you work for them, they can fire you. But once you own your own enterprise, they can't stop you. The only one who can stop you is you. You're on a whole nother level of power now. And that scares most black people. Most black people want to put on a minstrel show for white folk because their primary concern is making sure that white people are not displeased. Because in their minds, unhappy white people makes you a target. Black folk are still living under this delusion that if we can just appear non-threatening enough, white folk are not going to hurt us. If we can do that. And it doesn't work. It's never worked. It doesn't work now. We've been dancing it up and cooning it up and playing it up and samboing it up and every damn thing else, and they're killing us now more than ever with absolute impunity in the internet age. With your cell phone cameras going, hell, they brought their own cameras. They got body cams and police dash cameras. How's that working out? Our fear is that we have to compete against white folk, and the truth of the matter is, brother, we're scared. Buying a pair of shoes is not a revolutionary act. Buying a hair weave is not a revolutionary act. Buying land, that's a revolutionary act. You're telling the white folk, you can't come here. I own this. I make the rules here. And that level of power scares black people, brother. It scares them. Because they know that once you declare war on white folk, you are no longer eligible for any white goodies. And the average black person knows that if they say I'm opening up a store across the street from your white daddy, the white daughter is no longer available for sex, now is she? You might have been sleeping with the boss's daughter before now. As soon as you open up a business across the street from him, she gonna slap them thighs closed. All of a sudden, everywhere you used to go, they used to smile. They're not smiling anymore. And this is why the average NBA player does not own a team. Because his priority is white sex, and them white gals make it clear, oh, it was the white men who brought us here. And as long as he's happy talking about competing against him, you're on the outside looking in. Take a look at Floyd Mayweather. You don't see a bunch of white women throwing themselves at Floyd now, do you? And most black folk want to talk bad about Floyd. Why? Because they understand he's directly challenging the white folks. You better stop all that there. You challenging the white folks. You gonna make trouble. They gonna come after all of us now. Take a look at LeVar Ball. Yes, I know his white wife, but black folk are scared to support him. Why? Because he's confronting white men on their turf and saying, I'm doing it. And Shaq and the rest of the NBA coons, they're upset because, like, man, you getting in the way of the white women. You're messing it up for us.
Wow. That's the first time I actually heard it in a way I mean, I always thought about it for a long time, but the way you explain it, it makes perfect sense. Because I can even see that on my job, that most people don't want to mess with my white boss. They don't want to confront him or anything. So, yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you explain it in a way that it makes sense. Because even when I kind of, when I think about trying to own it, I still have that thought by my head. Okay, if I try to, if I wanted to try to do that, there's going to be a lot of roadblocks and things that will prevent it.
Isn't it amazing?
I'm glad that you explained it.
When white people and Asians move into a black neighborhood, they know there's going to be obstacles too, but they don't let that stop them.
Yeah, fuck that.
You know why?
Number 2.
Because the only difference between them and us is they're not afraid of us. You take a look at how these Asians, when they build a store, they're like, you're on my turf. They're sitting up here beating the brakes off these black hoes who keep coming in their stores day in and day out. You're buying their products, they're following you around. If they see something they don't like, they're sitting up here putting you in a headlock and body slamming your ass. Now you have never seen an Asian get assaulted in a black store, but I can show you all these videos of Asians assaulting black females. Not just people, but females. Go after your weakest. Why? Because he's not afraid of you. Why? Because as far as he's concerned, he owns the land, and this is his domain. He makes the rules. They come to our neighborhoods, and they're not afraid of us. Because they're not looking to get goodies from us. They're looking to empower themselves. That is the power of an agenda. And everybody else has an agenda.
We do now.
You just see an apartment complex. White people see a generator of white empowerment. That's the difference. White folk, the number one selling vehicle in the world is the Ford F-150.
It is?
A pickup truck.
Damn.
Not a car. Hell, Ford sells more pickup trucks than they do passenger cars. Why? Because for white people, that truck is not a car, it is a tool.
To make more money.
That empowers them.
Because they can use that truck to make
That's why they buy
money.
more of them than anything else. They have an agenda. So if you want to know why it is that black people don't buy real estate, it's because there is no black agenda. The Asians are buying up Acadia in California. Asian millionaires. Creating a millionaire Chinese enclave. We don't have a black millionaires enclave. Show it to me in America. A neighborhood that's got nothing but black millionaires in it.
This lady who bought a house in...
Show me a place where the black millionaires are gentrifying the whites. Chris Rock just said about that before. Said that white folk get in a rich neighborhood, they live around them with nothing but white millionaires. He said, I'm black, I'm a millionaire. My next door neighbor is a white dentist. He's not a millionaire, he's a white dentist. You show me a place where white millionaires live next door to a black dentist. A black paralegal. A black nurse practitioner. Brother, they have an agenda. Dr. Claude Anderson said that there's not one black community in America. What is a community? A community is a place where your economics, your politics, and your social power are aggregated. A community is not a place where you live. A bunch of houses does not constitute a community. And if you're talking about buying real estate, that means you're starting to build a community. But you can't build a community with no agenda. And if your agenda is where the white women at, no wonder you're not buying a house. You're gonna get, if all you want is sex, you get some shoes, and you get a t-shirt, and then you go get some old car with new wheels, and you go chase sex. If that is your agenda. Brother, buying a house is not required if you're willing to get some ratty hood rat sex. You don't need a house. You know that. So show me the agenda of the person buying the house, and I'll show you the house. Make a long story short, black folk don't buy because we're scared, and we're scared because we're scared of white folks, we don't have an agenda. An agenda with which to deal with the white racism, because owning property would be key to that agenda. But if your agenda is interracial sex and not black empowerment, no wonder you don't buy any property. You've already got what you came for. I'll let you have the last word.
All right, I would like to thank you again for letting me be on your broadcast. Every time I listen to you, I get more information, I get more knowledge. And thank you again, and have a good night.
Thank you for joining us, Black First, as always. There's been a lot to learn here tonight. I hope everybody got in on that. When you start having an agenda, you're going to challenge people. And when you challenge people, then we're going to find out what you're really made of. In the chat room, you say 17-year-old business owner trying to call up. If you're not already on the line, you can't call up. If you are on the line, tell me what your area code is. I'll see if you're on there. If you are, I'll take that as my last call. If you're not, I'll go ahead and shut it down. But if you're in the chat room there, if you want to give us, if you're already on the line, because you can't call in now, phone lines are closed, so if you're not already on the line, I won't be able to take your call. But if you are, just tell me your area code and I'll select your line and we'll let you go ahead and you can be the last call. Otherwise, I'll have to go ahead and end that. But black people as a group are scared. And you know it.
Yeah.
Black people as a group are afraid.
You shouldn't be.
I saw that.
And you're afraid because you know that once you put your fists up financially, these folk are not going to have any more mercy. Now we find out if your agenda is black empowerment or if your agenda is some cool stuff.
I'm trying to see black people suffer.
Okay, let's see if I can get caller from, let me see, caller from 916. Were you the person in the chat room who wanted to speak with me?
Wall Street, black everything. They said they created it. They ain't created shit.
Hello? Yes, you're on the line.
Caucasoid.
How you doing? This is Buttonwillow McKitchen from Sacramento.
Okay, your phone's breaking up. What was that name again?
Buttonwillow McKitchen.
Okay, Mr. McKitchen, what's on your mind?
I just wanted to call it my first time listening in. I just wanted to let you know I appreciate all that you're talking about. I had a lot to say, but I just really wonder, rhetoric, what you had said, that you hit the nail on the head about most black people already have what they want, and that's only not what they want.
Most black people have what they want, which is the ability to hide in fear and have comfortable shoes.
Yeah.
Black people live in a prison, as Neely Fuller said, and instead of trying to escape the prison, black people are trying to become comfortable within the walls of the prison. So they want comfortable shoes, so they can keep walking around the prison yard, and they want a nice shirt, so that they don't have to worry about looking bad in the prison lunchroom. But you're still in prison. And the only question is, are you comfortable and content to stay in the prison?
Hell no.
Or do you want the power to leave the prison?
I want the power to leave.
And most black people are afraid. Because they were raised by people who taught them. They've seen nothing but inmates and prisoners their whole lives. And now black people as a group are institutionalized. The previous caller works in the prison, so you're very familiar with the term institutionalization. Famous case that happened with the Mecklenburg uprising at Mecklenburg prison. Some of the inmates actually escaped during the uprising. One of them made it a few miles from the Canadian border. He had left all the way from Mecklenburg, was a few miles from the Canadian border after all that work to escape. He suddenly stops, turns around, finds the first police officer he can, and tells them, I'm one of the escapees from Mecklenburg.
He goes right back.
He was so paralyzed with fear, so institutionalized, that he was afraid and he had no confidence that he could make it on the outside on his own, so he turned around and went back.
It's a big ass bear hide. A grizzly bear, whatever it is.
And black people as a group are institutionalized. We're in the prison. We become comfortable in it. And most black people are not open or receptive to someone preaching that you should leave.
Ain't
nothing special out there. All y'all got is freedom. I mean, they feed us here, they clothe us here. I mean, yeah, sometimes the officers is kind of rough on us and kind of beat us sometimes. But, you know, I learned how to work. You see, I learned that these white men, if you let them feel on your booty a little bit, they'll do that. That's what the bedwenches say. Then there's the coon niggas. Hey, I learned that if you dance for them, they'll smile sometimes. Every black person is trying to figure out how to negotiate and navigate the prison. Now, I would say that navigate the rules of the prison, but you can't even navigate the rules of the prison. The prison only has one constant rule, white supremacy. But every day you could wind up getting killed for no reason. there's no other rule other than we're white and we say so.
I agree 100%, brother. And because of that thought and that thinking, it leaves the rest of us out here really lonely, having to work even harder.
Well, I'm just hoping that we are starting the catalyst that really says to black people, enough preaching. Get your credit score together, get your savings together, then you can start working with other people. But it is time out for us comparing ideologies. It is not enough to say white supremacy is a problem. You have got to be able to say, and here are my resources with which I will fight it. And if you don't, you're in the right place to learn how to get that. But enough of this white folks, racism is a problem, I hate racism. Okay, we got that. Now what did you bring to the table with you to fight it? Because otherwise, you're not going to change anything. I'll let you have the last word.
I agree 100%, brother. I'm going to have to talk more, but get the word so we can start moving forward at the union.
Black First, brother, thank you very much for joining us here tonight. Do call us again. I'm working on a special project here now in the Atlanta area. I would like to find a group of intelligent, outspoken, opinionated black females for a special type of project that I'm putting together in the Atlanta area. If you believe you are such a female, theblackauthority@yahoo.com. That is the blackauthority@yahoo.com. Give me your name and we'll see if we can arrange the time to talk to you and see if we can put this together. I've been getting a number of requests about it. I definitely do want to talk to people and see if we can put something more together because it is not enough to be on the internet. We got to move this thing into the real world, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do here now. So if you are a black female and you think that you're opinionated, intelligent, not going to make a fool of yourself, go ahead and contact us. We'll see if we can put that together for you. Also, for those of you who are not aware, if you have listened to tonight's broadcast, this is the first time you have listened to us and you are new here, welcome to the home, the haven, the stronghold, and the super fortress of intelligent black thought. This is not TV1, where we dance and jig for Miss Hillary Clinton. This is not BET, where you got your breast and your booty implants, hoping you can get a video. This is where we talk intelligently and sensibly about black empowerment. There is no white cracker talk here, and there is no pie in the sky talk here. It is intelligent black people speaking articulately about the issues that face us in a down-to-earth way. If you want to hear more and know more about what we're doing, go to my website, blackchannelfilms.com. That is blackchannelfilms.com. Check out our documentaries, 7 a.m., the groundbreaking documentary that started it all, the first documentary ever that dealt in-depth with why lack of business ownership is the reason we're the poorest people in the world, and our newly freshly released project, Gentrified, Ethnic Cleansing American Style, the very first documentary in history that travels this country to examine why gentrification is a socioeconomic racial movement against black people. We show you the evidence on the ground. You will be stunned by what you see. The accolades have been pouring in. They're getting ordered by the truckload here. Get yours now before they are gone. You have the option to rent it before you buy, just so you can be sure, and then you can go ahead and jump in headlong, but don't wait too long because the clock is ticking in the city you're in. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the BlackChannel.net radio program. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, black is the future, and the future is absolutely uncompromising.
Before I begin, I want to tell the family that this is one of those video essays that became something of a rabbit hole. The more you dig, the deeper it goes, and the more interesting stuff that you come to. And it's been on my mind for a while now. The reason that I haven't gone forward with it is you gotta be careful. There are certain subjects that black folks, frankly, don't handle very well, and I don't want to get into conspiracy corner, because frankly, when it comes to talking about how white supremacy moves behind the scenes, black people tend to substitute all sorts of spookism for the facts, and that doesn't help. As I've told you before, the United States has never been democratic, and that's not an accident. It wasn't meant to be democratic. When the Brits were running things, they didn't want a democracy, and when the English rebels decided to have their little brawl with one another, with one group of thugs gaining the upper hand over the other, these guys didn't want democracy either. Democracy is exactly what they want to avoid. The United States is and has always been a fascist state. That means corporate interests rule, and so-called government is merely a rubber-stamped committee. That is the truest saying in the world, that government is the shadow cast by business. Sure, there will still be alleged congressmen and government departments, but these guys aren't where the real power lies. Their function will be to sign off on whatever the real power wants. And what the real power wants these days is to not be a de facto government. They want to be the government in all but name. Unquestionably, the functions of the government are being privatized. That's where the rubber meets the road. That's the thin end of the wedge. Without the people's knowledge or consent, you have corporations that are taking on more and more of what were previously the government's duties. Education to the military to national intelligence gathering and analysis. What goes unsaid, though, is that if the government is handing its functions over to private interests, then it's also handing its power over to these private interests as well. This is happening right in front of everyone. You have members, so-called members of the government, who are themselves nothing but paid mouthpieces for this or that corporate interest, who say this is what it's supposed to be. This is how Blackwater can roll into New Orleans, and without blinking an eyelash, they're automatically given quickie contracts to control the city. And there's a story that the white media didn't even bother to focus on. Basically, Jeremy Scahill was the only guy who actually bothered to report on it. Everybody else was just going, oh, well, you know, we need more guns down here to control the neighborhoods. And when you look at who it is who runs these private companies, you see that these guys are the same men who used to be in political office in many cases, and the same men who give donations to politicians in multi-million-dollar chunks. Off the top of my head, a good example would be Robert Mercer, the billionaire tech investor and hedge fund manager. He's the guy who put up the money to turn Breitbart into a going concern when Steve Bannon came in and took over. That was where Steve Bannon got the money from to make it where Breitbart became the white supremacist hub that it is today. It went from being just a white supremacist toilet to a white supremacist cesspool. It took big money to do that. It took Robert Mercer to do that. Now, another example, and this is one that we're going to be focusing on for most of this video essay, would be the Carlyle Group. I'm sure you've heard of them before. Michael Moore mentioned them in his documentary Fahrenheit 9/11. Now, the Carlyle Group claims to be a private equity firm, but when you look at who is in the Carlyle Group, you see a lot of big-name government officials from the United States and Europe. Former British Prime Minister John Major is part of the Carlyle Group. Former Secretary of State James Baker, who as Secretary of State was over the CIA. Former Secretary of Defense Frank Carlucci, who in that capacity was also over the Defense Intelligence Agency. He also did a stint working for the CIA. You have guys like RJR Nabisco and IBM Chairman Luke Gerstner, who left IBM to head the Carlyle Group, and you got a ton of other individuals like that. Because as we all know, the most famous members of the Carlyle Group happens to be the Bush crime family. Poppy Bush and his son are members of the Carlyle Group. Well, you would look at that and think this is just a bunch of right-wing zealots who set up their own little money laundering scheme. Now, while you could be easily forgiven for that misconception, after all, when you look at this gallery of rogues that populates the Carlyle Group, you see a bunch of right-wing luminaries. If, however, you think that the Carlyle Group is nothing but a bunch of far-right zealots, you would be wrong. George Soros is himself a Carlyle investor to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah, George Soros, who, if I need to remind you, also used his money to start Black Lives Matters.
Yeah, I know.
See, ain't that what Neely Fuller said? White supremacy wants to control both sides of the argument. And the reason why is that is a basic tenet of warfare. How do you guarantee that you win a war? By controlling both sides. So you see, for white supremacists, there's no such thing as left wing or right wing. It's all white power, where the subject of controlling black people is concerned. That's the only true ideology that these white men with power have. After Michael Moore exposed the Bush crime family's connection to the Carlyle Group pretended to distance themselves from the Bushes, but it's commonly understood that the Bush crime family is as deep into the Carlyle Group as ever. According to Forbes magazine, the Carlyle Group has more private equity funds and investors and assets than any other firm in the country. Carlyle Group owns 209 companies ranging from Hertz to Mrs. Fields Cookies. You can Google Carlyle's holdings, by the way. It's a who's who of name brand companies. Supreme Products, Getty Images, Veritas Software, among a ton of others. When you go to the Carlyle Group's own website to see the companies they own, it's just page after page after page of corporations and companies all over the world. The list of companies that the Carlyle Group owns is so long it's ridiculous. I think you're beginning to understand that the Carlyle Group has a lot of subsidiary companies that they run. What they do goes way beyond financial scheme. These men are already wealthy. It's not money that they're after anymore. What they want are all the things money can't buy. For those of you who don't drool on your shoes, you'll recall the video essay I delivered recently regarding black men starting our own CIA. I briefly touched on private intelligence firms such as Fusion GPS and Stratfor, but I also briefly mentioned Booz Allen Hamilton, which was and remains one of the biggest and most influential companies in private intelligence. Edward Snowden, the man who absconded with all those secrets from the NSA, worked for Booz Allen. Well, you won't be surprised to learn that the Carlyle Group used to own Booz Allen Hamilton, and they made billions of dollars off of it. The Carlyle Group has made $2 billion off of Booz Allen, documented. Starting in 2014, however, the Carlyle Group began quietly divesting themselves of Booz Allen Hamilton stock, selling the last of its shares in December 2016. But that's not to say that they've cut ties with Booz Allen, because it seems a number of former Booz Allen alumni have been finding gainful employment in the Carlyle Group. Peter Clare is currently managing director of the Carlyle Group. He's also a member of the board of directors of Booz Allen Hamilton. Nolan Hart was a senior associate of Booz Allen from November 2014 to December 2016, when he left to become vice president of the Carlyle Group. He's only in his 30s, by the way. Early 30s, might I add. Larry Pryor, former head of CSRA, one of the biggest information technology service providers in the world. And he left CRSA to join the Carlyle Group. Now, in all fairness, CSRA is not Booz Allen, nor is it a Booz Allen subsidiary. CSRA, however, is an intelligence and communications corporation that works for the U.S. government and U.S. military. But Larry Pryor is in the same orbit as the Booz Allen guys. That's the point that I'm trying to get across to you. Now, there's plenty of others, but I think you get the point. Now, why is the Carlyle Group snatching up all these people from Booz Allen when they used to own the company? Because the Carlyle Group wants to bring those functions totally in-house. Equity investment is merely how they finance their real goal. For people like the Carlyle Group that goal has always been control. See, you have a so-called equity firm run by former government intelligence officials and corporate giants who now have their own private intelligence company. There's nothing else that a reasonable person can call this other than fascism, one that works closely with the government. Also, since it's privately owned, doesn't have to disclose their own intelligence gathering operations. These men now have all the same power that they had in government, now with practically none of the vulnerabilities, such as public oversight or restrictions. The Carlyle Group's acquisition of Booz Allen is one of the most notable, but hardly the only example. I'm simply using this as a case study of what's been going on across the board with these private intelligence companies, many of them using equity firms as a front, because that gives them global reach, gives them excuses to be all over the planet. But it also helps to pay the bills for their fascism expansion operations. Now, why is this important? It's because I want black men in particular to understand how the men who have always run things operate. Power is not governmental. It's not private sector either. Power is power. Now, you thought that the Bushes went away. That because they were no longer in political office, that also meant that they were no longer in control. This is why men like Robert Mercer have their own armies called private security companies, why they have their own intelligence services, which they call information technology providers. It seems these days, most every spy winds up working for one of these private companies. What goes unsaid, however, is that even those who currently work for the government tend to show the same professional courtesy to these corporate spies in government. Because when half the intelligence analysis workload is being handled by private companies, and when the guys who run these companies put the politicians in office, it becomes obvious that certain corporations are merely auxiliaries of the government. Though these days it seems the government is merely an auxiliary of these companies. These men are making it clear who the government really is. And as anyone who is an employee knows, you can't spend your career in just one company, so it's best to be on good terms with the folks who work at the other places that you inevitably are going to want to go to. More than half the people who work at the National Counterterrorism Center are contractors, employees for private companies. Most of these contractors started off working in the government before they decided to go to the private sector. This is what the world of intelligence has become, or rather what it's reverted back to. There's an interesting book that you might want to look into sometime called Her Majesty's Spy Master. It's a book about Queen Elizabeth I of England, and specifically Sir Francis Walsingham, who was, to all intents and purposes, her intelligence chief. The book happens to be full of a number of legerdemain of England in the post-Dark Ages period. I dare not call it Renaissance, because nothing was reborn except for the rise of European finality. However, in the book, there's one little episode they talk about where a number of British merchants, well-to-do, wealthy merchants, decided that maybe they didn't like the way that Elizabeth I was running things. Maybe they need to be in charge. See, Guy Fawkes wasn't the only one who had his own plot to overthrow the British government. But these well-to-do merchants owned all kinds of seafront property, and their plot was that they were going to allow a foreign army's navy to dock on their beachfront property. I'm not making this up. Read the book, you'll see it. And that was one of the many plots that Francis Walsingham uncovered and was able to foil. But it just goes to show the idea of these private individuals, these wealthy men deciding that if they don't like the way things are going, they're going to overthrow the government. It's very old, hundreds of years old. If you want another example of private corporate interests deciding that they're going to run the government by force, all you have to do is look at the case of Smedley Butler. For those of you who don't know, Smedley Butler was a Marine Corps general, and he achieved the highest rank that a general could get. He's still, I believe to this day, he's still the highest decorated Marine officer who the U.S. military has ever had. And he wrote a book. He eventually became an anti-war activist. The book that he wrote is War is a Racket. The thing was published in 1935. He was talking about how it became obvious to him that being sent all over the world, he was not putting down rebellions or dealing with insurgents. What he was doing was he was paving the way for corporate interests to get what they wanted. And he wrote all about it in his book. As he put it, Al Capone only worked in 3 states. I worked on 3 continents. He compared himself to a gangster because that's what he had been reduced to. But the real reason that Smedley Butler felt the need to unburden himself of all the sins he committed was that shortly after Franklin Roosevelt took office, you had a bunch of corporations like Colgate, Firestone, and others decided they wanted to overthrow the government. See, the kind of violent overthrows of government that happened in Japan with the super patriots, that happened in Germany with the National Socialists, that garbage where you got private individuals saying, we got to restore the greatness of the country, when what they're really doing is they're trying to seize power for themselves. That thing was tried in the United States too. And they went to Smedley Butler because, as the former head of the Marines, as the man who was the most decorated Marine officer ever, this man commanded enormous respect. And they wanted him to lead a group of soldiers to overthrow the government, a coup d'etat. Now, you might wonder, well, what did Franklin Roosevelt do? There was nothing Roosevelt could do. These corporations committed treason, bald-faced treason. And the president was helpless to do anything about them because he needed them more than they needed him. This is what private power has always been under the European. These men did not just recently decide that, hey, maybe power is best in our hands. It's been going on for hundreds of years. And you had private individuals trying to figure out how to overthrow the government and become a government unto themselves. And it's not as if this is some sort of secret. You need to understand just how deep this runs. The idea of those who have the money should be able to set up their own private intelligence services that they can use to spy on the government, to spy on you and me for the exclusive benefit, for the unilateral power of a select few. And it's not as if the government doesn't know that. Money runs at the very heart of intelligence services. As black men, we are never going to gain the upper hand on white supremacy as long as we are waiting for the white media to bring us information. We got to get proactive across the board. The best information is first-hand information, not fourth-hand information told to you by a bunch of white supremacist idiots. As black men, we got to make that a point. If you are in a position where you've got financial wherewithal, at some point you're supposed to be looking and going, I want to know what the world's going on for my own interest and my own benefit. You cannot separate finance from intelligence gathering. You just can't. And by the way, if you think that this is just me whistling Dixie or that I'm kind of laying it on a little thick, consider this. In May 2007, the Pentagon's Defense Intelligence Agency decided to hold a little confab, a little conference. But it was by invitation only. They invited mostly people from the private companies who the government now farms out its intelligence workload to. This conference involved a PowerPoint presentation given by a woman named Terry Everett. She was a senior procurement executive in the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and her presentation, entitled Procuring the Future, involved her explaining to her colleagues what the makeup of the U.S. intelligence infrastructure was. Now, mind you, this was in 2007 that this little conference was held, this little presentation was delivered, over 11 years ago. One of her slides showed that a whopping 70% of the government's intelligence budget was being spent on contracts. As Everett's slides also showed, in 1998, government intelligence spent $18 billion on contracts. By 2006, it was $43.5 billion. So the U.S. government more than doubled the amount of money that it gave to these private corporations to carry out intelligence gathering and analysis, all in an 8-year period. Keep in mind, this started in 19 1998, at least that's where they track from, going along with that. But 1998, say, who was president in 1998? Oh, yeah, Bill Clinton. And didn't his wife, the shrew, talk about a vast right-wing conspiracy? Well, they ought to know they were the ones helping to fund it. And to put this all in perspective, Edward Snowden, who I mentioned earlier, was himself an intelligence contractor. According to The Atlantic, Edward Snowden made over $200,000 a year working for Booz Allen Hamilton. Compare that to the average salary for an intelligence analyst in government, which is only about $78,000. And you probably heard about the NSA leaker with the ridiculous name Reality Winner. She too worked for an intelligence contracting company. On a side note, white people are forever bitching and complaining about black children with weird names, but I didn't hear anyone talking about Reality Winner's name and how strange that is. Just saying. But even after Edward Snowden, even after Reality Winner, nobody on the left or the right has questioned the wisdom of outsourcing intelligence work. Nobody looked at how much money has been spent, and nobody has asked what the hell are these private companies doing with all of this exclusive, high-level government intelligence that they're getting their hands on. Instead of bitching about Edward Snowden, you might want to ask what the men who run Booz Allen Hamilton have been doing with the information. Edward Snowden is only interested in trying to tell people how much the government knows. It's what they do with it that ought to be of concern to you. This is not being done by a government you have oversight over. It's in the hands of men like Robert Mercer. We already know what they believe. These companies now know a lot of the government's dirty dealings, and when former CIA directors own these companies, well, you're not going to be putting this genie back in the bottle. And in a nice bit of truth in advertising, Miss Terry Everett, one of her slides, basically said what is the operating philosophy of all intelligence organizations. We can't spy if we can't buy. Now, folks, this is what a woman who worked for the Director of National Intelligence put up on a screen at a conference where there were a bunch of private intelligence corporations in attendance. This is what they're telling you. This is what they say behind the scenes when they think nobody's watching. All of that stuff about duty and honor, just what they say for the groups. For the people dumb enough to believe that, in the real world, they understand. You're not going to be able to control the world without some sort of financing. You're not going to be able to learn the dirty dealings of other people if you can't afford to pay for that information. You're not going to be able to field spies and operatives all over the world. You're not going to be able to set up eyes and ears all over the world unless you have a means of paying those eyes and ears. You're not going to be able to get people's lips to open for you unless you've got some money to pry those lips open. We can't spy if we can't buy. Intelligence gathering as a business transaction. It doesn't get much more blatant than that, folks. Your tax dollars at work. I hope that the point is a little more clearly understood. When I tell you that resources is the life's blood of an intelligence organization, I'm not just whistling Dixie. You had one of the government's main henchmen put on a private presentation where she told this gang of insiders that without money, they can't do spy work. You can't put it more blatantly than that, brothers. The bad guys understand what the point of having an economy is. Though given the pure idiocy that was on parade just a couple weeks back, I'm convinced that little tidbit would have flown right over some black people's heads. Now, this was at a government-sponsored event at which they brought private sector contractors. And do you want to guess how many black people were in attendance? I'm sure it was a nice round figure, 0. And believe it or not, this Everett woman's presentation, for a moment it was posted on the DIA's website, but it was soon taken down when they realized that people had noticed it. As soon as somebody realized what the world was going on and that it had made a couple of headlines, hey, look what the DIA is saying, all of a sudden they took it down. So they were fine with it as long as nobody noticed it. As white supremacy sees it, the biggest problem with democracy is that it's democratic. These guys don't want to serve government. They don't even want government to serve them. These private individuals want to be the government. But the government they want isn't a democracy or a republic, but a fascist plutocracy. Now, the reason I bring this all up isn't to feed your need for conspiracy theories. First of all, black people as a group can't really handle getting in-depth about how white supremacy functions. I had planned for a little while to go in-depth about Stratfor, but that's one that's simply going to have to wait. We're going to have to take this in steps. And secondly, the reason that I don't do too much on this isn't conspiracy theory. It's conspiracy fact. I'm not talking about something that I heard. I'm only showing you what I can prove. I'm not trying to impress you with the secrecy or the sophistication or layer upon layer of intrigue of white supremacy spy capability. The reason that I tell you about this, the entire reason that I tell you about Booz Allen Hamilton and how the Carlyle Group owned them and their global reach, and how you have white supremacy admitting that it takes money in order to spy, the reason that I tell you about these private interests who want to take the government's functions and make sure that they have the exact same power is because, brothers, we need an equalizer. White supremacy has a weapon. We need one of our own. Or at the very least, we're going to need protection for their weapons. The white men who want true power don't believe in sharing it, not even with their own government. This is how the world ends. White supremacy is the supreme power in this world. Deal with it. The white supremacists are in full control because we damn sure aren't. Denying that reality won't make it go away. It might make you feel better about your position, but it won't change your position. Seeing the world the way that it is, admitting to the world the way that it is, so that you can say it's not okay. That's what changes your position. I have no intention on placing my faith in the administrative arm of white supremacy. Even if the government was all black, hell, even if the government was all black first, nothing would change without resources. Nothing would get done without resources. That's the point that I'm trying to get across. Do not think that you're going to get black empowerment for free. Do not think that white supremacy is going to fall for free. I think that you're going to get your freedom for free. It's going to cost you. Now, you can wait until white supremacy decides that it should cost you your life, or you should decide that you're going to open up your wallet and that you're also going to open up your time for this. But you will pay for your freedom one way or the other. You will pay to fight white supremacy one way or the other. We chose to outsource our economic security to white power. Tell me, how's that working out for us? Are we so foolish, even at this late date, as to think that we can outsource our political and group security to white supremacy as well? We must have it all in our hands. I don't want to be trying to take information that I get from white supremacy's propaganda arm, and I gotta sit here and discern it and sift through it and such. To an extent, when they're talking to themselves, that's worthwhile. But when it comes to knowing what's going on around the country where black folks are at, I should be getting that information from other black people. I can tell you right now, Robert Mercer doesn't decide that he's going to get his information from Fox News. The men who run the Carlyle Group, they don't believe in getting their information from CNBC. It's as simple as that. These men want the information for themselves. As was revealed in the documentary Fahrenheit 9/11, Poppy Bush takes advantage of a prerogative that few former presidents do, which is he still receives a daily presidential briefing. The same PDB, presidential daily briefing that Donald Trump gets, former presidents have access to it as well. Most former presidents don't do it, don't actually go for it because of the fact of what the hell you're going to do with it. But Poppy Bush does. And when you look at his position in the Carlyle Group, you got to wonder how many times has he used this as insider information. He knows the stuff that's coming down the pipe before anyone else does. But as a president, that's the kind of value that he brings to the group. Hey, I can tell you what the CIA just got through finding out. I can tell you what the DIA suspects. I can tell you what all these U.S. governmental foreign intelligence agencies believe in. This is information that only the president sees, and I got access to it. Kind of thing works now, don't you? Robert Mercer doesn't believe in getting his information even poppy bush. He believes in having his own eyes and his own ears out there gathering information for him. That's what he believes. That's what all of these white men with power believe. They're not going to, there's no honor among thieves, so trusting even their own white government, nah, they'll trust them to a point, but not to a fault. We need veto power over the administrative arm of white supremacy, over the government. We require veto power over them. Black men need to be able to nullify and cancel out the administrative arm of white supremacy. We don't just need an equalizer, we need the edge. We need an advantage, a clear advantage, an unassailable advantage. That kind of advantage, the best kind of advantage, is inside information you gathered yourself. There are some things that are simply too important to be left to any legislative body or to any gang of bureaucrats, no matter how dedicated or well-intentioned they may seem to be.
A coin.
Now, why is it that we don't have this already? Why is it that this is not the topic of discussion for black men constantly? Well, frankly, too many black men want to play helpless. We're not looking for power, we're looking for an excuse to hide behind so that we don't have to stop playing around and actually gathering power.
Blinking faster.
The reality is this is because too many black men are lazy. They try to hide behind defeatist rhetoric because that's going to be their catch-all excuse. What's the old saying? If there's something that you really want, you'll find a way. And if you don't really want it, then what you'll find is an excuse. Well, we know where too many black men fall in that little discussion. As we all know, 99% of the time, I can't is usually a euphemism for I won't. We have the material resources. We just don't have them aggregated. Our lack of political will and economic discipline is the reason that white supremacists are running amok. That's the reason why the mayonnaise monkeys are on a rampage. Because of the fact that we lack the political will and the economic discipline in order to put together organizations and institutions to fight white supremacy. We got the funds. We see the need, but we're sitting back deciding that, well, Professor Truth's going to do it. Well, this brother over here, he'll do it. Well, these guys these brothers over here who are bringing it to our attention, they're going to do it. White supremacy is a group sport, not a solo act. Black empowerment is also a group sport.
Right after sign.
But unfortunately, there aren't too many players on the field. Time for that to change.
1792 coin.
White supremacy has built entire systems of institutions, not just one institution, not just one think tank, not just one apparatus. White supremacy has built entire systems of institutions and then used their economy to incentivize the rank and file white folks to want to support these institutions. Why do you see so many white people who idolize Ivy Leaguers, the white ones anyway? Why do you see advertisers chasing after and catering to that educated demographic? Look at all the news programs, TV shows, and movies that present white people, financially well-off, established types as a normal state. This is just what normal is. The message they deliver is clear. This is what a white person is, or at the very least, what a white person ought to aspire to be.
Breakfast sandwiches?
This is why I tell my people to not become a fan of white media. When they call their media programming, that's exactly what it is. They indoctrinate you. As you see, the point of the TV shows you watch is to entertain you, to make you laugh, cry, or to give you some sort of meaningful entertainment experience. But as the men who own the media see it, their job is to bypass your skepticism and reason. They don't see the shows that they put together as being TV shows or news shows. They see them as, well, the term that they use these days is media products. And what is the product that these media shows put together? It is to get you to drop your guard, to get you to lower your mental defenses.
I don't know me.
And to get you to open your mind and just take in whatever they're shoveling in, because the truth of the matter is, you'll start off saying that this is BS before it's all over. You'll be lined up to see Black Panther, and you don't know why it is that you can't stop yourself. Oh, I've just got to see this.
See, I also think,
and when you look at how addicted black people are to white programming, you see that all of this white propaganda, all of this subtle brainwashing has worked. Black people will line up around the block for the new LeBrons, but they're not lining up to try to figure out how to get white supremacy on its knees. We saw the disgusting spectacle of black women lined up in order to buy hair weave from an Asian thug who knocked a black
economics.
face, knocked her face in.
Funds to be able to make anything happen.
And instead of joining the black men who are protesting this violent Asian thug, instead the black women were lined up. I got to get my half off hair weave. You are putting money into the hands of somebody who assaults black women, somebody who doesn't do anything for black people, somebody who has shown that if he had his way, black women would be freely attacked in the streets. Because that's where our focus is. White supremacy is promoted and protected by the institutions that it has created. That's the reason why you create institutions. Deify those institutions, worship the very organizations and apparatuses that white supremacy has established to empower itself and to disempower you. That's why institutions That's why institutions are created. Their purpose is to be cultural anchors. They are pillars of the culture. That's their job, to reinforce the culture. Why does their media spend so much time glorifying the institutions of white supremacy? Why the endless repetition of how great these white organizations and these white policies are? Why the endless parade of men and women who are portrayed people who work for this or that agency or who went to this or that university as being better than everyone else?
The
reason that they do all of this endless repetition of the deifying of white institutions and white organizations is that in order to get people to be loyal to something, you have to get them to believe in it. That's why they show the images. They make sure that every time you see a soldier presented in uniform, always not a hair out of place, not a single strand frayed, not a single speck on the uniform. Oh, they make sure to use privileged angles, always shoot from a low vantage point so that the guy seems tall and powerful. You make sure that they're always presented as being these pristine examples of austere manhood. They make sure of that because they want to program you to believe in these institutions. They lambasted the Soviets because the Russians demanded that the people give everything to the state, run by communists. Of course, what went unsaid is that the so-called capitalists want the exact same thing, for people to give everything for the state run by capitalists. You get education so you can better serve some corporation more effectively. And if you get a degree to go into government, well, as you see with the intelligence sphere, the only reason to go into government is so that you can get the type of specialized insider knowledge and training that will make you more effective when you inevitably leave to go work for a corporation, doing the same job, but for a lot more money. The so-called public sector was all but gutted long ago by private power, but the white powers that be have left just enough of the so-called public sector in place that they've actually fooled the public into thinking that they still have a government. And while the white media keeps people distracted with congressional sex scandals, or better yet, with this or that bad black man, or the back and forth between the two political puppet parties, no one seems to have noticed that the government has quietly handed over much of its functions and, in many cases, its power to private corporations, giving them the exact same authority that previously was reserved only for the government. These new powers and functions aren't in the hands of some disinterested old men. It's in the hands of hardcore white supremacists like Eric Prince, founder of Blackwater, Robert Mercer, the billionaire tech investor bigot who bankrolls Breitbart, in the hands of the Bush crime family, who orchestrated both the Willie Horton ad and the destruction of New Orleans, which cost over 1,200 lives, mostly black. Sure, Poppy Bush was former director of the CIA, and as Secretary of State James Baker III was over the CIA. Now these men have their own personal intelligence agency. And what do you think they're doing with this intelligence agency? Do you think that they're just sitting back and going, well, this is going to help our stock investments? No. They're doing things in the real world. You have to wonder how many people have been killed as a result of these private organizations. You see, the CIA has 4 directorates. The Directorate of Administration, which runs the CIA. The Directorate of Science and Technology that creates the CIA's weapons and equipment. The Directorate of Intelligence, for all you Jack Ryan fans out there, that's what Jack Ryan was, an intelligence analyst. They analyze the information gathered. Finally, you have the Directorate of Operations. Now, these are the men who are actually responsible for going out and doing the real spy work, like Valerie Plame. She was in the Directorate of Operations. Their job was to bribe people, cajole people, coerce them, blackmail. That's what their job was, to get information. But the Directorate of Operations, of course, does much more than that. When called upon, they perform break-ins, bombings, and assassinations. See, that's what the U.S. government has. Do you think that these private corporations, which have structured themselves along the same lines, do you think these private intelligence services don't have a few individuals who know what it means to kill? You think that Eric Prince, when he hires all of these former special forces and all of these former army guys, you think he's the only one who hires individuals who are trained to kill? You think he's the only one? In the military, people have rank, E1, G1, O3, etc. And in government service, there's also civil rank as well, GS1 through GS15. This structuring is done in order to give standardization to the governmental and military apparatuses, but it's also done so that when people transition from the military to civil service, to civil service in government, they know pretty much where they're going to land. The bureaucracy has a better idea of where to put someone who's transitioning from military to civil service. And since government is the shadow cast by business, you also see a similar mirroring of structure in the private sector. This is done so that whenever this or that bureaucrat has to deal with the private sector, they know who their corporate counterpart is. When people who work in the government get ready to transition to the private sector, they know where it is in the private sector that they're going to be. Sure, they don't use the same names as the government. They use different names, but they perform the same function. In order to facilitate their ability to work together, we see corporations structuring themselves more and more like the government. An administrative branch, intelligence branch, the military branch, and even, of course, the propaganda arm. None of this is accidental. This doesn't happen because former presidents and former congressmen and cabinet members prefer the structure of government. So much it's because they see themselves as having set up their own government. Now, brothers, we have to come to recognize these realities. Bad guys have an enormous head start, but we can catch up to them. Hell, we can overtake them. This is going to require a massive and hyper-aggressive change in our priorities. That begins with changing the discourse among black men. We don't need the majority of black men to go along with this. In fact, the majority of them aren't even desirable. Most people are sheep. Black people have proven themselves to be a lot of black sheep. What we require is merely a critical mass of the right black men. This is not going to come down to a numbers game. It's going to come down to willpower and organization. We don't need a ton of black men to do this, but we do require a critical mass of the right black men who have brought enough resources to inflict their will, as Jason Black beautifully put it. We've done it on a small scale and for limited objectives. This is fine in the beginning stages because we're only just getting started. But our aims, our ambitions, our thirst for power simply must become far more voracious. It must become all-consuming. The world we live in is one where the people who run things want power all in their own hands. The question is, tell you whether you have any power at all. It's not wrong for you to want an intelligence agency of your own. You need one. It's not wrong for you to decide that you want to know what this guy over here is doing, especially when he's been spending 500 years attacking you. You're a damn fool if you don't sit there and say, you know what, I happen to be rather fixated on what this guy over here is doing because most of what he does is usually against me. There's nothing wrong with that. That's common sense. I told you about the book Gideon's Spies that starts off with the Jews of Palestine at the beginning of the 20th century being attacked by Arabs, and one of the things that they pointed out after one of these skirmishes with the Arabs was, have our people not always relied upon good intelligence? Yes, the Jews figured that out. Black people, on the other hand, haven't. Because you don't see any black organizations that are dedicated solely to intelligence gathering. We need a number of them, not just one. We need institutions that are dedicated to securing and preserving our power and being proactive about it. You don't wait until the barbarians are at the gate. The president who understood the most about intelligence gathering, how it was to be used, was President Eisenhower. Now, a lot of people say that things were pretty quiet during Eisenhower's time, except for, of course, the Korean War. And there's always that. It wound down under his watch. But the truth of the matter is, Eisenhower understood how intelligence was to be used. You know that he did because nothing happened. No, it's not that there weren't people who were trying to do stuff and groups that were trying to do things. But when you're on top of your game, what happens is nothing occurs. Your enemies are shut down before anyone knows that they're afoot. And that's what was put in Sun Tzu's The Art of War. The best thing of all is not to have means of repelling your enemy's attacks. It's best of all when you undermine and cut your enemy's gonads off before he even has a chance to do anything against you. You're able to deal with him while he's still not even in the stages of forming his attack against you. You can look at the guys on the opposing team and say, this one over here, take a look at him. Look at what he's done. Look at some of the things he says. You know, if this guy gets in a position of authority, he can be a real problem for us. You deal with him early when even his own friends don't realize that you just knocked out someone who could have been a big help to them. That's best of all. When you've dealt with problems before they even become problems, before they even had a chance to take form, to the point that even your enemies don't realize that you've been doing things to undermine them, which is what white supremacy's been doing to us. We've had so many of our leaders knocked off, some of them overtly Malcolm, and of course Fred Hampton, with good examples of knocking off black leadership before it has a chance to form. But what about behind the scenes? White supremacy uses its money to buy off individuals and say, here are your leaders, to prop up a bunch of fakers, frauds, and phonies to get us off point. Black Lives Matters. Yes, you can have D. Ray McKeeson telling you that the black community is a bunch of homophobes, and that's what really matters. See, that's what intelligence gathering and intelligence work really takes full flower. It's not about how many bombs you can plant. It's about making it where your enemies are blown off course before they can even do anything against you. And you know what? We need some of that. We don't merely need the desire to have our own intelligence gathering. We don't merely need the ability to do our own intelligence gathering. We've got to have that hunger that says, you know what, we got to stop white supremacy before its next assault against us, before it even takes form. Let's identify who the thought leaders of white supremacy are, the guys behind the scenes, the ones that you don't see. You know, guys like Robert Mercer. Let's take a look at these guys in depth. What can we do to undermine these guys? What can we do to neutralize these guys? What can we do to harry and harass these guys? What can we do to blunt their effectiveness and ultimately to undermine their ability to function? What can we do? Who do we got to talk to? Whose palms do we have to read? I'm talking about a completely different way to think about power and its utilization. Because as long as black men think that they're going to get power for free, nothing's going to change. It won't. And as long as black men are more focused on the next football game and not interested in the game of power politics at all, nothing's going to change except for one thing. The number numbers of black men are going to decrease drastically. Because you see, white supremacy is not playing any games. You may think that you have time for something else, but white supremacy, as far as they're concerned, they've got time for nothing else except you. We're going to see a thinning of the herd. We're going to see a lot of black folks get bumped off. We're going to see a lot of black folks becoming casualties of this race war. And I can't feel too sorry for a lot of them because they suffered the same problem Bill Cosby had. They had something better to do than to secure their safety and security. They had something better to do. And by the time they realized that white supremacy was now going to get around to them, it was too damn late. I'm not making excuses for what hasn't been done. I'm not going to be focusing on things that don't matter. I could give less than a damn whether or not Drake was at the Conor McGregor fight. The only interest that I would have in Conor McGregor is pointing out that Dana White is a scumbag who uses his little platform in order to show white supremacists, see, there are white guys here beating these black ones. He's nothing more than moral support for white supremacy. We can call that out, but the truth of the matter is he's got a company worth billions of dollars. And that company was built largely on the backs of black men, from Anderson Silva to John Jones. The problem isn't that we don't have the talent. The problem is we think somebody else is going to do something for us. Let me tell you, when it comes to fighting white supremacy, nobody else is going to do intelligence gathering for you. Your good white liberals won't do it. You've been begging white liberals for 150 years to tattle on the white supremacists, and they ain't done it. You've been begging these good white liberals for 150 years to please feed us some information, tell us who the bad guys are, please name some names, and they ain't done it. And they're not going to. Because the exact same white privilege that Richard Spencer and Robert Mercer depend upon for their goodies and for every crumb of their daily bread is also the exact same white privilege that Bette Midler depends on, that Rose McGowan depends on, that George Clooney depends on, any other so-called white liberal you want to name. The exact same white privilege that tethers the white supremacists to their white skin giveaways and goodies and all of their white skin rewards is the exact same white privilege that anchors these white liberals to it. Oh, they'll give a tisk and tisk, but that's all they're doing. So the moral of the story here is you ain't waiting to see if some white person's going to come along and give you and feed you your next meal. You know you'll starve if you wait for that. Well, why in the world would you sit around waiting for some good white folks to come along and to also spoon feed you your intelligence as well? You're going to have to learn how to farm for yourself. You're going to have to learn to choose the right plot of land. You're going to have to learn to choose the best seed. You're going to have to learn to plow that field, to sow the seeds properly. You're going to have to learn to be patient to wait for those seeds to grow and mature and become the harvest. You're going to have to learn to also be preparing next year's harvest while you're gathering this one. That takes time, it takes effort, but here's the thing. We can learn it. We can pick up all these skills. There's no skill set that black men cannot pick up if we dedicate ourselves to it. We do not have a resource problem. We have a prioritization problem. And if you have not prioritized your survival, then you won't survive.
Impeachment. It's the constitutional way to swipe left on a president.
That's probably presidential harassment.
President Trump has been accused of threatening to hold back military aid to the Ukraine if leaders there fail to investigate former
been since homewrecker Chen was no longer able to pretend that she didn't know that her husband's a serial sexual predator. That her husband's a guy who spent decades, not years, but decades, using his position as a corporate CEO in order to pressure women into putting up with his sexually lecherous behavior. How many times has Julie Chen suspected and not said anything? Well, she can't deny it now, so how many days has it been since she now officially knows? Now that she's going to pretend like I had no idea that there was prostitution going on in this whorehouse. How many days has it been that she's refused to divorce Les Moonves, that she's refused to denounce him, that she's refused to apologize for his behavior or even acknowledge that he did it? She's been denying everything. Julie Chen is a disgrace to humanity. She's a disgrace to every woman on the planet. She's a disgrace to every person with a conscience. Because of the fact that she is still defending and standing by a man who she knows, who has admitted that he engaged in lecherous behavior against women. And Julie Chen, who was on her moral high horse, who had nothing but scorn for Camille Cosby, how many days has it been that Julie Chen has not said one piddling word against Les Moonves? That lets you know who and what Julie Chen is. And yeah, we're still talking about her because there's a lot more to be said. Every day it seems that there's some new developments in the ongoing scandal of Julie Homewrecker Chen and molester Moonves. Well, if you've been watching what's happening in the news, and I just wanted to figure out what the world was going on regarding that whole locking up Les Moonves thing, yeah, I know it ain't gonna happen. But I told you that powerful men make powerful enemies, and it's always great to see trash attacking trash. I'm getting that Harvey Weinstein vibe, that certain people have just been waiting years, if not decades, for the moment when Les Moonves seemed to be weakened, when it looked like this formerly unstoppable, unable to be toppled giant finally was brought to his knees by his own incompetence. Apparently some folks have been waiting for this for a while, and now they have the opportunity to rattle their sabers at him. Because they feel that it's not quite so perilous now. He's wounded. They can see that. Even if Les Moonves does stay on at CBS, people won't be quite so willing to attack his enemies on his behalf simply because Les Moonves doesn't like them. He's been spending years taking down people who displeased him even in the slightest. And now apparently Howard Stern has got some words to say about his past run-ins with Les Moonves. Now let me say from the outset that there are no good guys here. There's nobody to root for here. Howard Stern is obnoxious white supremacist trash. Just like molester Moonves, these two are peas in a pod. It's just one of those bad cases of no honor among thieves and not much intelligence either. Howard Stern's a lifelong bigot, no different than Bill Maher. And no, I don't believe his 45-minute verbal vomit fest was based on any sort of principles. Howard Stern has spent his entire adult life showing the world that he has no principles. So what brings these two to loggerheads? The roots of their enmity goes back to 2006, a lawsuit that CBS Radio brought against Howard Stern back when they were the ones still producing and distributing his radio program, that little sewer that he has. This was when Howard Stern was telling everybody that he was leaving CBS Radio and moving to Sirius Satellite Radio. He would do that every day on his CBS Radio show, his Satanic Carnival of the Damned. Well, CBS decided to sue Stern after that for $218 million because he allegedly used their airwaves in order to promote a rival broadcaster. They considered that to be breach of contract. They said, well, we got to exact our pound of flesh from this guy for blowing a stunt like this, and they took him to court. The matter was settled out of court, but the fact that CBS Radio did that, they were doing it to make a point. No matter how big and bad Howard Stern may have seen, no matter how much ratings gold he may have been to whatever idiots actually tune into his garbage, CBS Radio, as far as they were concerned, he was just another employee. This was going to be their severance package to sever him from some of his money. And they did. They dragged him into court. They had the boy sweating for a while, and obviously he still hasn't gotten over it. Whatever it was that he had to do in order to get CBS off his back, in order to get Les Moonves off his back. Howard, the kind of guy that Les Moonves is, let me put it to you this way. Georgia Fox and that other guy, Eads, that young white guy who were on CSI back in the day, they were giving Les Moonves a tough time regarding their contracts. They wanted to renegotiate their contracts in the middle of the television season. I guess they figured that CSI was red hot on television, and this would put them in a stronger position. And Les Moonves said, at some point, a contract has to be a contract. Now, just to get the point across to these two, what happened was, and I'll never forget this because this was way back when I was still occasionally actually watching television. They had an episode where you had Georgia Fox and this other dude, Eads, whatever his name was. They were talking to each other, and it just seemed so out of place because these two never conversated for any reason. And they were both talking the same thing about how they were both going to be leaving to go to other police departments. What was happening was they read their lines with absolutely no enthusiasm. You know, I mean, whoever put that in front of them, clearly nobody was making any sort of pretense that this was something that they wanted. It was clearly being done under duress. But Les Moonves obviously was the one behind that, and this little bit of humiliation was to let them know, we'll dump you in a heartbeat, and the show will keep right on trucking. See, that's how Les Moonves does things. And when his wife, when the little lady, homewrecker Julie, decides that she doesn't like one of her co-panelists on the talk, well, they're getting shown the door. And that will be that. And Howard Stern is now speaking out. The question, of course, is why now? I mean, it damn sure ain't because not enough time has passed. It isn't because he didn't feel strongly about it. He waited until this moment. Well, why now? To me, this feels like Stern was doing a favor for somebody. Somebody wanted him to do them a favor and go ahead and dish some of the dirt on Les Moonves. That's what it smells like to me. Because there's been all sorts of scuttlebutt behind the scenes about whether or not Sumner Redstone, the chairman of Viacom, might decide to make a move on Moonves and try to figure out how to force him out. Because apparently they're talking about merging CBS and Viacom. And if the merger don't go through, apparently Les Moonves might be out if Sumner Redstone decides you're not making me enough money in my final years on this planet. Somebody wanted one of the most prominent voices in broadcasting to say that Les Moonves is a bad guy. You don't do what Howard Stern did, go on a 45-minute rant. He did that specifically because he wanted to make sure that the media, the rest of the media, would catch on to that. He didn't just do that off the cuff. Yeah, Howard Stern's got a big mouth and an empty head. And he prattles on and on for nothing, especially about black people. But no, to go after Les Moonves like this, yeah, I think that somebody basically put a bug in his ear and said, would you mind doing us a favor? He was like, don't mind at all. And to have a former CBS radio personality do it, no less, this smells like someone's trying to send a message to the CBS structure, to the CBS brass, just to CBS in general, board members and the like, most likely trying to encourage other disgruntled former CBS talent to throw dirt on Moonves. Don't be surprised if Leah Remini decides to dish some dirt. Holly Robinson Pete, not so much. Black people in Hollywood, they tend to be just far too intimidated about talking trash about white people or about people who are connected to white folks. I mean, you saw what the hell happened with Monique. She went from talking all sorts of trash about Oprah Winfrey and about Tyler Perry, talking all sorts of truth, actually, to being a smiling, freaking Hattie McDaniel wannabe. But Unfortunately, there are other people out there who Les Moonves ran afoul of, and I wouldn't be surprised if they come out of the woodwork. If Howard Stern's little display emboldens all kinds of people who take this to be the green light, then maybe it's okay to say stuff about Les Moonves. White men do not go at one another like this publicly. At least not normally they don't. And on the few occasions when they do, it ain't personal. It's business. Maybe someone's testing the waters. And there have been a couple of other little publications online who have made note of the fact that a lot of the guys who claim to be in support of Time's Up and Me Too are now turning out to be some of the worst offenders. It's cute to see some of the fringe, and these are not mainstream white media outlets, quote-unquote mainstream, doing this. These are some of the guys who mostly run blogs and mostly just run their mouths. But even so, the guys on the periphery of white media, they happen to be saying what we over here in real black media have been saying for months. So I want you to understand that slowly but surely it's starting to be said. Now, if you get your misinformation from the white media, then this is all some sort of startling revelation. What? You mean the very white guys who have been calling themselves putting money into Time's Up and who have called themselves being the biggest boosters of Me Too, these guys are some of the worst offenders? Now, if you got your information from the white media, you're shocked. However, if you get your information from Professor Black Truth, then you knew this little bit of him. You knew all of this months ago. In fact, as soon as Time's Up got started, I was the one first out of the gate exposing the lecherous anti-black racist behind it. And how it was how Time's Up is nothing more than a clumsy front for a bunch of white guys to be able to pay some females to not talk badly about them. They got some bought, paid-for heifers to get in front of the cameras and say, we're the ones running Time's Up. And meanwhile, it's like, yeah, as long as you don't say anything about the white guys who are paying you. And in the meanwhile, Time's Up does its part to rob as much mud and black men as possible so that you can get all the attention off the white guys. Some people in the white media are only just now figuring all this out. And even so, only one or two of them on the periphery are saying it. The guys who actually work in the quote-unquote mainstream, these guys, they know this too, but they don't dare say it. And a lot of your so-called left-leaning media, they don't say it either. They understand what the rules are. They know what the real game here is. It ain't sexual harassment. It is maintaining the racialist pyramid scheme that is white supremacy. And you can't say anything about the guys at the top of the pyramid, white guys, the pale males. You got to leave them out of the discussion when it comes to sexual harassment. They are not sanctioned targets. Yeah, they'll go ahead and talk about whether or not Les Moonves ought to be fired, but it's only going to go that far and no farther. None of them are demanding that any of the white males whose faces and names have been mentioned in the media actually be charged with anything. No matter how many stories you hear about these white guys going on a sexual rampage, you don't hear any of these white women saying, I can't wait for them to be dragged in front of the cameras, just walked to the nth degree, locked in a cell, never to be heard or seen, never to be seen or heard from again. They don't talk like that. None of them are demanding that the DAs who refuse to prosecute be voted out of office. And none of them is voicing any outrage that the Los Angeles DA's office refused to prosecute Moonves. At least if they are, it damn sure ain't being reported, and they don't seem to make a mistake about it. None of them are demanding any new laws be written. Nobody is using the fact that you have now, within a span of less than a year, you have had two of the most prominent media moguls on the planet exposed as serial sexual predators. And yet, nobody's demanding new laws against them. Nobody is demanding that any police departments who refuse to investigate be fired, cleaned out, what have you, and no sort of house cleanings will take place. Nobody gets punished. And that in and of itself, the refusal to say that people should be punished for not having gone after these guys, that sends the message loud and clear. When it comes to white men, you don't punish them. Sexual harassment is white male activity. Because sexual harassment involves somebody who uses the element of economic coercion. That's what the real muscle is behind sexual harassment. You got somebody who holds your paycheck over your head. You got to do this or else. Because I can cut you off financially if you don't. Black men don't have that kind of power. Black men do not have the ability to hold anybody's financial future or anyone's career prospects over their heads. White men do. Les Moonves has flaunted his ability to mess with people's careers if they don't do what he wants. I just got to give you an example before from CSI. Les Moonves has no problem throwing his weight around. Harvey Weinstein, no problem throwing his weight around. If you want to talk about sexual harassment, you would have an endless banquet of stories if you go after the white guys, which is the reason why it ain't happening. Because in order for that to happen, the very white media that has been engaging in the worst aspects of sexual harassment would have to actually turn on itself. And as I said a million times, they didn't build their media in order to promote your power. They built it to promote their own. White media is not about to advocate criminalizing white behavior, especially not white male behavior. So what instead happens is we're playing out this little fraud where they suggest some meaningless, feeble half measures and some totally pointless gestures. And then everyone makes a big deal about it, as if, well, oh, man, we're really getting tough on him. Oh, Les Moonves, we think that he should be fired. Why has Les Moonves not been fired yet? Oh, man, that's going to move the world if Les Moonves gets fired. The white media is playing both sides. Controlled opposition is the name of the game because controlled opposition is a critical element of white supremacy. It's part of how white supremacy has made it this far. People can understand that there's evil in the world, and they can see where it's originating, but the problem is they get fooled by a number of these voices who are supposed to be the voices of the opposition, and that's a trick that goes back all the way to the freaking Romans. The Romans knew that the Europeans who they were dominating chafed under Roman oppression, so what they would do is every once in a while they'd talk about Boudica. Oh, even to those Romans, didn't she? Yeah, but she got killed in the end. They always make sure that whatever examples of opposition to Rome you point out always ends with them being killed. That's an important thing. What about Spartacus? Yeah, but Spartacus died in the end. His rebellion ultimately was a failure. They did that. They make sure that. They do the same thing with black people. They'll talk about Toussaint L'Ouverture, yeah, because you find out at the end Toussaint L'Ouverture got captured by the French. Okay, they'll talk about John Henry, but that's because John Henry dies at the end. They make sure any story that they tell you about black defiance of white supremacy, just like with the Romans, it always ends with the would-be rebel being dead at the end. They have no problem talking about Nat Turner necessarily, at least in a tangential way. They have no problem referencing him because of how his story ended. They don't tell you about the black rebels who actually lived into old age and actually lived outside of white oppression. They don't tell you about them. So I want you to understand the game being played here. That's a psychological form of controlled opposition. And you see its most overt forms through the white media. These people who claim that they are criticizing the overt white supremacists, when in fact their job is simply to dispel and dissipate whatever opposition energy there may be. Their job is to say this far and no farther. I am the official mouthpiece for the opposition to the Republicans, or the opposition to the right wing, or the opposition to the corporations. And okay, well, what does the official authorized opposition say should be done? Well, with the Republicans, we should make sure that we keep civil discourse. And what about with the white supremacists? Well, with the white supremacists, we need to have some sensitivity training. Yes, you see, the problem isn't that they're evil. It's just they don't know. And what about the corporations? Well, the corporations, we need some new regulations. And who's going to write the regulations? The Koch brothers will write them. Because the regulations are going to be really strident, really stringent. And they're also going to have plenty of liberal loopholes in them, written by the very corporations who the laws are supposed to be directed towards. That's controlled opposition. No different than what you see in professional wrestling. Are you going to sit here and cheer for Hulk Hogan, or are you going to cheer for Andre the Giant? Don't matter, because both of them being paid by Vince McMahon. This is how white supremacy guarantees that no matter which side of the supposed debate loses, white supremacy wins nonetheless. There is no true opposition to white supremacy vendors. All you get is one side who is boldly advocating for white supremacy, and the alleged other side who is only offering mild disagreement. You don't actually get opposition. Nobody's actually opposing white supremacy's agenda. Nobody's actually opposing white supremacy's standpoint. They're simply giving a tisk-tisk. You see it with the two major political parties, and you see it throughout the major news events of the day. White supremacy knows exactly what they're doing. They're limiting how far any sort of talk is allowed to go. Even now, they're using Eva Longoria as the latest distraction. It shows how skillful the manipulation is. How do you guarantee that you win a war? By funding both sides. Right now, some white media types are pretending that they're unhappy with Eva Longoria because she has yet to demand that Les Lopez be fired. They're making sure to reinforce that point. That the only actual responsible thing, if you're going to be demanding punishment for Les Lopez, if you say that he should be fired, well, as long as that's as far as you go, that's responsible. Anything beyond that would be irresponsible, or it would be unrealistic. And Eva Longoria, she's not demanding that Les Lopez be fired. Oh, that's a scandal. Oh man, what a scandal. It couldn't be more obvious if somebody was to bring out the actual screenplay for this little bit of social theater. It doesn't matter if Eva Longoria gets on a soapbox and says Les Lopez should be fired. Well, first of all, she ain't in a position to fire Les Lopez. Men like him write her paycheck, not the other way around. And secondly, even if CBS goes, Eva Longoria said that Les Lopez has to be fired, well, unless Eva Longoria spoken, so you gotta go. Even so, what the hell does that mean? Nothing. Les Lopez is like 68 years old. He's older than dirt. This guy's still a major corporate CEO at an age where most people have already sitting on the lake full-time fishing. This is what white supremacy deals in. They give you phony victory. They don't do a damn thing. They make it where they, as I've said a million times, they force you to fight a million times harder than you have for anything in your life just to get them to give you half of a centimeter, and then they pat you on the back and say, wow, you just won a major victory. Yeah, you have just lost all of your life. You wasted your life. You've wasted your money. You've wasted your effort. You wasted all your spiritual and psychological capital fighting white supremacy, fighting some intractable foe, merely to get them to give you 1 centimeter of ground and tell you that you accomplished something. You really did something big, when in truth you did nothing at all. That's the game being played here. That's the scam that they're running. And Eva Longoria is playing right along. But then again, why would she not? She knows exactly what's going on here. A lot of these freaking white women that you see calling themselves all sorts of fierce feminists, they're just playing a role. No different than what they do in their movies. I told you about how Meryl Streep, right after the Weinstein scandal broke, there was this awards ceremony that Meryl Streep was being honored at. When she gave her little acceptance speech, she just went on and on about how she adores and respects and basically worships at the altar of men. She said, I know that and she was just so dismissive. She said, yeah, I know there's been a whole lot of talk about women and such, but the men, I absolutely love men. All my mentors have been men. That's Meryl Streep, the single most accomplished and respected and highly regarded actress practically of all time. And that's what she came out with right after the Weinstein scandal broke. She was sending a message with that. She was sending a message to the men who really matter in Hollywood, letting them know where she stands. Now afterwards, she was willing to give maybe I didn't mean it that way. Yeah, but the point got across. Meryl Streep knows what side her bread's buttered on. And she ain't alone. A lot of these women that you see in Hollywood, they could give less than a damn about feminism, sexual harassment, or the rest of it. Most of them cut their teeth being booty candy for this or that lecherous executive and being eye candy for the masses. A little late for them to pretend like they've discovered religion now. Eva Longoria is being touted as some sort of leader, they're saying. She's some sort of leader of Time's Up, but who or what the hell is she leading? Right now, some white media types are playing this game of making it where Eva Longoria gets to be the focus of the females who don't oppose Les Moonves, and then when she finally inevitably comes out and says, well, you know, when she gives some mealy-mouthed half statement about, well, if he should be fired, you know, we ought to stand by that. When she gives a know-nothing statement, they'll pretend as if, oh, Eva Longoria took a stand against Les Moonves. You got so many media outlets saying that Eva Longoria has yet to demand that Les Moonves be fired. You want to know why they do that? They do that as their way of reaching the masses with a particular message. Got all of the media on the exact same page, giving the exact same message. Their intention is clear. Limit the discussion to whether or not Les Moonves ought to be fired, and nobody, absolutely nobody, better mention whether or not he should have been indicted. Whether or not Les Moonves is fired is completely irrelevant. What Les Moonves did is every bit as outrageous as what Brock Turner did. And like Brock Turner, the so-called authorities don't give him a slap on the wrist. They give him a slap on the back instead. The refusal to prosecute white executives who are the perpetrators of sexual harassment in America is what encourages them. But you're not going to hear that from Gloria Allred. You're not going to hear that from the other feminists. You're not going to hear that from So Full of It Nelson. Eva Longoria knows exactly what she's doing. Other white media outlets are calling her one of the heads of Time's Up. Well, I guess that is accurate if by head you mean figurehead. Remember what I told you about how the white media likes to dictate to you who black leaders are? This is some black person you never heard of, never had contact with, somebody who's never done anything for you, never said anything that you actually agree with. The white media calls them a leader, and they are, because the white media says that they are. That's their power. They have the ability to put someone in front of a camera and say, Barack Obama, a black leader from Chicago. And because they say it, people just go, well, he's on television, so he must be important, otherwise they wouldn't have put him on television. Nobody's following the fact that the white media presents a person as a leader, but it pulls people into following them nonetheless. Eva Longoria is an empty pantsuit, and even she knows it. She has no power. There's not a damn thing she can actually do to Les Moonves. She knows who put the bulk of the money behind Time's Up, and it wasn't even women. Time's Up was not invented to go after white men. It was created to protect white men. Time's Up was not meant to point out white male sexual harassment. It was meant to insulate white male sexual harassers. White men manufacture groups like Time's Up, same way they manufacture the NAACP, and manufacture all of these other so-called black groups like Black Lives Matter, and white guys who put the seed money out there and choose some front Negroes to be the spokesman for their little bought and paid for group. And the same thing goes for Time's Up. They get some of these actresses who they got on the payroll because they're contract players. And these actresses are now playing yet another part. This time they're pretending to be social activists. They're playing the roles of social activists. And then they do nothing but point the finger at black men. And since it's a bunch of high-profile white women who allegedly are the heads of Time's Up, it makes the scam seem legit. People look at it and go, oh man, these women, they're on a tear, aren't they? I mean, it's got to be on the level because after all, this many women, especially this many Hollywood actresses, they wouldn't take part in a fraud, would they? They wouldn't pretend to be on board with this, would they? These women are actresses. It's their job to convince people that they believe things that they clearly don't. It's their job to convince people that they believe things, even things that they wholeheartedly disagree with. Give them a paycheck, and they will say whatever dialogue you want with whatever level of conviction you desire. That's their job. They spend their lives doing it. Hell, for a lot of them, you just turn the freaking camera on, and they do it automatically without thinking. They just act. They don't think. They just act. Pun intended. Of course, Eva Longoria is going to be a mealy-mouthed, spineless jellyfish when it comes to calling out Les Moonves. She's taking her cues from Julie Homewrecker. They both serve the same master, white power. Eva Longoria and Julie Chen both owe everything they have to the Les Moonveses of this world. And when you look at Eva Longoria, this woman's a freaking social climber. As far as she's concerned, have check will travel. But don't think that whatever lukewarm criticism that Eva Longoria might give in the next few days is genuine. The white media knows that people smell a rat on this whole thing, even if they don't know what the stench is necessarily coming from. The white media understands that there's a few people in the public who realize that a con is going on here, and with voices like the channel you're listening to now, more people are getting the message. But the problem is the public doesn't know how deep this con runs. Eva Longoria, just like Howard Stern, is a mouthpiece, carrying out the orders of the white men who selected them. The same old games being played here. Doesn't matter how the deck chairs get rearranged. None of the white supremacists get punched. They merely get transferred, moved around. Because you see, this is not about preserving Les Moonves' job. This is about preserving white supremacy, the ability of white males to go about engaging in all manner of brutality and perversion without ever being punished. That's the mission here. That's the point. Get people off this whole Les Moonves needs to go to prison thing. Don't let people talk like that. Let them know that we're going to start a new conversation. He should be fired. And nobody, while all this is going on, even Howard Stern only had a slight tisk for Julie Chen. No one is interviewing Moonves' victims. They're all on code. They know better than to target a white man. But the fact that Julie Chen is not getting dragged into this conversation, that Howard Stern didn't have the nerve to mention her more than once, only in passing, that tells you something now, don't it? It's blatantly obvious that white power has circled the wagons for molester Moonves. You're not going to be able to get at him, at least not without a new DA in Los Angeles County. But you don't need to get at him. You won't crack Les Moonves. The person you need to crack is Julie Chen. She's not loyal to the guy. She's a feckless opportunist. That's how she met him in the first place. She will monkey branch to whomever she's got to, as long as it keeps her afloat. This is a woman who knowingly committed adultery with a married man. That was how she met Les Moonves. By engaging in an open, dishonest, despicable fraud behind the back of Les Moonves' wife. And Julie Chen has cut the throats of her peers merely on a whim. As I've always told you, there's no honor among thieves. If Camille Cosby was worthy of criticism, then Julie Chen ought to be the most hated woman on earth. Whether it's Melba Marcos, whether it's Leona Helms, whether it's whomever, Marge Schott, you name whatever female gets in the headlines and gets hated on for a while, Julie Chen ought to be considered worse than all of them put together.
Mm-hmm.
This is a woman who has heard her husband cop to sexual predatory behavior. And yet she, after having excoriated Camille Cosby, and after supervising the daily lynching in the media of Camille Cosby, she herself, when it's time for her to put up or shut up, when it's time for her to show whether or not she believes what she said, I'm standing by my husband today, tomorrow, forever. Or at least she says she's standing by her defensively. That's what Julie Homewrecker Chen does. That's what Julie the hypocrite Chen does. Why in the world is she not divorcing a man who she knows from experience to be a liar, but because his lies mirror her own. No matter how angry people are at someone, if the white media ignores their venal behavior, the public outrage usually goes away. I guess that's what Julie Chen's banking on. I don't have to necessarily throw Les Moonves overboard because, well, the public will get tired of this sooner or later. It'll fade from the headlines eventually, especially when you consider that Les Moonves' buddies are the ones who control those headlines. And on the off chance that the public's anger persists anyway, well, then the white media is going to try to shame the people or white-splain. Nobody is calling Julie Chen to account. You don't see any of the official voices of white media who are pointing at Julie Chen and saying, wait a minute, you're stated by a man who has already gone on record saying, well, maybe I hit on some women in ways that I shouldn't have. You don't see CNN saying nothing. You don't see MSNBC saying nothing. You don't see PBS saying nothing. You don't see NPR saying nothing. You don't see the young, well, I dare not say the word that I like to use, young turkeys. You don't see them saying nothing. You don't see any of your white liberal commentators saying anything about Julie Chen. They know exactly the game being played here. They understand that this is about making black men the enemy. And you got to stay on point, because if you start going after Julie Chen, well, the public might lose the plot. They'll think this is about sexual harassment, and it ain't. It's about preserving the position of white men to be able to violate any and all law, any and all morality, and get away with it. That's what this is about. Because neither Julie Chen's adultery nor her cutthroat behavior is news to anyone in the white media. The goal here that she's trying to achieve, the goal is the same as it's always been: to outlast the outrage. You can tattoo that one on the underside of your eyelids. The white media strategy, same thing that they do whenever some black person's been killed, black folks get out there dancing in the streets. Or on the occasion when there's some civil unrest, outlast the outrage. But the white majority on some level recognizes this ploy for what it is. They're playing along because they feel like it benefits them. Central Park 5, Clarence Thomas in the 1990s, and now Bill Cosby today, none of these distractions makes the white majority feel safer. But then again, it's not supposed to. If they perhaps spent more time focusing on Enron and Goldman Sachs, and less time obsessing over welfare queens and rappers, the white majority could have saved themselves a lot of needless trouble. But I suppose after 500 years of conditioning themselves to swallow lies, they simply have no room in their collective bellies for the truth. In fact, at this point, they've developed a taste for lies, a preference for it. Truth simply isn't palatable to them, it seems. And it's never been palatable to Julie Chen. And no matter what you may think about Howard Stern's little display, it ain't palatable to him either. Recognize the scam taking place. Yeah, it's interesting to see, but you gotta understand, with these guys, there's usually duality to everything. That's their favorite little trick. There's what it seems, and then what it actually is. Well, let me tell you what it actually is. Julie Chen is a hypocrite and a liar. This woman should be reminded of that every freaking day. Every day that she refuses to announce that she's going to leave Les Moonves, she makes herself out to be a liar. She owes Camille Cosby a freaking apology. Every day when she takes to that set with the rest of those menopausal harpies, she ought to be saying, before we begin, Camille Cosby, I want to give yet another apology to you because I'm standing by a man who has admitted sexual depravity against women. A man who has admitted using his position in order to sexually prey on females. That's what the headline ought to be. 10 days and counting since Julie Chen has refused to divorce Les Moonves. 10 days and counting that Julie Chen has not denounced Les Moonves. That she refuses to apologize for his behavior. Have you noticed that? She does not apologize for Les Moonves' behavior. She doesn't do anything. She does not even acknowledge that Les Moonves did anything wrong. That ought to be the topic of discussion for any of these talking head shows with any of these cackling harpies. But you don't see or hear it anywhere. What does that tell you? There is a common culture of concealment going on. There are some rules that you see across the board. All of these folks, these white media big and small, they're all adhering to the exact same code of conduct. They seem to have this understanding that there are sanctioned targets and that there are targets that are not sanctioned. And the ones that are not sanctioned, well, out of sight, out of mind. They ain't even talking about it. The real subject here ought to be Julie Chen. Every day she needs to be reminded that she is happily married to a serial sexual predator. That every day that she refuses to either quit her little hen party show or refuses to divorce Les Moonves or even refuses to even criticize him, every day that she does that, she is showing that she lied during her entire 3-year crusade to shame Camille Cosby into not standing beside Bill. If you're going to hate Camille Cosby, then you have to hate Julie Homewrecker Chen twice as much. Because Camille Cosby never got on a moral high horse regarding this subject. Camille Cosby didn't spend 3 years targeting some wife of some entertainer who was in some sort of scandal and deciding that she was going to try to shame them into divorcing the guy. Camille Cosby didn't do that. Julie Homewrecker Chen did. Camille Cosby has never committed adultery. Julie Chen has. Camille Cosby has never made it a point to humiliate any of her co-workers. Julie Chen has. Camille Cosby has never thrown her weight around to other people's detriment. Julie Homewrecker Chen has. So we're going to go ahead and close out on this note. There's no need to belabor it because there's going to be more. How long am I going to continue to give Homewrecker Chen that business till I get tired? That's when. Sure, we'll be covering some other issues, of course. There's more going on than the sewage that is Homewrecker Chen and that freaking degenerate that she's married to. We're not going to allow them to monopolize all the time, but the thing about it is they're getting a taste of their own medicine right now.
Man.
We're going to let them see what it's like to have a steady daily drumbeat of you need to divorce your husband. You are enabling and abetting and supporting a rapist if you don't. You are endangering women. You are sitting here beside a man that you know has committed crimes against women, and you're just with him. You need to divorce him. Doesn't matter what you think. You just need to divorce him because we say that you should. And if you don't, well, that makes you part of the problem. You need to be held up as public enemy number 2 if you refuse to divorce your husband. Oh, you're not going to do what we say? But you know, Julie Chen, she's always had questionable morals, you know. This is a...
That's it. That's all. Shoulin every... Here once again, Professor True, Professor Black Truth breaking it down. Always new black media coming. This ain't no fad, this ain't no phase. Like first.